we are now.
Okay. Today's date is January 6, 2016. This is Assistant State Attorney Hamid Hunter, present in interview room at the courthouse. Also here is Attorney Joe Sconzo. Mr. Sconzo, can you please identify yourself for the recording?
I'm counsel for the defendant, Joseph Sconzo.
Okay, and Elizabeth Parker. Ms. Parker, can you please identify yourself for the recording?
Counsel for Curtis Wayne Wright, Elizabeth Parker.
And Mr. Wright is present. Mr. Wright, can you identify yourself for the recording?
I'm Curtis Wayne Wright.
Okay. Also present is Assistant State Attorney Cynthia Ross. Ms. Ross, can you please identify yourself for the recording?
Cynthia Ross, Assistant State Attorney.
Investigator Anthony Vasquez. Investigator Vasquez, can you identify yourself?
Investigator Anthony Vasquez, State Attorney's Office.
Detective Michael Downs. Detective Downs, can you please identify yourself?
Yeah, Sergeant Mike Downs, Lee County Sheriff's Office.
Sergeant Downs. And Sergeant David Levitt. Sergeant, can you please identify yourself?
Sergeant David Levitt, Lee County Sheriff's Office.
All right. Mr. Wright, we're here today because I received communication from your attorneys that you potentially had some information that you wanted to provide to the state, that you wanted to cooperate with the state and potentially with the detectives with some ongoing investigations. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The purpose of this meeting, it's called a proffer meeting, okay? And I'll just briefly explain to you what that is. There's also a written document here that I'm going to read to you. This is a kind of a get-to-know-you meeting, okay? The purpose of this meeting is for you to for us to talk. If there's some information that you know that these detectives or even our investigators can go and verify, this is a chance for us to verify that you're telling the truth. This is also your opportunity to learn whether or not we can be trusted, okay? And so this is a get-to-know-you meeting. There are no promises that are going to be made in this meeting. This meeting is non-binding. The one thing that will be binding are the terms of this proffer agreement. I'm going to read that to you. Okay? Understand what I've said so far?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to read this to you in the circuit court, and you have a copy there you can read along with, right?
Yes.
In the circuit court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in and for Lee County, Florida, criminal action. State of Florida versus Curtis Wayne Wright. Case number 15 CF 674. Mr. Sconzo, you do have a copy. Proffer agreement. Comes now the state of Florida by and through the undersigned Assistant State Attorney and the defendant Curtis Wayne Wright Jr. along with his undersigned attorney, and enter into this proffer agreement upon the following terms and conditions. 1. The defendant has been informed that he has been charged with second-degree murder. The defendant is further advised that he may be charged with additional violations of law arising out of the murder. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. 2. The defendant has indicated an interest in cooperating with the state of Florida and law enforcement in this and related cases. As a result, both parties have agreed to meet for this purpose. This meeting will include a proffer of testimony by the defendant. Do you understand that?
Yes.
It is agreed that no statements made by the defendant during this meeting will be used against him in the state's case in chief during any criminal prosecution. However, it is understood and agreed that the state may make derivative use of and may pursue any investigative leads suggested by any statements made by or other information provided by the defendant or his counsel. Do you understand that?
Yes.
It is understood and agreed that the state can use any statements by the defendant during his cross-examination or to impeach the defendant in any trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions so far?
No, sir.
It is further understood that the state has made no representations or promises in regard to any meeting or proffer with the defendant except those stated in this agreement. No immunity, either use or transactional, is granted hereby to the defendant. Following this meeting, the state will review and assess the information, if any, provided by the defendant. The state may or may not offer a plea agreement to the defendant following this review. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions at all about anything I've read to you so far?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to sign this agreement. And there's a line there for you to sign as well as for Ms. Parker to sign.
Can you do it? Yeah.
all the preliminaries having been done, I'm now going to turn the floor over to, again, you can just tell us whatever you want to tell us, and with the understanding that whatever you tell us, we need to go and verify that it's true. And if we're able to verify that and it's something that we can make use of, then we'll contact your attorneys and determine how to proceed from there. Okay, so floor is yours, the three of you.
Is there any possibility of getting these taken off?
Sure. I'll do it.
Thank you.
You're good. I'll come to you.
Well, I have a timeline of events that we've come up with together that, if you don't mind, he can refer to if he needs to just kind of keep it in chronological order. That makes sense.
Okay.
And this is something just understood that he prepared. It's not prepared by or other than obviously typed up by our office. It's all out of his mouth. It's nothing that we've added or detracted from.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want me to start? From where we start on the timeline? Did you start?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not, I mean, should I just go through the, I guess the timeline through it? You want me to do it that way, or?
Yes. Why don't you do that, and if they have follow-up questions,
Right,
they can
exactly.
Yeah, we'll
ask.
go from there.
Okay. I guess it really started probably about 6 months before the crime. Mark had asked me, he brought it up in a way that it was like that somebody that he knew was having a problem with, and asked me if I knew anybody that, you know, might be interested. I think he actually worded it like taken care of, but I think what he was really talking about was like just having somebody beat up or something like that. Is at least that's what my impression of it was. You know, I when I was younger, I knew people that did that kind of thing. So, and Mark knows that. I think that was the reason that he asked me. He just said it was somebody that he knew. He didn't tell me anything about it being him. Or at that point, I told him no, because I don't have anything to do with any of those people anymore. While I've been down there at the house multiple times. I do a lot of work for them and also for their personally with their computers and things like that.
When you say the house and there, you mean?
I do their tech support and, you know, for networking and faxes and all of that stuff. Over the kind of my interactions with the family, when I guess when we were planning for the wedding, well, actually before that, I'm sorry.
And if you could clarify, whose wedding? What wedding?
Yeah, my wedding. I'll get to that.
Okay.
Another thing that had happened prior to all of this kind of happening was that because the health center is under the HIPAA regulations, we had talked multiple times about how to send things when I wasn't there in person, how to communicate securely for, you know, sending passwords for the servers, you know, those kinds of things. You know, so that we had talked about that in the past. We talked about a number of different ways, including using cell phones that weren't registered as a way. And in the past, when we did send information, sometimes we sent part of it one way and part a different way, so that nobody would have complete access to everything. I got married May 3rd of last year, and Mark was basically my best man. In the process of planning that, there was, we had gotten together. He had actually sent me money because I in the process of doing the work, I got paid $100 a month for doing support. So there would have been a history of payments made every 6 months or something like that would work out that way. Mark flew in for the wedding, I guess Friday. Is that right? Friday night.
Thursday night? Wedding was on Saturday?
It was on Sunday.
Sunday, okay, so
yeah.
right.
So Friday night, Mark flew into town, into St. Louis. And the first night that he was there, he stayed he has a condo in St. Louis as well. He stayed there cleaning, working on the condo, going through stuff that was kind of piled up for the last 10 years. The second night, or the second day, everybody came to my house, and we just had a big get together. It was the first time in probably 10 years or so, 15 years that all of us we've been friends for a long time, that we all kind of got together again. So we spent the day together, and then we had a wedding party. We also all went out that night, and everybody spent the night at our house. During that day, Mark Mark asked me if I could talk to him privately. There was actually a text sent before he flew in that actually told me that he needed to talk to me about something private. I don't remember the exact wording of the text, but it should be. I'm sure that it's documented. I'm sorry.
When you say you're sure that it's documented,
it seems like I saw it in the Discovery or something.
So you're pretty sure that the text you're referring to, you've seen in Discovery?
Well,
because you mentioned different phones earlier.
Yeah, no, it was in the Discovery. Mark sent it to me personally. We didn't have any separate phones at that point.
Okay.
So it would have been on my cell phone. I only used one phone.
Can I interrupt for 1 second, just please, on the record? The only Discovery that Mr. Wright has reviewed is a copy of the police report and then his statements that were transcribed. Nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just that, I guess, the summary.
And aerial photos.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, just to clarify then, what was the phone number of the phone that he texted you on?
314-996-9581.
Okay. And do you recall the phone number of the phone he was texting you? The phone he would have been using?
No, I don't. But it's the phone number he's had for 20 years, I think. It's a St. Louis number, but I think he actually has two numbers that go to the same phone. He has a number from St. Louis still, and then he has one from down here. And I'm pretty sure that their both numbers are connected to that phone. I always dial it out of my address book, so I can't remember what it is.
Okay. All right. So I think I interrupted you when you said he asked to speak to you privately.
Yes. So in the text, he told me that he wanted to, but that night, or early evening, on Saturday, he asked me if I could talk to him. So we went in the bedroom and talked. At that point, he talked about having money issues too. Yeah, he talked to me about that they may have to file bankruptcy and that kind of thing. So it wasn't anything in depth, but he was just letting me know that they were having problems,
Well, let me stop you here for a second, Mr. Wright. And I'm going to be straightforward with you, okay? We've signed this agreement here, and the things that you tell us stay here, okay?
Right.
We can't use them against you. However, if something you're saying is not correct, and we find out that it's not correct, then we have to do something with that.
Right, I understand.
And so I want to encourage you. I'm concerned that you're not being completely upfront with me. And I want to encourage you to be upfront, because we've signed my word is my bond. And we've signed this agreement, and we've agreed that this is confidential.
Yes.
And so I want you to feel comfortable to be upfront with me.
Detail that I'll, as this progressed. But
Okay.
At that point, I mean, he'd just flown in town, and he was just on we all went out that night. Everybody stayed at the house. There's also a third person involved. It's Jimmy Rogers. You guys should be familiar with him. Jimmy was also one of the people that were at the house. So Mark and Jimmy met, I guess, for the first time that day. So as we said, we all went out that night, and then the next day was the wedding. We went and got ready. We had our wedding was actually at a park, so that morning was kind of hectic. Everybody trying to get ready and things. I have a friend that owns a little grocery mart, and he let us buy all of the food for the wedding, because we had our reception as a big barbecue at the park. It was an all-day event, so he let us buy everything using his account, so that we got everything at wholesale through the restaurant supply. That morning I went by and picked up the meat on the way to the wedding, and somehow forgot a whole case of meat. So when we got to the wedding, when we started actually getting ready and they were setting up, we realized that we had missed that, and that they were trying to get stuff started before, so it'd be ready after the ceremony. At that point, while we were getting ready, Mark brought up again that they were, at that point we figured out that the meat had gotten forgotten, and Mark and I drove back to, his name's TK is the guy's name. We drove back to TK's, and well, first I called to make sure it was there, and so there would be a record of that phone call.
TK's, what's the name of where is it located, and what's the name of the grocery place?
It's Neighborhood Grocery, and it's in Crystal City, Missouri.
And the proprietor is your friend TK?
Yeah, his name's actually like Tahir or something like that, but he goes by TK. That's what everybody calls him. So he's Indian, so people have trouble pronouncing his name.
So the two of you...
So yeah, Mark and I drove back to TK's to pick up that, and while we were alone in the car, he started talking more in depth about what was going on. He told me that, and that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. We talked about kind of what was, he said that he couldn't let that happen. What he thought was options, and he came straight out and said that he wanted to have her killed. So he asked me if I would help him, if there was either help him do it or help him find somebody to do it. I asked him what kind of time frame he was looking at. He said ASAP. So it was something apparently had progressed to the point where it was closed. So didn't talk about exactly when. It said it had to happen really soon. He also said, that there were opportunities for it to happen, for where she worked at, that she worked late a lot. And then we also talked about actually getting the phones. He decided that was the way that, if we were going to talk, that's how it needed to happen.
When you say getting the phones, you mean...
I'm sorry, getting separate phones. Yeah, throwaway phones. There were... There would have been texts that were probably in the log, in my phone log, that would have referred to some of that. I think you even kind of alluded to that at one time when we were talking about... Mark had said something about using the word other in a text to the regular phone to let me know that he was calling on the other phone. That was really kind of the end of that conversation. He went come back home, and then he went and got a phone. He told me that he got his phone at Walmart, and that's how he suggested that I get one. He said that they activated it right there, paid cash for it, so there was no record of a phone call being made to activate the phone or anything. One of the things that I kind of left out, which I think everybody's aware of.
That's right.
I don't want to say anything that I'm not absolutely sure of.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I forgot where we were at.
I think you started to talk about how you went about getting the cell phones. He got his cell phone, and then...
Yeah, so I think, it was right after the wedding. I guess when he first got back down here, he must have gotten his phone. And then he had texted me multiple times about, have I gotten mine yet, and things like that. At that point, I still wasn't real comfortable with the whole thing. And I delayed getting mine. On the, I guess on the 7th, he actually sent his information through the mail, gave me his phone number through the mail. The mail would have came from the, that's how he sent everything. He also...
Were you able to determine, or do you recall what day that he actually purchased his phone?
I don't, but I got the mail on the 7th, so and the wedding was the 3rd, so it had to have been somewhere.
The 7th of May?
Yeah. Or was the 7th when
The 7th
he sent it, wasn't it? I don't know, we came up with the 7th.
7th was when he mailed you the number to his phone, so that was the text message. So
Yeah.
you either got it on the 6th or the 7th was, I thought, what you believed.
Right. Yeah, I thought that's what we figured out. So the 7th is when I got his phone number. I still didn't have a phone at that point, and was still not really sure if I was gonna, go any further with it. On the 17th, I finally got a phone, and I text him. I text him the phone number from that phone to his other phone, so that we both had the phone numbers. I did the same thing he told me to do, as I went to Walmart and paid cash and got the phone that way. I would have purchased mine at the Walmart in Fenton, Missouri, or Festus. but the more I've thought about it a lot, I'm almost positive it came from. There's only 2 Walmarts anywhere near where I live at, and one's along the way to everything I do, and the other's in a town that we shop in. So
How do you know it was on the 17th?
because that's when I texted him the phone and said I just got it, or I texted him from my phone to his phone, his normal phone, letting him know that I'd just gotten it, and to check his other phone, because I just sent the message to it from my other phone to his other phone, so that he had the phone number, and then he would have called me. He called me and we talked a little bit. Then I don't remember what the conversation was, but because I had Googled like the area codes in different cities. The phone that I had, it was like an LA zip code, like a 901, I think is what it was, because that was the first one. It was because I think there's like 7 zip codes, or not zip codes, I'm sorry, area codes from LA. So I just picked a city, and LA was the first one that came into my mind. So I don't know that actual phone number. It's possible I might be able to find out what it is, but I don't think so. When he sent me, I programmed it into the phone, his number, and didn't use it for anything else. He was adamant that the phones never got used for anything other than talking to each other.
Are you willing to tell us what happened to the phone, where the phone is, the actual phone that you had?
Well, I can tell you what happened to it.
He'll get to it later on in the.
Okay.
I want to keep them chronologically because it's a lot easier.
Okay.
It makes a little bit more sense.
I believe that Mark's number was an Atlanta number, if I remember, because I think I Googled whatever his number was to see where it came from, and I want to say that it was an Atlanta number. I don't remember what the code was, though. Oh, yeah, and both phones were AT&T. They were both through AT&T. Mine was an AT&T Go phone, which is their paid by, you buy the minutes. And I'm almost positive that Mark's was also a Go phone, because we both use AT&T as our carriers for our regular phones. And, yeah, so at the time when we got our phones, we talked about, what he wanted done, but not necessarily like when. So it was all just soon. He had me look up like aerial views of the office and the house. Said that it could happen either place. He was leaning more towards the office. He gave me the code for the office side door, which is where he said that she comes out of. There's a stairwell that leads down to a side door. He told me where she parked at and where she came out the door. And then right outside the door, there's the air conditioners, which have like barricades around them. And said that, that would be a good place to hide, because you can't see around it from when they come out. There was also at some point, asked about, what if she doesn't come out by herself? And he said that was okay, that it was collateral damage, and that it actually would probably help if it wasn't just her. When we talked about the house as well, I don't know when their trip out of town got planned. I didn't really know about it until a few weeks prior to it happening. In the process there, after we got the phones is when I actually talked to Jimmy about it. Jimmy's always talking about how he used to be a hitman, and he's bragging about his criminal history with mafia stuff and things like that. He was always trying to find ways to make money fast. He was into like these schemes and things like that where he could try to make a bunch of money. When I talked to him about it, I told him that I might know a way that he could make some money if he was interested, and he said he definitely was. I asked him what he was willing to do, and he said anything. So I brought up what Mark wanted to have happen, and he was gung-ho about it. So once I talked to Jimmy and found out that he wanted to do that, is when I actually told Mark that it would, that it could be taken care of. I hadn't committed to it prior to that.
And when you say it, you're meaning
to having killed. At whatever point that the trip was brought up is when he started talking about it happening at the house. Alibi because he was out of town at her family's house. He basically said that he would leave it, that he didn't care where, just, So the idea was that if it didn't happen at the house, that it would happen on Monday night after work, when she left work, that she would definitely be working late because it was a Monday. So. When I'm not sure that I don't really know for sure that she was coming back earlier, that he was staying later from the beginning or not. But when he talked to me about it, that's what he told me. So
you're saying he told you that he was coming later and she was coming
that
earlier?
she'd be coming home alone.
Okay.
He also talked to me about, he told me that they had been talking about getting her concealed carry permit, and that he had delayed that from her having a gun, so that she wouldn't be able to defend herself, or there was no chance of her actually having access to a gun or anything. Mark has a lot of guns, but they're in the safe. Oh, yeah, he also told me when he let me know that she was coming back early, that the alarm wasn't going to be on and that he'd leave the doors unlocked. He gave me the alarm codes, or the garage door code to open the garage. Told me that the inside door wouldn't be locked, and that the alarm was having problems, which is something he also talked to me about previously. There was some kind of intermittent problem with the alarm where it thought that one of the doors was open sometimes and it wouldn't arm, but he had said that the alarm wouldn't be on, and like he gave me the code for the office door and the house door. So do
you remember the codes that he gave you?
Yeah.
You said house door. You mean garage door?
Garage door, yeah. Yeah, the house was the address of the Munsters. It's 1313 Mockingbird Lane. That's the only way that I remembered it. So the house was 1313, and I believe that the alarm or the push button lock at the office on that side door was like 1123. When we talked about the house, he said that if it happened at the house, that when she came home, to make it look like it was a robbery that got, interrupted, and that he also had talked about, prior to the trip down there, we had talked about one of the things that I do is I have a friend that does antiques, that I do antiques with him. I do the online auctions for him. And we also got into doing gold and silver, where he's buying like broken jewelry and things like that, old golden teeth, stuff like that. It was some of it came from auction, some of it came online, buying stuff from eBay and things like that, and then they would get scrapped. So that there was that stuff going on, and his name's Jerry Levinsky. You guys talked to him as well. Jerry also collected like coins, silver dollars, and gold as well. And Mark had started talking to me about some rare coins and things that he had, some rare like silver dollars that were worth a lot of money, and investing in gold and silver or what. And it was kind of above my real understanding of it. I mean, I know scrap values and things like that, but Jerry and Mark actually talked. I just had Mark talk to Jerry directly about it, and about the values of the coins and what was better for short-term, long-term investments, that kind of thing. So there was, he let me know that there was valuable stuff there at the house, gold, silver, coins, things like that, and that when I talked to back to when I was talking to Jimmy, Jimmy also overheard us talking, because we talked about it the night before the wedding as well, when we were all together, and we had come up, had estimated, that the coins that he had, or one of the coins, was worth like $10,000. We also, when we were talking about doing that, because Mark told me that in order to pay him, we'd have to wait a few months for insurance money. That was another thing that we talked about when we were in the car going to DK's. I forgot that when I was telling you, was along with everything happening, he also told me that there was a lot of life insurance money. I don't know what the amount was, but he said a lot, and that there would be money, things would be taken care of if it happened. We didn't talk about any actual amounts or anything. So when I talked to Jimmy about it, Jimmy's plan was to steal whatever, so he was going to actually rob it, but but I was talking about actually taking the $10,000 worth of this stuff that Mark had laying around, and that's how he planned on getting paid. Let's see. Oh, he also told me while we were on the telephones, on the other phones, he had let me know that he had went out at the house and had tried to figure out what the best way to get into the house was, and had went in the back. His backyard is fenced with a privacy fence, one of those vinyl fences. And he said that he was able to actually climb over the fence, but there was sticker bushes and things back there, and that he went back and trimmed all of that back away from the fence to make it easy to get over it. And one of the corners, I think when we looked at the aerial view, he was talking about if you're facing the house, the back left corner of that fence.
So you're saying he trimmed back the bushes to make it easier for you to...
Yeah, to make sure that there wasn't anybody got scratched or anything like that, but blood. Yeah, I could actually show you on the aerial if you wanted me to. Yeah.
I'll show you. You want to circle it?
I didn't go back and look at it, but Jimmy did. It would have been...
Showing up enough. Do you want this marker?
Thank you. Been somewhere in that. He said it was in the corner. But he said when he went over the fence, he said he got scratched up. And, so he trimmed all of that back before they went out of town to make sure that it would be easily accessed. He called right before they went out of town and made sure that I had everything I needed, that I had the the codes and the timeline. Told me when she was coming back, and like what airline she was coming in on.
What was the time and what was the airline?
I can't remember what the airline was, but we normally fly Southwest. I actually, I don't remember what the actual airline was from coming from up there, but he said that he told me that she'd be getting in at, I thought he said at 11:25. Is what I thought that was the time she was flying in on. When I checked it, when I picked Jimmy up that morning, the 27th, I had picked up Jimmy that morning and we drove down here. We drove straight through. We took turns driving. He had brought a backpack and a cooler. I didn't know what was in the backpack at the time, but the cooler just had, he had some like latex gloves and some tape and things like that in the cooler. When we got down here, it was early, Sunday morning. When we came in, we drove, I don't know what that street is, but the street that goes, the main street that goes down to Bonita Beach. We were heading down there, and I pointed out the house to Jimmy, and so when we went by the house, I drove by the house and pointed it out to him, and he said that he wanted to stop and check the house out. So there's an apartment complex that's one street over from their house, which is where we parked at. And then went on the way down. We had talked about the different ways of doing it. Actually, I guess we had talked about it prior to leaving, so Jimmy had seen the aerials of both, and Jimmy had decided that he thought that the house was the best place for it to happen as well, because Mark had said that we go in the house and that way nobody could see anybody. He also said that if somebody were to see me, they would think it was him anyway, so nobody would really pay any attention. I don't know if you've seen the pictures of Mark and I together, but from the wedding, I don't know if you guys saw any of that, but people get us confused. Even at the funeral, people were coming up and talking to me, and at my wedding, people were congratulating him, and even his mom thought I was him half the time when I walked in the room when we were down. I was not concerned about me being seen coming to the house. But anyway, that morning we got down, I think it was about 6 o'clock in the morning when we got here. And when, we stopped at the house, went over to, we went over to the house. We parked at the thing and went to the house. And
When you say thing, what do you mean?
at the apartment complex, I'm sorry. Yeah, we parked at the apartment complex and walked over. Mark's suggestion was to have went through the woods between the apartment and the house, go straight across the street. But when we looked at it, it's there's like a, I don't know what you call that. It's like an irrigation area or something. It's got a lot of rocks and a lot of stuff built up in there. And there was a fence that you'd have to go over. So had decided not to do that. And
Do you want to indicate on this photo where you parked your car and what you're talking about in terms of where Mark wanted you to go through?
Let's see. Yeah, actually the parking lot's not on this picture. Not that part of it anyway.
Actually, for the record, the first picture you showed us was, I should have done this earlier, was Discovery page 27680. And you're looking at 27644 and is that 27633?
653.
653.
And those are 27684. Okay, you just circled on 27653. What does that indicate?
Okay, where the circle's at is where the car was parked at. And then the route.
And this is on June 28th in the morning.
I'm going to circle the same spot on this one because this is an easier place for me to show how we went. But
Okay, when you say on this one, which identified by the number?
644.
Why don't you write in the little white space at the bottom what the circle is indicating?
Okay.
So we can remember.
So in this area right here, it's just off of the printout here, but that's where the car was parked at.
Okay, so on 27644, just off the right margin, there's a little circle there that you're indicating, and it's where the car was parked.
Yeah.
Okay.
On 653, you can actually see the parking spot, but it would be harder to actually show how we came into the house. So
Why don't you write?
well, actually, I guess it's kind of a both. Yeah. From park there, like I said, this area that's kind of this area in between the houses, between the apartment complex and this row of houses, there's a fence that runs across here, and like I said, it was kind of built up in here, so it would have been really difficult to go that way, and then you'd have to go over somebody's fence in between two houses. So that didn't really work. Just north of the main beach, or where the club, whatever, where the showers and stuff are. Just north of there, there's some free parking, small lots, and I think it was lot 2 that we were in. That's where the car was parked at. We were at the beach for a while. Decided that, because I brought clothes with me, I brought towel and swimming clothes and things, because I had planned, that was part of the trip, was I wanted to go to the beach. So Jimmy also said that he'd never been, never really been anywhere, and that when we were talking about it, we spent a while at the beach. We also took a nap in the car there in that lot, and then later that morning we went to Walmart. I don't remember what the time was. It was like 11ish, somewhere in there, for the Walmart trip, and I believe that that overview thing that I read actually showed the time, because I think that was on video. But we went to Walmart. Jimmy brought some swimming trunks and shirt and things. I think it was something he bought for Taylor, which is his girlfriend. And also he bought a pair of shoes. I had the water shoes that I had were old, and I actually bought another pair of water shoes for going back to the beach. While we were there, I don't remember if it was on the way there or on the way back, but we also drove by the office, and I showed him where the office was at, and so he could take a look at how that was laid out as well. And that was, I guess that was when the decision was made for sure that it was going to be the house. So after he'd seen both, we spent more time at the beach. I think we might have went somewhere else in between as well, but we went back to the beach and hit all the beaches in between there and Fort Myers Beach. And we ended up, towards the evening, we were at Fort Myers. We went to, at the pier. We got something to eat there. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a little bitty place. I think it's like a Mexican, like a taco place or something.
That's on Fort Myers Beach?
Yeah, if you're right at the pier, I think that road kind of makes a 90-degree turn right there, if I remember right, because you come down and then it turns right there at the corner. If you were going from the pier, if you're going south on, is that 41? Is that the one that runs along all the beaches?
It's not 41, but we know
Estero
what we're
Boulevard?
talking.
Is it Estero?
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure the name, but it's the one that runs all the way from Bonita Beach all the way to Fort Myers Beach.
Okay.
But if you're starting there at the pier and you're on that road going south, it was just a couple of buildings down. There's a hotel that has like a bar on the roof of it, and that's actually, we parked in that parking lot right across from there, and that's where the little taco place was at. We parked in there, so we went across, because that hotel you can walk straight through to the beach, and there's a bar down there in that first level too. So we had I think we had a drink there, and then went onto the beach and walked up and down the beach, and went to all the shops there, and Jimmy bought some more like souvenir stuff, I guess it was after we left there is when we actually ate. So we sat there and ate, and then got back in the car, and then we ended up going back to the house. Got back there, I think we parked around 10:30, and then once we were back in the lot there, then we got out of the car, and Jimmy took the same path that we had taken the first time that I marked. I actually was...
You want to see those other?
Yeah, can I see one of those that shows the whole...
There's these two. He's looking at 27653 and 27644.
Yeah. On 27644, you can see the back of the apartment complex. And we did was when we left the car, I stayed in this kind of this wooded area right here on the back side of the apartment complex. You want me to circle it again, or does it matter?
Yes.
Okay.
You're saying you walked a different path?
No, well, we both walked the same way, but I stopped here. Okay. So from here, it was wooded. I didn't have a clear view of the house between the houses, but I could see everything that was going on. You know, as far as if there was traffic going down the street or anything like that. Jimmy took the exact same path back. We were, I said I was out of the car because it was hot, and I was walking around this whole area in here. I'd walked around for a while and actually sat down out there and was kind of watching for him. When we didn't really talk about a whole lot of stuff that at that point when he got back in the car, but he went into the house, and she came home actually earlier than what we thought she was going to be there. I had thought that she wasn't getting off the airplane until close to 11:30, but that's actually when she got home. So I think the airplane actually came in early. Yeah, I can't remember the times, but she got home about a half hour or 20 minutes before she was expected. Jimmy was in the house looking for the stuff that he was going to take when the garage door opened, and he said that it kind of caught him off guard. So when he came back to the car, he was kind of freaked out, and we ended up. He told me that he had to get back to work right away and all of that. So we ended up leaving straight from the house and went back home. All he really told me was that it was taken care of, and I asked him about it. We didn't really talk much all the way back. When we were at the house the first time, when we were both in the house, he had went through some of the tools and things, and there was a hammer that was in the toolbox, and then there's like a freezer, like a chest freezer that's in the garage as well, right by the door. And there was a hammer that was laying on that as well. There was one there as well. After we left, we stopped at, there was a rest stop on the way back north, and there was a rest stop there. We stopped at the rest stop, and Jimmy threw some stuff in the trash can there. We cleaned the car out actually, and so we both threw stuff away. But I assumed that what he was throwing away was what he was wearing, and whatever else it was. I think that he threw something out the window as well on the way out. I don't know if I think it was a crowbar that he used when he pried the side door open.
I thought you said the side door.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I actually missed that part, but the as part of making it look like it was a burglary, the door on the garage, there's a side door on the garage that leads out into the yard right by the gate, and that door was pried open so that it looked like it had been broken into, but it wasn't locked to begin with.
Can we, just for 1 second, before you were on the way back, I know when we spoke the first time, you had mentioned something about when you went into garage, how where Jimmy was going to position himself, what he was going to do.
Yeah.
Why don't you at least enlighten them on that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What had been planned out when we were at the house that morning was that Jimmy was going to wait in the garage for her to come in. There was the garage is a two-car garage, and her car was parked on the right side, which is near this door, and then the garage door going in is actually from the garage to the house is actually in front of where the other car would be parked. So if you're looking into the garage, her car was on the right side, and that side door, and then the door going into the house was kind of on the left side on the back wall. So the idea was that it would be waiting in the garage, and then when she came home, then he would attack her as she went into the house or once she got into the house. The way the house is laid out, that garage door going into the house kind of leads into like a little hallway. There's a couple of like utility closets there and washer and dryers in there, and then that hallway opens up into the kitchen. So, but like I said, he said that, well, and I knew from seeing it, but she came home earlier than what was expected. He wasn't where he was supposed to be. So, like I said, at that point we didn't talk a whole lot about what happened, other than that it was done. I didn't really want to know all the details. We had, after we got back, I dropped him off, and then the next day we got the phone call from Mark's brother, Scott, my wife and I did, and telling us that he'd been killed. My wife, immediately just jump in the car and go down there to be with Mark. Because, like I said, Mark and I have been friends since junior high school. So it was, we had run down there. My car was in the shop. She had wrecked it, and my car was in the shop. So I had a rental car that I got on the 24th. This is kind of backtracking again, I'm sorry. But I had rented a car while my car was in the shop that the shop set up the rental on.
Is that the white Hyundai
that was the rental car?
Of?
Yeah. My car is the Kia that was in the shop. You wouldn't have probably seen any of that. When the day that we got the phone call, we went by the shop to get my car. My car wasn't ready. They said it wasn't going to be ready till the next day. The rental car that I had was due back, and when we called to find out about getting it extended, it was going to cost more because the shop's the one that set up the initial rental. We called around and checked prices. We did it online as well, checking for different pricing. And the first car came from Enterprise, leasing or rental, whatever it is called, but Enterprise is where it came from. And because my car wasn't ready and wanted to leave that day, what I did was I took that car back and I picked up a second rental car that we found at a cheaper rate. And then, and it was budget. Is it a budget? Is that where the second car came from? Budget rental? Do you remember?
Do you remember where the place was where you went? Do you remember the city? The second car?
I believe that's I think it's Kirkwood, but it was right at the corner of Manchester Road and Limburg. It's right there on the corner, and that's kind of an in-between area. I'm not really sure what what they consider that town, but it's I'm almost positive now that it was budget. You should have all the receipts for all that stuff, so but all of that stuff was documented on I'm sure it was in the discovery as well.
Did they search the car? The second car? Is that the car that was searched in Missouri?
Yes, that was the one that was at the house when the search warrant. So that car was taken and searched, and then later the original car was also searched. So, the other thing was when that morning when we went in the house, I had told Jimmy that there were dogs there, and he wanted to be sure how the dogs were going to react with somebody walking in. So when he walked in, the dogs actually just ran up and he petted them and played with the dogs for a minute. They didn't bark or anything, so that was one of the concerns about it being late and at the house. So anyway, when we got back, we left the next day. My wife and I did. We left the same day that Scott called, and we drove. Well, we picked up the car, and then we stopped at the hospital on the way down. Her brother and his wife had just had a baby, so we stopped to see the baby on the way out because it was along the way from where we picked the car up from. And then we left straight from the hospital and drove straight through. Angie did most of the driving. Angie's my wife. The GPS, I have a Garmin GPS that sticks to the dash that's in whatever car that I'm driving. One of the things that I noticed when Jimmy and I drove down, that the Garmin didn't switch time zones when it should have, and so the time was off by an hour on the Garmin, and I had to actually go in and manually set the time so that it was right when we were down here, and so some of the data from the Garmin could be off an hour. Because I don't know that I changed it right away when we came back through. So there was like I said, it could be off an hour on the times. Just
did Jimmy ever touch the Garmin or do anything with the GPS?
Yeah, Jimmy was kind of working the GPS as well to find like gas stations and things like that. Also, at one point. He synced his phone to the GPS because there was a way to actually make it connect, because Jimmy had a smartphone, and there was a way to when you connected to the GPS through the phone that it could do some extra stuff, the traffic and for accidents and things like that. So, and I know I read that somewhere in the report that when they did the log on the Garmin, that it had linked to his phone, or to his Gmail account, which was on his phone.
When you were in the car with him, did he pull up anything on his phone? Did you research anything on his phone?
Well, yeah, on the way down there, there was aerial shot from Google Maps of both the house and the office and things when we were talking about it on the way down. We had he had already seen what it looked like ahead of time, but called it up on his phone. And I think also off and on, I think that phone, the Google Maps that comes up on the phone that shows you the navigation, where you can actually see like the aerial view as you're driving, that was used to like find some of the beaches and things like that. So there should have been things that were on his phone that would have shown, that there was navigation being done, and then also said where, to actually see the path from where the car was at, figure out, because it was dark at night. Let's see, so after we got back, we came back down here for the funeral, and while I was down, we actually installed cameras on the house, put in a security and surveillance system on the house while we were down. And then I did some other work in the house, help, with some of the cleanup, and was going to replace the door. And when I looked it up to try to actually get the door, we couldn't find the right kind of door with the right jam. Because when we were down, we stayed at Mark's mom's. While we were down, though, I was helping with the house, and we ended up having to order a door for it, because the way that the block wall, the jam for that works on the blocks, is different from a normal door jam. Excuse me. So after we got back from, Angie and I got back from after the funeral. Yeah, we got back on the 11th of June. While I was in Florida, I actually tried to talk to Mark about what happened a little bit, and he refused to even talk about it at all. He had said that he couldn't allow himself to, I guess, to think about the fact that he was involved in it. He was convinced that if he convinced himself that he had nothing to do with it, then he'd be able to pass a lie detector or something, and he wouldn't allow anything to change that thought pattern. So we didn't talk about it at all while we were in Florida. The other phones, when I skipped that part, I'm sorry. He called right before they left for their trip, made sure that I knew everything, and then he said he was destroying his phone. He said that to take the SIM card out of it, break the SIM card, throw it away in pieces, and then destroy the phone separately, and then get rid of it in separate places. That way it was completely dismantled, and told me to do the same. Told me to do the same thing. On the way, I had my phone while we were down there, my other phone while I was in Florida. On the way back, thank you. On the way back, Jimmy and I stopped where we got off the highway in Missouri to cut over from Highway 55 over to his house. I can't remember what that exit is, but again, that stuff would have been in the GPS. When we got off the highway there, there's like a car wash that was there, and that's where we stopped at and vacuumed the car out and cleaned all the trash and everything out of the car. That's also where the phone was destroyed at. Mark had said that, that's the best way to do it. I did take the SIM card out of it and break it, and then the phone got demolished. Jimmy used a hammer on it to bust the phone up on the concrete, and then it was all thrown away in the trash can right there at where the vacuum cleaner was at. I don't know the name of what that little place was. I don't even know that it had a sign, but it was one of those self-wash car washes that had the vacuum hose right there outside of it.
Was it part of a gas station, or was
No,
it like
it's just a little standalone thing. It's a little bitty town where we got off to cut across. And again, I could help you find that. I would recognize it if we did it. I just don't know what the name of it is. If we needed more on that. So back to when we got back home. Angie and I got back home on the 11th. Then on the 12th is when the detectives came to the house and did the search warrant on the house. I had gotten a hold of Jimmy. It was late when I got out. I don't know if I called him that night or if it was the next day. But I got a hold of Jimmy to let him know that they had been at the house, and had told him that that I needed to get together with him. We had made plans to get together at it's like a bar, Hub's Pub is the name of it. It's in Bonne Terre. And so I met him and Taylor there, and I talked to Jimmy then about what was going on. I had also talked to Taylor about what was said, because I think at that point, no, that was two different times that I talked to them. At that point when we got together, is when I asked Jimmy and I stayed outside in the parking lot for a few minutes when we first got there, and so that I could ask him about it, and I asked him what actually happened, because at that point I still didn't know the details. He had told me that she had caught him off guard, and that he wasn't actually in the garage, that he hid, and it sounded like where he hid at was in that utility closet there in that little walkway. And then as she walked by, he attacked her. He said that she fought back, so I haven't seen any of the reports, but as far as where she was hit at, there would have been hits on both the front and the back, because she turned around. He said that she fought really hard, and that he just kept hitting her, and then she kept moving, and he said that he just kept hitting her until he was sure that she was dead. When I saw, or when I found out, I didn't see the report. When I found out how many times she had been hit, and the description of how that had happened, it bothered me. But he had said that I guess that had happened kind of right there where it opens up into the kitchen, so that the whole thing happened there in the kitchen, and in the hallway in the kitchen. Yeah, he had gotten one of those jumpsuits that he wore. He worked at a mine where he worked around stuff, and he worked with chemicals and things like that. So the outfit, the suit that he had on, was one of the jumpsuits from his work, and he taped up the arms and the legs, to make sure that, you know, there wasn't anything that he didn't get anything on him, I guess, or to make sure he didn't leave anything behind. So that's what I thought that he threw away when we stopped at the rest stop. I thought that was the stuff that he threw away, was what he was wearing. It sounds like he brought it back to Missouri with him, from what I've read in the reports and what Taylor said. I had no idea that stuff was still in the car when we were on our way back. I wouldn't have let it be in the car if I didn't know. But he did say that he used a hammer that was in the house. So he carries like a ball peen hammer with him pretty much everywhere he goes, and that's one of the things that in his stories of, you know, things that he talked about doing, that was his weapon of choice. That, you know, they called him Jimmy the Hammer. It was kind of a twofold thing from what I understand, but he bragged about using a hammer all the time, on, you know, to hit people with. After they had searched my house, and I said we got together and I talked to him about it and found out, you know, the details of what happened. And the first time when we talked, after you guys were at the house, I didn't know the details of that. I really didn't know what actually had taken place. And then after you guys went to Jimmy's house and talked to him, he had called me, and I had went over there to their house and talked to him, and you know, had asked him, you know, what kind of questions, that kind of thing, because at that point I already knew what had really happened. And then I guess really didn't hear anything else until I found out that you guys had arrested Jimmy. Actually, his brother called me. Jack is his brother's name. Jack had actually called me to try to find out what happened to Jimmy, because he found out that Jimmy got arrested, and thought that maybe I might know, you know, if it was if he violated his parole or whatever. Jimmy was in prison, in federal prison, and was out on parole when all of this happened. So at that point, I had no idea what actually had happened, why he got arrested. I didn't know if it was something he did or if it had anything to do with this, or until later. Cover everything.
I just have one follow-up question, and then I'll turn it over to you guys. Did Mark Sievers ever tell you, and maybe you said this and I missed it, but did Mark Sievers ever tell you exactly how he wanted killed, meaning with what type of weapon?
He never said anything about a hammer. Initially, when I talked to him, he was talking about shooting her. You know, their initial conversation was about when she left work. The clinic sits way off the main road, and it's, you know, there's really not any traffic around there, and it's you know, out by itself. So that was his suggestion, was that they could use a gun and shoot her and whoever was with her, if there was somebody else there. That really wasn't an option for me. So, yeah.
Did you and Jimmy bring a gun to Florida?
No. I've got a felony on my record, so and besides, he was on parole, so there was no gun involved. nothing brought, I made sure there was nothing in the car that could have gotten in trouble for if we got pulled over.
Do you need to take a break, or are you ready to?
Actually, if I could use the restroom. Would that be okay with you?
They're gonna have to, no,
Is that one, it doesn't work?
do we need to check with those guys?
Yeah, we're gonna bring them in.
Okay. They might take you back to the holding cell. We'll find out what they want us to do.
Yeah, we'll just hold on.
Actually, if we could,
Actually, you want to?
why don't you have, do you want to sign these for us? Is it okay if he signs those for us so we can
Do you want me
recognize them?
to put them in any, like, 1, 2, 3, and 4,
No,
or you just
you
cover
can
them by the
just
numbers
initial them, sign them,
and the date?
and date them, and then we'll turn those over to Vasquez so we can copy them and send you copies, and then he'll properly receipt them over to Downs.
Okay. Do you want me to initial them or sign them?
Sign and date them for us, please.
Today's the 6th.
January 6th,
Yep.
2016. Oh yeah, 1616.
Can they take them back into there to Caesar in there for what they need to do?
Okay, so you're gonna take them back out to the holding cell? Do they need to? Okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a break. I'll go ahead and pause the recording, Mr. Wright, and I'll get you back there and let you take a restroom break, and then we'll restart when you come back.
Awesome, thank you.
All right?
John's fault.
It's 3:12 p.m.
That's okay.
Yes, time's 3:12. Recorder's back on.
It is not recording? I guess before you start asking questions,
Time's 3:17 p.m. That correct?
Time's, yes, thank you. Time is now 3:17 p.m.
I just want to make sure that, not that I guess it really matters much, but this whole thing was really brought to me as, you know, that was what this was all about with when Mark talked to me about it. It wasn't an issue of, like, he didn't bring it to me as it was about money. It was you know, he knows how I am. There's, you know, in most situations, or in any other situation, of even had anything to do with it at all, or even thought about it. Sorry. You know, you know, so this was really more about me being, you know, I don't even know how to actually say it, but, you know, I mean, it was just brought to me as, you know, really, I mean, this wasn't just something that was like, hey, do you want to make some money? You know, and really, I didn't really have any plans of getting any of it. Whatever he did was, you know, was with Jimmy, so I just felt like I needed to say that.
Well, let me go ahead and ask the first question, because it's kind of a big question. From what I've heard, it sounds like you're saying that while Mr. Rogers was killing, you weren't in the house.
I wasn't in the house. But I was there. I mean, I was.
I want you to understand that, and I know if I don't know your two lawyers very well, but I suspect that they've discussed this with you. I know that they have. If you have two guys that come to an area for the purpose of a murder being committed, and one guy provides operational details and information and provides access to a home, and the second guy actually goes and does the killing, that they're both just as guilty of a crime.
I understand.
And so, for purposes of our discussion, you, even if you're in the house, it doesn't change the nature of the case. You don't have to put yourself outside the house to say that you're not guilty or you're not as guilty. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if there's any chance whatsoever that you were inside that house when this murder was happening, now's the time to tell us. Again, we have a signed and sealed and delivered agreement here.
Yeah.
And so now's the time. What you don't want to happen is for these guys to go back and start poking around and to find out that you were in the house when you weren't. And you see how much they poked around now. And if I know them like I think I know them, they're gonna go and they're gonna want to find out whether or not you're telling the truth. So here's the chance. If you were in that house while the murder was happening, now's the time to tell us. Nothing's gonna happen to you. Like,
I understand.
We can't do anything to you.
No, I wasn't there when she was being killed. Well, I wasn't. I was at the house. I was in the house earlier. And like I said, I walked around over there. But I mean, there's no reason for two people to be in there. And then somebody needed to be outside to make sure, to be watching anyway, so, in case somebody came home, or somebody was outside when he was ready to leave, that kind of thing, so.
How would you have communicated that to him if you did see something?
With the phone. I still had the other phone with us down there. I didn't tear it up until after we got back.
And Mr. Rogers didn't have his own burner phone?
No, he was using his regular phone.
Ms. Ross, did you have any questions? Guys, questions?
You just answered that about the phone. During your trips to and from with the rental cars, how were you paying for gas?
Cash.
Cash?
Yeah. Mark had sent me some money before the trip down there. He had sent me some money. It was money that was the regular money that would have been for the tech support stuff. So it wasn't like he sent me extra money or anything. But he had just sent money down there. I believe that something that I read in one of those summaries said that there was an envelope from the medical center that was actually postmarked for later than what it was, for June 1st or something. That's the way Mark sent everything. That would have been what would have been in that envelope would have been the check from them. I think it was like $500. That's what I ended up using. So.
Did you cash out the whole $500, or did you take some in cash and deposit the rest somewhere?
No, I just cashed it.
Where did you cash it?
I think their bank is U.S. Bank. It's where the check was written from. I cashed it at one of those banks. I don't want to know which one.
If you can recall,
Yeah.
if there's something Maybe if you can't remember which one, maybe there's a landmark or something nearby.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Because I also have a U.S. bank account, and I can't be absolutely sure it was even a U.S. bank check. I mean, that should be something that's easy enough to verify.
Was a check made out to you?
Yeah, it was just made out to me.
And that was the same money that you used at Walmart?
Yes, yeah. So that money is what I used for the trip down. Mark also gave me some money when Angie and I were down for working on the house and putting in the security stuff. So the cost of that second trip was actually paid for as well. But that was for work I did. It wasn't just money handed to me.
How much did he give you?
I think it was like $300. It wasn't much, but that covered, like I said, for working on the house is what it was for.
Was that cash or check?
Cash.
Did anybody see him give you the money?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he gave it to me when we were like, I don't know. It may have been when we were in the car when I was trying to talk to him. It might be when he gave it to me, or right before we left. It was. I worked on the house the last couple of days we were down there, so. But at one point, like when we first got down there, everything was pretty chaotic. And Angie and I ended up staying in a hotel the first night we were down there and stuff. So he knew that that we needed money, and that it cost a couple $100 to drive down. So.
Other than the 2 area codes you provided, is there any other physical evidence you can think of?
There should have been video at the apartment complex, I would think. There was a camera that was there by the pool that faced the parking lot. I remembered seeing. At some point while we were down there, Jimmy had bought I don't know what you call those, a license plate, like a souvenir plate. I don't even remember what it was, but some kind of because down here you guys only have one license plate, but Missouri's got 2 plates, and so that plate was stuck on over the top of the other plate, or in place of the front plate on the car. And I actually didn't realize that he had done that. And I think when we stopped for gas on the way back, I noticed it and took it off. Put the regular plate back on it. Because like I said, I didn't want any reason to get pulled over. I don't remember if I changed it at the gas station or at the rest stop, but at some point I walked around the front of the car and saw it. So.
Why did he do that?
I guess to make it look more like a Florida car.
Did you or Mr. Rogers take anything from the house the first time you were in the house?
No, there was nothing. I didn't. I'm sure. Well, I can't be sure that he didn't pick something up, but if he did, I didn't know about it. And if it was, it had to have been something that fit in his pocket. So
when he returned,
I know he went through the drawers and things like that. So
when he returned out of the house the second time, I think you said he had a hammer in his hand.
No, he didn't have a hammer in his hand. He had his backpack that he took with him over there. He also had when he came back. So if there was something in the backpack, I don't know. The backpack got put in the trunk of the car, and And then, like I said, when we stopped, he threw stuff away. I actually thought he threw everything away, but obviously he didn't.
How was Jimmy dressed when he exited the house?
In his regular clothes. I don't remember what he was wearing, but it wasn't the suit. If that's what you're asking.
When you guys went into the Walmart, do you remember the items that you bought? You made a call. You made quite a few purchases when you were there.
I know I bought some water shoes. I think that's where I got them at. Jimmy bought a pair of shoes. The shoes that he had on were some kind of like, I don't know if they were shoes that he worked in or they were dress shoes or something, but it was something expensive the way I gathered it. And he wanted something that he could wear while we were running around down there. And like I said, there's some towels. And pretty much everything that we got was really, other than his pair of shoes, but I guess that kind of counts, was really for the beach. We bought 2 towels, and so I think he bought something for Taylor, a shirt or something.
What about the other items, the trash bags and lock pick set and all that?
Well, I don't know anything about a lock pit set. I didn't.
About tools.
Wouldn't even have known that Walmart sold a lock pit pick, but I don't know that. I don't remember any tools being bought. There were trash bags, but again, when you go to the beach, I always put stuff in trash bags when we're done to keep from getting sand all over everything. But so I didn't think anything about the trash bags. They were just like kitchen trash bags. They were plastic bags.
Did you have a toolbox on the back of your?
Yeah. I never travel anywhere without a toolbox. So, but it was a small plastic box with just wrenches and screwdrivers and stuff like that in it, just in case something happened. I'm not generally handy. I can fix most things. So, if we had car trouble, that was the idea. I've been doing that for a long time. I always keep a little toolbox in my car.
You spoke of earlier about Mark talking about his rare coins of value. Do you know anything about that?
As far as
were they taken?
Oh,
you know, if Jimmy ever took any?
I don't know. That was how Jimmy was planning on getting paid, so I don't know if they were taken or not.
Okay.
I know Mark said that there was nothing taken from the house in the report that I read. So, but again, I don't know that would have gotten reported because it probably wasn't something that was insured or that he would have wanted. I mean, Mark's one of those people that he doesn't put stuff in the bank unless he has to. So if something comes in cash, it stays in cash. Is kind of the general way that he works things. So
Did Mark tell you where he kept the coins in the house?
I don't remember talking to him about where he kept stuff at. I just know that he had them because we were talking about, he had me looking up stuff on some of the different coins to find out which ones were worth money. And then, like I said, a lot of the conversation he had directly with Jerry about the actual investing part of it, if he should buy gold or buy silver, and whether it should be bullion or coins.
So, if the coins weren't, it sounded to me like the coins weren't a definite means of payment for Mr. Rogers. So, how was he going to get paid for his services?
Well, Mark had said that, that there would, with the insurance money, and he said that it would, it could probably take a few months before he'd get it. the conversation with Jimmy about the coins was kind of something that happened. You know, I mean, Jimmy was around when we were talking about some of these coins and about collecting. You know, so I mean, he knew that Mark had them, and I knew that he had them. So it was, you know, that was, you know, when we were originally talking about it, because he's like, well, I don't want to wait 3 months to get paid, and you know, so the coins were kind of thrown in there as a way that it would actually be a robbery, and you know, said I don't know for sure. The coins are something that he could have had, and I would have never seen it.
Was there also an agreement between you and Mr. Rogers for you to pay him for his services, to pay him some of your share of the money?
Well, Mark and I never talked about any amounts of money. Jimmy thought that if he could get $10,000 out of it, that's what he wanted. So we did talk about that. Mark said that there was insurance money and stuff like that. So he probably was expecting more, but that's what he wanted out of it for doing it. So
go back before
when he first started asking me if I knew anybody, or you know, that I could find somebody. You know, he had said that, or I may have even asked him what he was, you know, what he thought it was for paying or something. And he said like you know, 100,000 or more. So like I said, I don't. There was never any set amount. And then, but he said that everything would be taken care of. You know, there was a lot of money, a lot of insurance money. So, you know, and then he said, I know Mark. He's always got money hidden somewhere. He's one of them people that dig holes in his backyard. So.
Has Mark Sievers had any direct or indirect contact with you, whether you were incarcerated after your arrest, whether you're incarcerated up in Jefferson County or down here, no. Either in person or through a mutual friend like your friend Tommy?
No. No, sure? As far as I know, no, I'm positive he hasn't contacted me.
He hasn't delivered any messages through anybody or anything?
No, no. Yeah, and I know Tommy hasn't talked to him, because I do talk to Tommy now and then still. I call him. You know, and he would have told me if Mark had called him, so I'm absolutely sure that and if Mark has tried to get a hold of me, whoever it was didn't put it through. So
how many times did Mark talk about this situation in front of Jimmy?
Well, I don't know that he talked about it directly in front of Jimmy at all. I mean, he didn't know Jimmy that well. They had just met, you know, at the wedding, so they were only around each other for a couple of days. You know, he asked me if I could find somebody, and you know, the less he knew, the better is kind of the way he looked at it. So he said he didn't want to know any details, and I kind of felt the same way, you know. But after I found out more about it, and after you guys talked to me, I wanted to know what happened. So.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I know that you're according to what you're telling us, you were looking out for her to come home or for somebody to come home while Jimmy was inside the house. Yeah. And then you tell us that Jimmy was caught off guard because she came home early. And I'm going to be honest with you, and this is what we do every day, and we talk to people. The entire time that you're talking to us, you appear sincere, and then when you talk about waiting outside and Jimmy not being in the house, your demeanor changes a little bit. And that could be me looking at you. I mean, it could be a number of things, but that would indicate to me that you're somehow trying to disassociate yourself with being inside the house. Not so much to be deceptive to us, but I think that you have also an emotional attachment. And I can tell by speaking to you right now that I'm correct in myself. Is that correct? Because we're here to be honest with each other.
Yeah,
I want you to understand, Mr. Wright, your situation doesn't change at all if you're in the house. It doesn't change anything.
yeah. But when we first got out of the car, I did go over there, but I was outside in case somebody came home or something. I wasn't part of actually what happened to her, so I mean, directly, I understand that I'm still responsible.
Well, if you're watching for cars to come down the street so that you can warn him, how did you not see her car come down the street to be able to warn him?
Well, I mean, it's not very far from the street to the house, so I mean, there really wasn't any chance. She pulled up, garage door open, she pulled straight in, so there really wasn't any chance of me warning him about that. When it was more, you know, if there were people walking, it was late at night, but if there were people walking on the street or something, you know, so that he didn't come out.
I think that
nobody's seen him. But
I'm not saying that you attacked her, but I think that you were in the house, and I think you helped Jimmy afterward. And it would be beneficial to us for you to explain that and what happened. Yeah. Because what you're explaining to us, the scene tells a different story. And this is not a technique, I'm being honest with you. Right? If I had to bet money, I would say that you were in the house, for sure.
I get this is uncomfortable for you.
It's very uncomfortable, but that's where we're at with it.
Do you need a break?
Yeah.
To talk to us?
Yeah.
Can we have a little bit?
Yeah, that's fine if you need a couple minutes.
Back to the holding cell, or?
Yeah, that'll be better.
That way you have your privacy.
Yeah.
Again, time is approximately
3:42.
3:42 p.m.
We're on again.
All right, we're back on the record. It's now 4:10 p.m. It's still January 6, 2016. We took a little break so Mr. Wright could talk to counsel, and everybody's present.
And Mr. Wright at this point is ready to answer any questions that you have regarding your last topic.
Okay, and just going back to being inside the house when everything occurred and situations like that, can you in detail describe to us exactly what happened? And I just want to just take a quick moment and just kind of explain to you, we're not here to pass judgment on you. We're collectively here for, you know, what can commonly be referred to as mutual benefit. You know what I mean? And you're not helping yourself at all. And you're definitely not helping us.
I understand.
And I understand because you're a human being and everybody makes a mistake. People have done far worse. We know what happened, but now we need the details to help each other accomplish what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
So just know that we're not here to judge you.
Okay. Before you ask questions, I'd like to revise what I said, and then you guys can ask more questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Everything is completely accurate up to when after we parked and went to the house. I did go to the house with Jimmy. Like I said, I was there. I was in the house. I did, most of the time that I was there, I was in the garage or at the side door, outside the side door. She did come home earlier than what we expected. She did catch us in the house. There was a huge struggle. She fought back, and go in the house, you know, when that was going on. Right. You know, really kind of after she had already been attacked, but I did go in. It seemed that, you know, either something had went wrong or that he needed help or something. So I did go into the kitchen when it was going on. I grabbed the other hammer that was there at the house, the one that was on the freezer. When I went in, but I wasn't the one that beat her to death. So you wanted to know? I mean, I was in the house. I wasn't in the house the entire time, but I was. I guess I wanted to believe that I had nothing to do with it.
And believe me, you're a human being. I understand that, but it's important that we're honest, no matter what you did or no matter what happened, because it's important to establish exactly, without doubt, what happened so that we can move on. And it's nobody's here to judge you at all. When Jimmy was in there and there was a struggle, what exactly happened during the struggle? And directly after what happened, like even down to her movements, where was there blood? Did she say anything? Was there any kind of conversation? What was her body movements when she went down, things like that?
Well, I wasn't standing there when all of it happened, so.
When you were there for some of it, though.
Yeah. I mean, she was hit from behind when she came through coming through that hallway. And then, I guess, in the kitchen, she turned around and fought back, so. I know that, she had her purse with her. The luggage that she had gotten out of the car was left in the garage, right in front of the door. So that stuff had gone through as well. I don't know if anything was taken from her wallet. I didn't.
Who went through it?
I don't remember anybody going through it, but if something was taken out of it, it had to have been Jimmy. I didn't.
What do you think could have been taken out of it?
Maybe money, I don't know. It's the only thing that I can think anybody would have wanted to take.
Did she say anything during the struggle? Was there any kind of conversation or anything?
No, I heard her say why. But that was, I don't remember really saying anything else.
Did you or Jimmy say anything to her while this was occurring?
No.
And just so I got this right, and stop me if I'm wrong, but to my recollection of the scene, you go through the garage door, then there's a door inside the garage that leads like into the laundry room, and then there's a doorway about approximately 3.5, 4 feet from there, which leads into the kitchen.
Yes.
And there's a pantry on the right.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes, but there's also in that hallway.
That's what I'm saying.
There's one in there as well.
So there's 2 doorways before you even get into the kitchen once you get through the garage door.
Yeah, on the right side.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there 2 there? I only remember 1, but there could be 2.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Once you get through the laundry room, you go from the garage, you walk through that laundry room where the washer and dryer is, and then it opens up into the kitchen.
Yeah, but in the laundry room, there's also a door on the right. That's where the computer equipment's at.
Oh, okay.
The router and
okay. I thought you meant the entryway.
Yeah, in that hallway. I guess you're calling it the laundry room. It's where the washer and dryer is. It's more like a hallway to me, but yeah, that little room.
Either way, in the hallway.
Yeah, that little room that's right
now.
there.
She gets home, and did she put her stuff down and walk in, and that's when she got hit, or did she bring some stuff in and go back out?
I guess she had her purse with her. like I said, she left the luggage in the garage.
Okay.
So,
And she had her purse with her, right?
I mean, yeah, she had her wallet and stuff. I saw the wallet in the house. I just didn't go through it.
Sure.
So,
Just make it clear, because you're still kind of, I guess. Where were you standing when she pulled in the garage? Where were you when she walked in the house? Where were you when Jimmy did what he did? And did you have any part in doing what Jimmy was doing? This is where he's trying to go. This is what they're interested in. And this is what we need to know and be clear for them.
yeah.
You know,
I thought that
helped
was,
Jimmy do this, or I didn't help Jimmy do this, or I saw Jimmy do this, or this happened. Like, very, very specific about what exactly happened.
And you're aware.
I don't care if you hit her 15 times with a hammer. It does not matter to me. I don't care. But I want to know if you did it, and how you did it, and what role you played in the struggle.
Yeah, said she caught us in the house. I guess. I must have been outside of the door at the garage when she went past. Jimmy was he had to have been in a pantry or something. I mean, I couldn't see in there, but when she went in, when she was going through the laundry room, I came in behind her, and Jimmy attacked her from the kitchen. I hit her I picked up the hammer that was laying in the garage.
On the freezer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't planning to have anything to do with it. But I did. And then Jimmy started hitting her over and over and over. I was in the kitchen. I saw what was going on. I didn't. And then I went outside. We both went outside. He was behind me. And then the outfit that he had on, I helped him get out of. Right outside the garage door, the side door. So. It was taped up, and his wrists and his feet, so I helped him to get the tape off and get out of it. Everything got put in his gym bag.
What were you wearing?
Just clothes. I mean, I didn't, like I said, I wasn't planning on actually doing anything, so
I just wanted, you're doing a good job at answering our question, but I want to be just a little bit more specific so that we don't miss anything. You were standing in the garage when the garage door opened and she pulled in?
Yeah,
at that point?
Because I had been going, like I said, I had been in through the side door, in and out of that side door.
And that's my question. What specifically were you doing? What was the reason for the movement in the house?
Because I was watching. I was kind of watching the gate and make sure there wasn't anybody outside on the sidewalk, whatever. I had kind of came and went, and I was watching, but I was also in the garage, back and forth in the garage.
And what is Jimmy doing in preparation for this?
Well, he went in the house and was looking for stuff. Obviously looking for the coins or whatever. So I don't know that there was really any preparation made. That was the one. I'm sorry, I actually left something out. the reason I was going back and forth was I was the one that pried the garage door open. So, that was part of it, was setting that stuff up ahead of time so it looked like it was broken into.
So you pried the side garage door ahead of time before she was ever home.
Yeah.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yeah, I had gloves on as well.
What clothing were you wearing?
I don't know.
Do you remember what shoes you were wearing?
Yeah, I had the water shoes on that I bought at Walmart.
Do you normally wear water shoes as footwear when you're not at the beach?
No.
So you bought those water shoes in preparation for that night?
Well, I bought them for the beach, so, but I had them on then, yes.
Okay. While you were prying the side garage door, how did Jimmy get taped all around, like you were saying, on his ankles and his wrists? Did you tape Jimmy up?
I don't think so. I'm almost positive that I didn't help him with that at all. I mean, you can tape yourself up. It is possible that I might have helped with the last one or something.
Well, that's what we're saying. It either did happen or it did not happen.
Honestly, I'm not trying to dodge. I'm being completely.
It's nothing changes here. We need to know, because we need to know that we can trust you with things that we already know.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Just tell us, yeah, I did hit her. I hit her with this, I did this, I helped Jimmy, or I didn't help Jimmy, just specifically, not, you know, I remember I could have, or you can possibly save yourself. He either did or he did. That's something that you should be able to prove.
We want your words. We're not here to...
Yeah, we're not trying to...
I understand. I mean,
we don't want you to tell us something.
That was kind of a traumatic experience. I don't...
It is, it's a lot, and I know it's hard to relive it, and that's why
I don't, and it's not just reliving it. I don't remember specifically him taping up, so, I mean, I'm not saying I didn't. I very well...
You just don't remember.
I don't remember, right? Yeah, I don't. I'm not trying to dodge the question. I'm really not.
We'll come back to this.
If it's questionable, then I would say yes, I helped him.
Before we get any further away from what was uncomfortable, because I understand what you're saying, how many times did you hit?
I don't know, just a couple. It was, you know, it was when it first started, and then Jimmy went berserk, so.
Sure. Do you remember what part of her face or head or body or anywhere that you hit her?
No, I really don't. I know the first time I was in the back of the head, because it was when she was walking into the kitchen.
So you struck first, before Jimmy?
Yeah, because I was behind her.
Did she fall down, or did she struggle or turn around, or?
Yeah, she struggled. She fought back. I didn't.
Did she recognize you?
I don't know.
Did she look at you in your eyes?
I had a full hat on and all of that, so.
Can you describe the hat?
It was one of those round ones that were to the beach, had the flap on the back.
Is it the one that was in back of your car, in the rental vehicle, the Elantra, the second one?
It's got the net top.
It was exactly like that, but no, it was gray instead of white. I think the one that was in the, I bought that when Angie and I were down there.
What'd you do with the one that you were wearing the night of that?
It would have been at the house. So.
Did you end up dumping it when Jimmy
I don't remember throwing it away.
Alright, so other than the large brim hat with the flap that goes down the back, were you wearing anything to cover your face?
No.
What did the gloves look like that you were wearing? Were they surgical gloves style? Were they leather gloves?
Oh, wait a minute. You know, I think I did buy some mechanic gloves at Walmart. I think, you know, like the leather mechanic gloves that, you know, I have a bunch of them. I wear them when I'm working on cars and digging and that kind of stuff.
So you have like More,
Yeah, I had
call it more
gloves on.
heavy duty protective gloves
Yeah.
versus like throwaway surgical gloves.
Yes. Yeah, they were mechanics gloves.
Mechanics brand.
I think that's what brand they were. But they're exactly like the ones that say mechanics. I don't know if mechanics is one that Walmart carries, but
Sure.
they got the padded, stuff in them for.
To deal with the, bumping your hands on whatever. Do you have anything covering your face?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember if you had a long sleeve or short sleeve? 'Cause I know Jim, you said he had a suit on, is what you said?
Yeah, one of those jumpsuits.
You didn't have a jumpsuit?
This is important.
I know it is. I want to make sure that what I tell you is accurate.
Yeah, just even if you need a second to think, but just please be honest with me.
Actually, I think I did have one of them on. I don't know that it was exactly the same, but I did have a, like one of those, I don't know what you call them, coveralls.
Were you taped up also?
No, I wasn't planning on being in there.
Okay. But being that,
Well,
I don't,
Wayne,
no, I know.
being honest,
I know what
you
you're
got a
saying.
jumpsuit on with a wide brim hat, you got gloves on, you plan on being in there, right?
I planned on being in the house.
Okay.
So I don't remember. I probably did as well. You're right. So, but I would have done it after we were at the house.
You would have done what?
I put tape on. So yeah.
I'm sure you both
so-
probably got dressed inside, right? Did you walk through the neighborhood wearing coveralls with wide brim hats, taped up, gloves on your hand?
I don't remember what he was wearing. I got dressed at the house, yes. So, and yeah. He got dressed at the house as well. And that was how it happened.
Do you remember how much time you spent in the house before she came home?
Half hour, maybe, at the most. May not even have been that long.
So you guys literally had time to get in, get dressed, and then you were caught off guard.
Yeah, because she came home earlier than what we thought she was going to be there. The time that I thought she was going to get off the plane is the time she got home. So it was a good 20-25 minutes off on the time. So, and that could have just been me from not remembering it accurately, or maybe I looked up the wrong flight. So,
yeah.
Well, when you say looked at the wrong flight, I thought that information was provided to you by Mark.
It was. He gave me where she was coming from and the airline, and so.
Okay. Just more specifically, and so that we don't lose our places, stay on track. You said that you came behind her, you took the hammer, you hit her with the hammer an unknown amount of times, several times at least. Does she fall down immediately and then Jimmy comes out of the pantry, or is she struggling and kicking and fighting?
She was still on her feet when Jimmy started hitting her.
And then what specifically happens from there?
As slow as possible.
As slow as
step by
possible,
step.
leading right up to the point to where she stopped moving.
Well, once he started hitting her, he said she was still on her feet. I don't. I mean, he kept hitting her until she was down, and then she kept moving. So he just kept hitting her.
Okay, now
And then once she was on the floor, he just kept bashing her head in.
when she's down on the floor, is he straddled over her hitting her, or is he standing up hitting her?
I mean, straddled, like, down on the floor.
Yeah, like, is he, like, sitting on top of her hitting her, or is he hunched
was
over
leaned
her hitting her?
Yeah, he was leaned over.
And the amount of blood and things like that are occurring, where do you see the blood? Where is the blood going?
I didn't see blood anywhere except where she was bleeding on the floor. That was one of the things I do remember, because it surprised me that there wasn't more blood.
Can you motion to me exactly how he was hitting her? Can you kind of mime it out for me, like, and show us the
Overhand, or was it like short?
like how he actually did it?
It's
No, I mean, they were full swings. That's what you're...
Like, yeah, that's what I mean. If you can, like, just show us literally how he did it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, because when she wasn't standing up, she was kind of bent over, but
Yeah.
before she actually went down. And I'm not sure about the first times that he hit her. I mean, she was standing up, so he would have had to hit her, over the top. But once she was going down, I remember the hammer being all the way out, kind of behind him as he was swinging it.
So basically a full swing.
Yeah.
And now once she's down on the ground, I assume she's laying face down at this point, because I mean that's
It's hitting her in the back of the head. Yeah.
When she's down on the ground, when you explain that she's moving, is it a twitching movement, like her legs are twitching, or is she still, like, actively alive and moving?
No, she was making noises. So I mean,
what kind of noises?
like she was trying to say something. I'm sure that she wasn't at that point, but
Did Jimmy say anything?
I don't remember anything being said.
So now, once she's finally dead, you guys are, what actually made you know that she's dead? At what point did you decide that that's it, she's gone? Or I'll rephrase it. What was the indication to you that it was time to stop hitting her and move on?
I turned around before he did. So I don't know if I maybe I said something like that's enough, or maybe I'm honestly, I'm not sure. It was kind of a blur. It was.
But either way, at some point you were both satisfied that she was dead.
Well, yeah. I mean, he wouldn't have stopped hitting her. I mean, that's what he said. He kept hitting her until he was sure. But I mean, when I turned around, I mean, it was. I mean, he had hit her over and over while she was already down. I mean, and I actually think that once he started to walk away, then he ran back and hit her one more time. And I remember the sound that, I mean, it was.
What does it sound like?
Like somebody smashing a pumpkin or something.
Now, once she's dead, what exactly do you do from there? What is your plan? Because, like, what exactly do you do now with the hammers and other things there?
I don't know. I think I dropped mine. I know that when I kicked the dog bowl over, the dog's water bowls are like right as the kitchen opens up. They're right there on the wall to the right, and And I kicked them over before in the past when I was at the house. I mean, they're right when you're walking. And I do remember that I knocked the dog bowls over when I was coming in. When I came in behind her, I kicked the dog bowls over. So I think there was a lot of water on the floor as well. But I think I just dropped my hammer. I don't know what he did.
Can you describe the hammer to us?
I can't. I don't know. It was just something. I picked it up. It was at the house. It wasn't.
So if there was a hammer laying on the floor in the kitchen, would it be safe to say that that's the one that you most likely dropped there by the dog bowls?
Yeah, if there was only one in the kitchen, I would say that was probably the one I had.
Did you remember what kind of hammer Jimmy had? You mentioned something about a ball peen hammer.
That's not what he used, though.
That's how he used it?
Yeah, he used a hammer. He always carries a ball peen hammer with him. The hammer that he used was, I mean, they were both claw hammers, if that's what you're asking, what kind of hammer. But
yeah,
they were both normal hammers that we would have in any toolbox. So
The hammer that he used, did he bring it there, or is it something there that he used?
It was a hammer he found at the house. So
why didn't you guys bring any tools to kill her with?
I definitely wasn't planning on killing her with a hammer. I mean,
Would you plan on killing her with?
I didn't really have an idea. Honestly, I didn't bring a gun.
Wait.
I didn't have a knife.
Wait, you planned out a homicide with someone.
But I also left it up to Jimmy. So
Right. Then why did you strike first?
She caught us off guard. So
Why didn't you let Jimmy have his opportunity to strike first?
Do you remember with her wallet and things like that, and the way that you guys laid out the wallet? Do you remember?
Yeah, I didn't touch the wallet. I'm sure that I didn't haul it out. I don't know if he did or if it's just how it landed. I know she dropped her purse, so
At any point, who used the sink?
it wasn't me. I wouldn't have used the sink. You talking about the one in the kitchen or the one in the hallway?
The one in the hall.
I don't know. I didn't.
Why don't you know any of these things?
Well, I can't. I didn't see it, so I don't know it. I didn't do it, but I also wasn't watching him the whole. He was in the house.
What about the
without
bucket
me.
under the sink?
So
The bleach bucket.
I don't know. I didn't see a bucket.
Let's do this. After you dropped the hammer, what did you do next? In your own words,
Went
as much
straight out.
detail.
Went straight out the door.
So you left the kitchen area and went where?
Through the hallway, out into the garage.
And what?
Her suitcase was sitting outside the garage, so that got opened up, and
Who got it opened up?
I did.
Okay.
So I opened the suitcase. I think I just tossed it and threw some stuff out of it or something.
Did you take anything out of it?
No, in the garage door I had already pried open, so I mean, when it was over, I went straight out the door. Got out of the clothes right there outside the side door. So
Do you have blood on you at all?
I didn't see any. It was dark though.
What about Jimmy?
I didn't see it. Both, the clothes all came off right outside the door there.
And what'd you do with him? Like, at that point, did you wrap him up? Did you just carry him in your arm?
The gym bag, or in that backpack.
So everything that you had, the gloves and the hats and the suits and everything went into that bag that Jimmy originally brought with him?
Yeah.
Did you ever have the cooler inside the house that Jimmy brought with him?
No.
And just for the record, now that we're being 100% honest now, what was in the cooler specifically?
Well, the cooler was in the trunk.
Yeah.
So what I saw, I think, was, well, I saw gloves, a box of gloves in there. Those were also gloves from his work.
Okay.
They were those, I don't know what they are, like purple. I think they're purple latex.
Are they the kind of glove that ends
thick
at
ones.
the wrist, or do they exceed past the wrist?
No, they were longer. I don't remember how long.
But they're still like the kind of latex gloves?
Yeah, but they're thicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that they use for the chemicals and stuff where it works.
And you had originally mentioned that Jimmy used a crowbar to make it look like somebody had forced entry into the house.
I did.
That's you did.
No, that's what I said
Okay.
earlier.
I remember you said maybe Jimmy threw it out the window or something to that effect.
Yeah.
I apologize.
That is what happened to it.
The crowbar.
And now
You're saying the crowbar got thrown out of the window?
Yeah.
which leads me into, at the scene, there was a flat bar. You know what a flat bar is? You do a lot of, like,
Yeah.
there was a flat bar left there. Did you intentionally leave that there to make it appear that that was the one, or?
No. And I thought that was what got thrown out the window. Was it in the house, or was it out by the garage, or?
Can you explain the crowbar?
Because the reason I'm asking is it may have been something that was already at the house.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can you just explain what you used to
Yeah, it was
pry the door?
There's you're calling it a flat bar. That's, I guess, what it is. It's about this wide. It's about that long. It's got a 90 at one end and a flat at the other.
It's thin,
So,
right?
Yeah, they're about
That's why they call it.
Did it have any coloring on it that you remember?
I think it was blue.
So,
I think
Yeah.
it was like a, what is that brand? Like Cobalt or something is blue. It may have been one of those.
once you leave the house, now you go back in the car. Now, do you guys just hightail it and start going home, or do you stop somewhere else somewhere?
No, we left right from there.
And who's driving? Do you remember?
I think I drove first.
Do you remember the route that you took? You don't have to give me the roads if you don't remember them.
I don't remember roads.
Did you get on 75, or did you take a smaller road? Did you go straight to the highway? Did the GPS
Well,
tell you to do it?
75 is the main road north, right?
Yeah, that's like the big
Okay.
highway. That
So there was a road when we came out of the apartment building. We made a left instead of a right back to the main road. We went left, and then I don't know, the GPS it showed the route. I
So
can't
that's my
remember
question.
if there
Did the
was a little
GPS
turn.
lead you there, or did you know how to get there?
No, I didn't know. Yeah, the GPS took us out because when we came in, we got off at the main road
Yeah.
that runs down to the beach.
Okay.
But when we left, we went out the opposite way. Well, not the opposite way, but from the other side. And it was small road. It was like a little 2-lane road. They went out, and then we got on the highway there. So it would have probably been one exit south of the Bonita.
And you didn't actually discard any items or throw anything out the window or anything until your first stop northbound, is that correct?
Yes.
And you remember,
It was a rest stop. I'm almost positive it was a rest stop was our first stop. And
specifically, why did you stop there? Did you stop to get gas, or did you stop to rest, or stop to clean the car?
well, it would have been to clean out the car. I mean, we had a lot of garbage and stuff in there anyway, but obviously one of the main reasons would have been to make sure that any of the clothes got thrown away.
Naturally, did you throw them in a dumpster or like a trash can or something?
It was I don't know, they're like 50-gallon trash barrels.
Oh, like the big barrels?
Yeah, I think that's what they are. They got the flap on them. I think that's what was at the press stop.
And who actually threw the items out?
Well, I threw stuff away,
Okay.
trash out of the car, and then he threw stuff away too. And it was two different trash cans, so what I assumed he threw away was the clothes he had on, but from what it sounds like, he brought those back with him. And I didn't.
Are you confident that the clothes that you were wearing definitely got thrown away?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you also mentioned the phone at that point. Did you get rid of the phone, or did you do it well before?
No, the phone, actually the phone, I didn't get rid of my phone until we were back in Missouri.
And at what point did you actually get rid of the phone once you were back?
Oh, right when we got off the highway to head over to Jimmy's house. I can't remember what the exit is, but it would have been, it's the way that the Garmin took us, so.
And after this happened, and before you got rid of the phone, did you contact Mark or try to contact Mark at all?
No, Mark had already gotten rid of his phone when they went out of town. I kept mine until we got back. The only contact that I'm aware of that had anything to do with me or Mark was, and it was before I got arrested, but I had sent him a text just saying, I don't remember exactly what it said, but saying, like, you know, I know your lawyer told us not to talk, but I just wanted to make sure it was something along those lines. It was from my phone, so it should have been in there when you guys got the phone, so.
And he had never...
But it was from my normal phone to his normal phone, so, and he didn't respond, which I didn't expect him to.
And in between the time of the murder, because remember, we didn't come talk to you for a while after this happened.
It was the day after we got back, but yeah, because we left the day after I got back the first time.
Naturally,
right?
you have a day. Did you have any kind of correspondence with him? Did you talk to him at all about this?
No. Mark made it clear that there was to be no talking about it after it happened. That no communication, you know, never to be mentioned again. Was adamant about that, so, which is why when I said that when we were down at the funeral, I did try to talk to him once when I had a minute alone with him, and he didn't want to talk about it at all. So.
And as far as this phone number that you were using, do you have any possible way that you can reclaim the number or remember the number or find the number?
There's no way I could remember it, and like I said, I never called it, so. It was stored in the phones.
So
there's, I mean...
Did you communicate via text, or did you just usually just call each other and talk on the phone?
It was mostly talk, but I said when the, you know, if there were texts, it was, you know, I think almost all of it was actual talking. I did text him the phone number when I first got the phone, so that he had it.
Did you?
And there may have been other ones.
I have a question about the phone. Did you ever have to get additional minutes? Can you tell them about how the phone worked and whether or not you had to put
phone that I
on it?
had, you know, I got like one of those 100-minute cards for $10, and they're only good for 30 days. It was beyond the 30 days, so whatever point that was before I went to Florida, before Jimmy and I went to Florida, I did have to get more minutes for it, so I don't know.
If you were shown phone records that maybe had the number on it, would you think you could be able to identify it?
Well,
your number at least?
Well, it was, like I say, it was a 901. I'm pretty sure that it was a 1, but it was definitely like a 90 area code. So.
Is there anything that you can think of, or something that you kept, or some kind of fail-safe you kept in case things didn't happen the way that they were supposed to, and that you would be able to use against Mark later? No. Which is common in transactions like this. Can you think of anything that you forgot or anything you overlooked, that any physical document or the check that he sent you or anything like that?
I mean, you know, the check, he would have wrote in the memo that it was for work. But it was a check from the office, so,
But if you looked at the check, would you be able to identify it as the check that you cashed, knowing, being that Mark told you that these funds were obviously to come down here and do what happened?
well, I would know it because of what was written in the memo. It said like June to December or something like that, support. So, I mean, I don't know. There has to be a record from his bank, from, you know.
No, and that's what I'm asking you. If you were shown a picture of that check,
Yeah, I would know
copy
by
of that
this
check,
memo. Yeah.
you would know that check and what it was used for.
Yes,
And how do you know that that money was supposed to be used for what it was used for?
because I didn't, well, I mean, for one thing, he sent it before it was due.
Well, basically what I'm asking is, did Mark specifically tell you that that's what the money
I told him I needed money. Yeah.
But did he know that it was to kill?
Yeah, I mean, it was money for the trip, so I guess, you know, it was money for the trip to kill her, yes. It wasn't separate money for doing it, but
Was it the night of your wedding or the night before that you spoke with Jimmy and Mark about what the semi-plan was?
no. I talked to Mark. Well, it was the wedding day when Mark and I were going to get the meat.
Right.
When he and I talked, not just, but the whole thing. I mean, we talked multiple times during that day, but that's when the plans were made. I didn't talk to Jimmy about it because at the point when I talked to Mark, I just told him that I'd see what I could do. I didn't tell him that I was going to do it or help him. And like I said, I delayed. I didn't get the phone right away. I mean, this wasn't just a I'm on board kind of a thing. It was and it wasn't until after I got the phone and talked to Mark, he gave me more information about, like, you know, the office and the house. You know, as far as like this, what he had in mind as far as it happening when she left work. It wasn't until after that I talked to Jimmy, and you know, I don't remember the dates, but it was after. It was after the 17th, because that's when I got the phone, my phone.
After May 17th is when you
So
talked to Jimmy?
It would have been after May 17th when I talked to Jimmy.
How many times do you think you talked to Mark to go over details and plans?
Well, different parts of the plan, probably a dozen times.
How much money was promised to Jimmy? Because I understand what you said earlier when you said Jimmy said he hoped to get around $10,000 worth of valuables from the house. But these transactions don't occur with just hopes. So what did you say to Jimmy?
Well, I honestly didn't tell Jimmy an amount. I mean, the 10,000 was talked about because he wanted money immediately.
Did he bring that number up? Or did you?
Well, it was when we were talking about what the coins and stuff were worth. That was the number that I had come up with from doing the research for Mark. So, and that was discussed with Jimmy because initially it was 3 months before he was going to get any money. It was just, you know, I know that you're saying that it doesn't happen without detailed amounts of money talked about, but it wasn't. I mean, Mark and I have been friends since we were kids. Like I said, this was about, to me, this wasn't about money. For Jimmy, it was about money.
So what did you tell Jimmy to get him to buy in? And 3 months, Mark will get insurance money and then you'll get paid, or what? Because I'm putting words in your mouth right now.
Yeah,
but I don't want to do that.
No,
I want to know what
when
you
we
said.
originally talked about it, it was 3 months, you know, insurance money. He knew that he was going to get paid out of insurance money.
What do you say about that?
Well, he said he didn't want to have to wait that long, but you know, it is what it is. I think is kind of one of those things he says. But, and then the stuff with the gold and silver came up, and then that kind of became, you know, immediate money. So I mean, I'm sure that he was expecting more once the insurance came through, but we really didn't talk about amounts.
You and Jimmy had quite a bit of correspondence after this all happened, and especially when we started coming around up in Missouri. At any point did he start pressing you, wondering where the money was, or want to talk to Mark or anything like that?
No. He did say at one point that if Mark didn't pay him, that he would kill Mark. So,
Did you ever request to take a meeting with him and Taylor Showmaker about our visit to them?
Well, I did go to their house and talk to them. I think that was after you guys had been
The first time we were there.
But I had asked him to get together with him, and we met at the bar.
Tell me about that.
Was Hub's Pub there in Bonne Terre, which is the town my parents live in. So it's right there. That was before we got the house put back together where we could stay there. And so I was working on my mom and dad's house for them, just putting drywall up in their basement. So we had been staying there at mom and dad's. We were there for a couple weeks, so it would have had to have been probably within a couple weeks when you guys were at the house, whenever I got together with them. So.
And what was the conversation about?
Well, about what happened, just letting him know that, you guys were at the house, and I kept him outside so we could talk, and we talked about really just kind of talked about it. We didn't talk hardly at all on the way back from Florida. I mean, it was kind of we didn't talk much. I know it's a long trip, but I mean, we were both really tired. We drove down there, pretty much nonstop on the way back. One of us was sleeping pretty much the whole time the other one was driving, so, and neither one of us were very talkative. He was really freaked out.
Why?
Well, over what happened. I don't know why, if he's supposed to be somebody that did this all the time. But he was...
How'd you feel?
I don't...
Be honest, if you think that she was a bitch, then maybe she was, and that's the way it is. But like when we look at the video of you guys coming back, and we watch you walk in and you're smiling, and Jimmy walks in, he's smiling, he's flirting with the girl at the counter and stuff like that. That doesn't look like two guys that didn't talk much during the car, or two guys that were so freaked out they didn't know what was going on. It was literally business as usual.
Well, I didn't say I was freaked out. I said he was freaked out. I was kind of numb, I guess. I don't really know what I felt.
I believe that to some extent, and it was, it's probably surreal. You're sitting there and you're probably asking yourself, did this just happen? Because in retrospect, it is a major event. I'm sure, every Tuesday you don't go out and kill somebody, but at some point, somebody's got to relax, and especially Jimmy, I think, because I can even tell from talking to him, he feels nothing, and he's literally dead on the inside. So I don't think, he was probably scared maybe, and maybe some adrenaline's pumping, but by the time you guys made it to where you're going, you had to have spoken. Because I can see you literally on the video
Yeah, I mean,
interacting.
I mean, we talked some, we just didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about what happened. And we didn't really talk a whole lot anyway. I mean, like I said, I mean, we were sleeping, you know, when the other one was driving for the most part. I mean, I'm not saying we didn't speak. I don't think that, I don't think that that's, you should have gotten what I said to mean that we didn't talk at all. I mean, we didn't talk about it. You know,
So after all this is done and you have these legal problems and things like that, Mark makes no attempt whatsoever to contact.
No, Mark and I
didn't call anybody or say anything.
No, we didn't talk. I didn't speak to Mark after we came back from Florida. After Angie and I came back from Florida.
Did Jimmy ever make any inquiry into this as to everything that's going on, and Mark's just kind of maintaining just status quo, is like living his regular life, going to the beach and going out to dinner? And...
No, I mean, I don't think Jimmy thought he had anything at all to worry about until he got arrested. So,
right. I'm just talking from a financial standpoint.
Well, he was expecting it for it to be months. Anyway, he knew he was waiting on the insurance, and he knew that you guys had talked to Mark, which was going to delay it. So,
On that Sunday, the night you came home, during the day, did you speak with Angie?
I didn't have my phone.
She had your phone.
I don't remember talking to her.
She called Jimmy's phone.
Yeah, was that on Sunday? Mm-hmm. Okay, well then...
Tell me about that conversation.
I don't remember talking to her, that's what I'm saying.
So Jimmy talked to her?
No, it probably was me. I don't know what the conversation was. So, it wasn't anything to do with, I mean, she had no idea, so, I mean, she wouldn't have known what was going on. She thought I was going to work, so.
With these phones, these prepaid phones that you guys were using, is there anything in the text messages that would indicate, and have you guys ever spoken anything like via text message, or was everything pretty much?
I think the majority of it was talk.
So the contents of your text message wouldn't sway anything either way, or?
Well, I don't remember what was texted and what was talked about. I'm sorry, I don't.
But when you were texting, if between Mark and you, you and Jimmy, did you have a texting code, using a code word that might have been set up prior to this so that everybody would know what the topic is? Although you have throwaway phones, you're still going to talk about the murder. So what codes, if any?
No, the only thing that was ever texted on the, I thought I said that actually. That,
you might have.
Was using the word other is how Mark wanted to let me know that he needed to talk to me.
Describe a text from Mark when he uses the term other.
He would just say something that had the word other in it. I think, I don't know, at one point I think he even put parentheses around the word, or not parentheses, right?
Quotations.
Quotations, yeah. I think that was something about brother from another mother, which actually is something that we've said our whole lives. We've referred to each other that way, but in that context, with the quotes around it, it's a little... and anything else would have been referred to something about, you know, get a hold of me about the other stuff or something like that. It was... Other was the only word that...
I'm going to ask you just a specific reference what we're talking about, text messages. When Mark sent you a message basically saying that he wanted to speak with you and it wasn't about you or it wasn't about Angie, but he wanted to speak with you, was he specifically talking about when you guys, at the wedding?
Yeah. because that's everything that we talked about. Well, like the first Saturday when we talked at the house, there wasn't, it was, and then I think there was probably another conversation that same day that may have got into it a little deeper. But then on Sunday morning is when it really, when, you know, he came straight out. And every time that we talked about it, it got more, you know, more direct. So, and then, you know, like I said, when we were in the car, because it was, you know, like, you know, what are the options? And he said that the only option was for her to, you know, to get killed. So.
What was taken from? I'm sorry. What was taken from the house?
Wait a second. I think there's something there, Ms. Parker.
Yeah, there's two things that I would like him to talk about that they just haven't been asked about, but.
On the way back, at one point, and I think it was the same place that we stopped on the way in when we come down that racetrack or something. I think that was that was one of the places that we stopped on the way up to get gas, and you know, it was the Garmin. It was in the Garmin when you're driving. You say, you know, go to the nearest gas station, and that's where it took us to. Their sign was on, but when we got off the exit, you know, everything down there was like blacked out. You know, everything was boarded up, and I don't know what was going on at that exit, but but it was the gas station was all lit up. The sign was on. So we'd actually pulled in to get gas, and they didn't turn the pump on. Jimmy got out and actually went to the window to pay for it, and was standing there and knocking on the window and stuff, and they just completely ignored him. And finally he got aggravated when he come back to the car. He called them. He called them and asked them if they were open, and they said no, and he yelled at them. I don't remember what he said, but something about turning their damn sign off or something if they're not open. But so, I mean, that had happened. There would have been a text at some point, and it would have been on the other phones about the codes for the garage and all that would have been on there, and he would have texted, because I have trouble remembering things like that. And so there was a note that would have been, that message would have been saved so that I could go back and look at it if I needed to remember what they were. So
when he mailed you the number for the other phone, what'd you do with it? Did you keep it? Is there any chance you kept it?
I doubt it.
Put it in a file or something?
No, I'm sure that was thrown away. Probably tore up and thrown away.
When you activated the phone, did you activate it online, or did you call the number?
No, they did it at Walmart. That's why he told me to go to Walmart, because they activated it. So there was no...
Did you have a receipt or anything? Did you keep a receipt?
No, I'm sure I did.
When you purchased it, did you have to purchase it in your own name?
No, that's the thing about these phones, is they're completely anonymous.
Okay. I'll make sure.
Yeah.
And you paid, how did you pay for it?
Paid cash, so...
Where did you end up throwing it away?
At the car wash. When we got back, when I got off the highway to go to Jimmy's house, it was at that car wash where we vacuumed out the car. And, it was thrown away in that trash can.
Is everybody just about ready to wrap up?
I have two things left, and that's it.
Okay.
First, all the planning that went into this, but then you guys intentionally didn't bring any weapons. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want anything in the car that we could get in trouble for. So
How'd you know about all the hammers that would be in the house?
we didn't. When we went to the house that morning, is when he went through the toolbox and And he even made a comment about when he picked the hammer up, he even made a comment, was like, you know, like, how convenient, you know, my weapon of choice or something. So.
And just to confirm, because I don't know if we ever asked it directly, when you came in and hit from behind, where was Jimmy at that moment? Was he hiding somewhere? Was he standing next to you? Where was he?
No, he was hiding somewhere. Like I said, I don't know if it was if he was just in the kitchen, or if he was, you know, in that pantry or where, because as soon as we went into the kitchen, he was there. So, you know, I don't know if he was in the door or just standing there waiting, you know, around the corner, or I'm really not sure, because I was coming from behind her. So,
my last question: what do you think Jimmy's gonna say to us?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, that's what happened.
You're comfortable with everything you said today?
Yeah. I mean, there's not any more to it. I mean,
That's kind of an important question, because Jimmy Ray's lawyers may have already done the same thing with us, or they may be planning to do the very same thing with us. So,
I mean, everything that I told you is what happened. I mean,
There's nothing you want to revise.
No, I didn't. I mean, we were, you know, I told you I was there. I mean, you know, I did hit her too. So.
Just a question I had.
I'm not trying to blame it all on him.
What was taken from the house?
I don't know if there was anything taken. Jimmy was in the house when I was out there, messing with the door and stuff. He was in the house looking for stuff. He was in the house when we were there that morning, also looking around. I wasn't next to him, so I don't know of anything being taken. If there was something taken, it was small enough that it either went in his backpack or in his pocket. So,
Ms. Ross, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, just a few last comments, and we'll wrap things up. Mr. Wright, one thing that I want to make, that I feel like I have to say this. I don't really have to, but I feel like I have to say this. Whatever happens with this process, it's our job to make sure that you get a fair trial, just like it's their job. The difference is, these two are sworn to secrecy, okay? If they tell anybody what you have told them, they could lose everything. Nice suit, nice tie. And one thing, like I said, I don't know them very well, but I get the impression they're both very competent attorneys. And I'm a little concerned that you haven't fostered the relationship with them that you need to foster, okay? Because you came today and you told us that you didn't go in the house. And then you told us that you did. And you told us you stayed in the garage. Then you told us you didn't stay in the garage. And you told us that you didn't hit her. And then you said that you did hit her. You see where I'm going with this? And I know that your attorneys wouldn't have wanted you, if they knew the truth, they wouldn't have wanted you to come in here and say anything other than that.
right.
Okay? Whatever happens from here on in is your destiny. Okay? What's going to happen as from this process is, the first thing that's going to happen is consideration. We're going to sit down and we're probably going to listen to the recording, watch the video again, bounce it around the state attorney's office and decide what we're going to do. And then we'll bounce it off with the sheriff's office and figure out what we're going to do. Okay? If we do decide that we want to pursue this relationship more, then we'll reach out to your attorneys and say, okay, here's what we'd like to do, and we'll probably convey a plea offer. All right? Or we could contact them and say, listen, we don't trust Mr. Wright, and we don't think we can trust him, and we don't think we can present him as a credible witness, and we could say we're done. We could say that as well. I don't know what's going to happen. I still have an open mind. However, if we do want to engage in a plea, we will convey a plea offer, and then they're going to come talk to you about it. You may not like the plea offer, so you may say, no, I'm not doing it. Okay? You could say, okay, we'll do it. If we do, then there'll be another visit. We're probably at a different venue. We'll we'll draft a plea agreement, be a really long plea agreement, and we'll go over it ad nauseum and in detail, and they'll have it beforehand as well. And if we do agree to have that plea offer, everybody's gonna sign. There will be a plea. You'll probably be polygraphed. You may be polygraphed more than once. And there'll be a much longer and more detailed, today was nothing. Today was easy. Okay? There'll probably a much longer and much more detailed interview.
That's actually what I was gonna say when you were talking about that, about everything being, that's why I didn't know if you would do that anyway, but that's what I was gonna say, was I'm more than willing to take any kind of a polygraph or voice analysis, whatever those things are that they're using now. So,
well, you might have failed one today. And if you were being polygraphed today, you might have failed. And failing a polygraph is pretty much bounces up the plea agreement. Okay?
Yeah.
And you understand what I'm getting at,
Yeah.
Mr. Wright?
I've been completely, there's nothing being hidden. I had problems. I wasn't the one that dealt the killing blows.
Well,
I understand
I'm going to interrupt you right there. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you this question. This is the $10 billion question. Okay? And if you want to talk about it with Mr. Sconzo and Ms. Parker, I know they'll talk to you about it. Is there anything that you want to change? Because if there is, now is the time to do it. You may not get a chance. This may be your last. This is the $10 billion question, Mr. Wright. I want you to think about it. Is there anything that you said to us today that you know you need to change?
No, there's not. That's what we talked about back there. I understood that. That's the reason that I revised it. And there's nothing more to it. I had. I don't know. I struggled with admitting that I was in the house or that I hit her. That was my stumbling block. I realized that, like you said, there's nothing to gain by me not being completely honest with you, and I was.
Along the same vein as what Mr. Hunter is saying, don't minimize your role in any way, shape, or form. Everything on the table right now.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we got through this today, because as had this happen, if we move forward, that all goes away, and then there's no going back.
No.
And you made the decision that we're going to try and move forward with this. Might as well give it 100%, because it is what it is. People are people. Everybody makes mistakes, but you made the mistakes, and now you've agreed to be honest with us and tell us what happened.
And that's what was discussed, obviously, and that's the reason there was a revision. So just understand that there was some things that he was very troubled with, he's been troubled with, and he just needed a little help
Just to get past it.
crossing the finish line.
Okay, $20 billion.
Oh, now we got...
Is there anything that you said that you want to change?
No, anything that I needed to change, I've already changed.
Okay. All right, we're gonna wrap things up. What I will say is also one of the quickest ways that a defendant can find himself in deep trouble at trial is for his lawyer not to know things that they should have known before trial. And that's just I've seen that happen. I've been the prosecutor trying the case, and something happened at trial that the lawyer could have known had their client told them, and it didn't. And they lost a trial and they went to prison for a long time. Again, just some advice as the prosecutor. you need to foster a good relationship with your lawyers. They have to trust you, and you need to trust them. Ms. Ross, anything?
Nothing.
Ms. Parker, Mr. Sconzo, anything?
Nothing more.
I will commend you. You did an excellent job.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, well, we'll get the transport officer, and I'm going to go ahead and pause to stop the tape. The time is now 5:23 p.m.
Some of the best interviews that I've seen. You guys did a very good job.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Closer to you, Mr. Wright.
We record.
For the record, this is Assistant State Attorney Hamid Hunter. Today's date is Friday, February 18th, 19th. The time is approximately 1:29 p.m. Present here in the interview room with me is Elizabeth Parker, one of Mr. Wright's attorneys. Ms. Parker, can you please identify yourself for the recordings?
Elizabeth Parker on behalf of Curtis Wainwright.
Also present is Curtis Wainwright, who's present for an interview. Mr. Wright, can you please identify yourself for the recordings?
I'm Curtis Wainwright, Jr.
And present is Attorney Joe Sconzo, Mr. Wright's other attorney. Mr. Sconzo, can you please identify yourself for the recording?
Joseph G. Sconzo on behalf of Mr. Wright.
And also present is SA Investigator Anthony Vasquez. Investigator Vasquez, please identify yourself for the recording.
State Attorney Investigator Anthony Vasquez from the Homicide Unit.
Present from the Lee County Sheriff's Office is Sergeant Mike Downs. Sergeant, can you please identify yourself for the recording?
Sergeant Mike Downs, Lee County Sheriff's Office.
And finally, Sergeant David Levitt is also present. Sergeant Levitt, can you please identify yourself for the recording?
Sergeant David Levitt, Lee County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, the reason why we're here, the occasion of why we're all here is that, Mr. Wright, I'm informed that you have had discussions with your attorneys about a plea offer that's been made, and that you're interested in not only accepting a plea offer, but entering into a plea agreement with the state regarding your cooperation. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the plea agreement basically involves you cooperating with the state, cooperating with the sheriff's office, and then going to prison for 25 years.
Yes.
Right? And you're agreeing to do that?
Yes.
All right. One of the things that I have to do is I'm going to read you this plea agreement and waiver of rights. my understanding is you've got a copy of it there with you?
Yes, I do.
And you've had a chance to go over it with Mr. Sconzo and Ms. Parker?
Yes,
And did you get a chance to ask them any questions about it and get those questions answered?
I did.
All right, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it to you from beginning to end, and then when I get to the end, we'll move on to signing the document. The documents is in the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in and for Lee County, Florida, criminal action, State of Florida versus Curtis Wayne Wright Jr., case number 15 CF 00064, plea agreement waiver of rights. This is an agreement by the State of Florida by Stephen B. Russell, State Attorney for the 20th Judicial Circuit, by and through the undersigned Assistant State Attorney Hamid N. Hunter, and by one Curtis Wayne Wright Jr., hereinafter referred to as defendant. This agreement related to certain negotiations undertaken by the parties hereto and is in confirmation of those negotiations. Do you understand what I've read so far?
Yes, I do.
The defendant has been charged in case number 15 CF 674 with second-degree murder. The defendant understands that the charge of second-degree murder carries a maximum potential sentence of life. The defendant hereby agrees to enter, and the State of Florida will accept a plea of guilty to all charges in 15 CF 00674. The defendant will be adjudicated on this count for which he pleads, subject to the terms and conditions set forth below. The State shall defer filing of additional charges against the defendant for his involvement in the acts arising from and resulting in the death if the defendant abides by all the terms and conditions of this agreement. Do you understand what I've read you so far?
Yes, I do.
The sentencing shall be deferred due to the investigation of the homicide-related prosecutions, if any, co-defendants and related acts. Sentencing may be commenced at any time if the defendant violates any of the terms of this agreement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
After the defendant has entered his plea in accordance with the terms of this agreement, he shall appear and testify truthfully before the State Attorney and the Lee County Sheriff's Office. The defendant agrees that there is a factual basis for the entry of such pleas and further admits that such is in his best interest. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
The defendant understands that he has the right to be represented by an attorney at every stage of the proceeding, and if necessary, the attorney will be appointed to represent him. The defendant is aware that he has a right to a trial by jury and the right to have the assistance of counsel at trial. The defendant is aware of and knows that he has the right to compel the attendance of witnesses on his behalf, the right to confront and cross-examine witnesses who may testify against him, and the right to exercise his privilege against self-incrimination by not testifying at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Those are some of the most sacrosanct rights as U.S. citizens that we have, and you're agreeing to waive those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
The defendant acknowledges by entering the plea of guilty as called for in this agreement that there will be no trial, that he is giving up and waiving his right to a trial by jury, the right to cross-examine witnesses against him, the right to compel the attendance of witnesses on his behalf, the right to testify on his behalf, and the privilege not to testify at his trial. The defendant further understands by pleading guilty as called for in this agreement that unless there is an express reservation of the right to appeal any prior rulings of the trial court, the defendant has given up and waived the right to appeal all matters relating to the course of judgment, including the specific issues of guilt or innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The defendant is represented by counsel in this proceeding and enters this agreement having conferred with counsel and being fully satisfied with counsel's representation of him. And he specifically acknowledges that he has not been threatened, coerced, or forced in any manner, nor has he been made any promise not contained in this agreement. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The defendant is familiar with and has reviewed the discovery submitted by the state to date and evidence in this case, and stipulates and agrees that the State of Florida can establish a prima facie case of guilt against him on all charges to which he enters a plea. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And the to date is added because discovery is still ongoing, and we're still sending stuff. We're still getting stuff. You understand that?
Sure.
The defendant, by terms and conditions as set forth in this agreement, hereby agrees to fully cooperate with the State of Florida in its investigation of all illegal activities and related crimes. You understand that?
Yes.
Subject to the terms and conditions set forth herein, the State of Florida agrees to the following. A, decline to file any additional criminal charges relating to or arising from the defendant's criminal conduct arising out of the transactions or incidents which form the basis for the information filed in this case, which are disclosed to the State of Florida by the defendant. B, if the defendant abides by and fulfills each and every term and condition of this agreement, the defendant shall receive a stipulated agreed sentence to the following. 1, The defendant shall be sentenced to 25 years incarceration in Florida State Prison. 2, the defendant shall be adjudicated guilty. 3, no fines. 4, joint and several restitution in an agreed amount if possible, or in an amount determined by hearing if the defendant and the state are unable to agree on a restitution amount. 5, sentencing to be continued and delayed until the defendant has fully complied with each and every term of this agreement as set forth herein. 6, defendant shall remain in custody without bond pending sentencing. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about that particular part of the contract?
No.
8, failure of memory by the defendant to fulfill, failure of memory or by the defendant to fulfill each and every term and condition of this agreement, regardless of whether such failure is intentional or unintentional, and whether such failure is one of commission or omission, violates this agreement at the sole discretion of the State Attorney's Office for the 20th Judicial Circuit of Florida. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That means if you decide to wake up one day and we bring you to court and you decide you don't remember, there's going to be trouble for you. You understand that?
Yes, my attorneys explained that.
The discretion of the State Attorney's Office in this regard expressly shall not be subject to review by any court nor subject to any appeal by the defendant. This discretion is an essential ingredient of this agreement between the defendant and the State Attorney's Office. Upon defendant's violation of this agreement, the defendant shall no longer be entitled to the above sentence, and he shall instead be sentenced in accordance with the maximum penalties at the top range of the Criminal Punishment Code for all offenses to which he has previously pled guilty. Do you understand that? Yes. Again, that means if you violate the agreement, we get to take you to court and ask the court to give you any legal sentence up to and including life. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Without regard to any assistance previously, I'm sorry, this picks up in the middle of a sentence. The defendant shall no longer be entitled to the above sentence and shall be instead be sentenced in accordance with the maximum penalties at the top range of the Criminal Punishment Code for all offenses to which he has previously pled guilty, without regard to any assistance previously rendered. In addition, the defendant may be prosecuted for any additional charges within the discretion of the State Attorney's Office, including but not limited to solicitation to commit murder, conspiracy to commit murder, first-degree murder, first-degree burglary, and second-degree murder as charged in 15 CF 000674. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The defendant hereby agrees to the following. A, testify fully, truthfully, completely, and accurately under oath before the State Attorney of the 20th Judicial Circuit, his assistants or investigators, and Lee County Sheriff's deputies as to all matters related to or arising from his knowledge and or involvement in any criminal activity. Understand that?
Yes.
B, recordation of said testimony either stenographically, electronically, or mechanically at the discretion of said prosecutor, his assistants, or investigators. C, fully cooperate with said prosecutor, his assistants, or investigators by revealing the names of all individuals who possess information which may be relevant, helpful, or pertinent to said investigation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
D, fully cooperate with said prosecutor, his assistants, and investigators in attempting to locate and recover items of physical evidence or documentary evidence which may be relevant, helpful, or pertinent to said investigation. Understand that?
Yes.
Submit to polygraph examination or examinations in the form specified by the State Attorney's Office, their assistants, or investigators upon request. Failure of the defendant to pass any confirmation polygraph examination or portion thereof shall violate this agreement at the sole discretion of the State Attorney's Office, whereupon the defendant shall be sentenced by the court in accordance with the maximum top range of the sentencing guidelines in addition to any other charges as previously set forth herein. The defendant expressly agrees that upon failure to pass a polygraph examination or examinations, the results of said examinations shall be admissible before the court in any subsequent proceeding, including but not limited to enforcement proceedings for this agreement and or trial of any crimes dealt with during said polygraph examinations. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Testify truthfully, fully, completely, and accurately under oath before the State Attorney of the 20th Judicial Circuit, his assistants, investigators, and any grand jury in said 20th Judicial Circuit, and in any and all hearings, depositions, proceedings, and trials. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Fully cooperate with said prosecutor, his assistants, investigators, in letting them know his whereabouts and how to contact said defendant at all reasonable hours of the day and night. Do you understand that?
I think you know where to find me.
That means, well, it also means that if an inmate happens to get a hold of the keys to the jail and they say, come on, Wayne, let's go, you're not going to go, because if you do, you break this agreement.
Yes.
All right? The defendant shall not commit any violations of federal, state, county, or municipal laws. The defendant understands and acknowledges that in the event that he fails to fulfill any of the terms, conditions, or obligations specified above, that the agreement at the sole discretion of the elected, sole discretionary election of the state attorney, of said state attorney's office, shall be considered violated. The state of Florida, upon any such failure to fulfill any of the terms, conditions, or obligations of this agreement by the defendant, shall no longer be bound by the terms and conditions of this agreement. As to the aforesaid sentence upon the defendant, I will further be free to pursue whatever prosecutions of the defendant said prosecutor may deem appropriate. A violation of this agreement, including the failure to pass a polygraph examination or other violation, shall not permit the defendant to withdraw his plea, but shall result in withdrawal of the proposed sentence, and shall instead require the defendant be sentenced in accordance with the top maximum range of the applicable guidelines in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Failure on the part of the defendant to fulfill each and every term and condition of this agreement shall subject the defendant to prosecution for any and all criminal offenses of which said prosecutor has knowledge, including but not limited to, and previously mentioned crimes and perjury at any time prior to the fulfillment by the defendant of each and every term of condition of this agreement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Any such prosecutions may be premised upon any information provided by the defendant, and all such information may be used against him, including information obtained during any proffer statement, polygraph examination, and the results and the failure to pass such polygraph examinations. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Remember when we did the proffer, I told you that the proffer would not be used against you, because again, the purpose of the proffer was for us to discuss whether or not we were going to get to this portion of our discussions.
Yes.
Well, now I'm telling you that if you lied to us in that proffer, and you've already corrected some errors you made, but if you later lie, or you lied to us in the proffer, that proffer is kind of like a ship that's out at sea, and it comes in.
Sure, I
okay? And we can and will use it against you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, where was I? Defendant further acknowledges, the defendant further acknowledges and agrees by virtue of any non-compliance of any terms, conditions, or obligations specified above that the state of Florida will be allowed to utilize in any prosecution it may pursue of the defendant, any statements made or evidence provided from statements made by the defendant, including but not limited to any polygraph test interviews made by the defendant, and the results in the failure to pass such polygraph examinations, and any and all proffer statements, including but not limited to the defendant's statement of January 6, 2016. This contract, this is a contract, Mr. Wright. This contract shall be considered as being fulfilled by the defendant and complete upon the final disposition or any and all charges against any and all individuals or defendants that may be charged, indicted, or informed against as a result of the investigation into illegal activity set forth herein, and the same having been disposed of by either acquittal, conviction, or plea of no contest or guilty, and the defendant shall cooperate during any appellate process that may result from any of the foregoing. It's kind of a long run-on sentence, but do you understand that?
Yes.
Defendant hereby waives all rights to a speedy trial conferred by the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida, and by provisions of Florida Rule Criminal Procedure 3.191 and any applicable statute of limitations under Florida Statute 775.15. Understand that?
Yes.
No additional promises, agreements, and conditions have been entered into other than those set forth in this agreement, and none will be entered into unless in writing and signed by all parties. Understand that?
Yes.
Defendant understands and acknowledges that neither use nor transaction immunity has or is being offered or conferred upon him by the state of Florida for his criminal liability arising out of the criminal charges containing information listed above and related offenses by virtue of the execution of this agreement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The defendant acknowledges that he has read, reviewed, and discussed the foregoing agreement with his undersigned counsel. The defendant acknowledges that he is fully aware and understanding of all terms and conditions of this agreement, and that he enters into this agreement freely, voluntarily, knowingly, intelligently, by and with the advice of counsel. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand everything that I have just read to you?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any more questions for me or for your lawyers?
No.
Understanding that you've understood what has been read to you and you have read it yourself? Yes?
Yes.
Do you wish to sign and be bound by the terms of this agreement?
Yes, I do.
I will sign it. And I'll hand it to Ms. Parker, and you can sign where it says Curtis Wright. Okay, the document having been signed, there's one thing that I need to talk to you about before I turn you over to Sergeants Downs and Levitt. Ms. Parker mentioned earlier that Ms. Wright was a subject of, may have been a subject to some discussions between you and Ms. Parker. Ms. Angela Wright. And that may be a concern of yours.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't follow the question.
That kind of came out wrong.
Okay.
Any charges against Angie is basically what he's referring to at this point.
Okay.
And this came up because in our discussions, I brought Ms. Wright up during our discussions, and what I will tell you is Ms. Wright kind of popped up as a blip on our radar screen, okay? And it's because there were some discussions between her and some witnesses that, quite frankly, give me some concern. I mentioned that to Ms. Parker. And then some other things happened that I can't discuss right now, but that blip got a little bigger and a little louder, okay? I'm not making you any promises about Angela Wright. She's not in this contract, okay? What I want is for Miss Wright, for that blip to go away.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want the blip to go away, to disappear. I don't want the blip on my radar screen.
Okay.
I want to prosecute you, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Sievers, and anybody else who was involved in this homicide.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yes.
I'm not making you any promises about Miss Wright. And if that's a problem for you right now, we can tear up this contract.
Yeah, I thought that, I mean, obviously if she's done something that I don't know about, I thought that part of what we read in
That's the
there
problem, Mr. Wright. She may have done or may be doing things that you don't know about.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she didn't know anything about this, so and what she did was, I mean, what I told her was true, and she had no reason not to believe me, so.
Probably what's best for Miss Wright is for her to be encouraged to be as truthful as you being with us, okay? Mm-hmm. And for you to be completely truthful with Sergeants Downs and Levitt, okay?
Okay.
But there's no agreement for Miss Wright in this contract.
Okay.
And if you think that there is or you want there to be, we can stop right now. Okay. I just don't believe in giving people false hope and false promises. I'm not giving any promises regarding Miss Wright, and neither are the detectives. Okay. And neither is Miss Parker. Okay?
Okay. Is it fair to say, though, if things don't differ from what you currently have in your possession or what you currently know, and it's status quo from here on out, that quote-unquote blip will go away?
I just want the blip to go away. Gotcha. I want the blip off my radar screen.
Do you understand?
Plain and simple.
I guess that's what might need to be at least clarified, the blip part. You're kind of being a little bit covert in what you're trying to say.
Only because there are some investigative details that I'm not at liberty to give, that some things that the sergeants might know about. I'm not at liberty to give them. What we did talk about specifically in our meeting was the fact that Miss Wright was kind of trying to walk some witnesses back on some statements that were made to the police. And that's what I mean by she was a blip on the radar. She was trying to walk the witnesses back on their testimony, which is not appropriate. And then we found out some other stuff that I can't talk about. I'll leave that to the detectives. Okay? And again, I just want the blip to disappear.
Me too.
You have the power to do that. Is that fair to say?
I'll give you back this contract, and if you want to stop now, tear up the contract.
No, I mean, there's nothing that you're aware of right now that's going to change that? mean,
Nothing I'm aware of right now, but I can't promise you there's something
Okay.
later on.
okay,
While you're down here in jail, you don't know what she's doing,
all right,
and that's a problem.
okay.
Okay?
Well,
All right. You want to go forward?
yeah, yes.
All
There's
right.
nothing that
You
I'm
signify.
aware of.
Why don't you put the contract back down, and you can signify wanting to go forward by handing the contract back to me, if you want. Okay. Gentlemen.
Just to clarify for the record, February 19, 2016, time is now approximately 1:52 p.m. Sergeant Downs, go ahead.
All set. All right, Wayne, obviously, Mr. Hunter has explained to you the conditions of what we're operating with, and before, basically, I'm just going to give you an outline of what we're going to go over today. I'm going to swear you in. I'm going to do a little skit, a little thing for my records with a CFS number. I'm going to timestamp just one more time. I'm going to go into swearing you in, and then we're going to move forward. I'm going to have you, in your own words, give me a somewhat detailed synopsis of what transpired, and then we're going to go back, start at the beginning, and I'm going to ask you very specific, detailed questions.
Okay.
And now, I know this probably goes without saying, but I say it to everybody, and I feel that it's just something that may or may not need to be said, and especially in situations like this. And we're going to ask you questions, and there's obviously some things happen that may conflict with your moral sense of feeling. And I think we made it over that hurdle, and I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Yeah.
So basically what I'm explaining to you is I'm going to tell you things, I'm going to need you to verify things, of course, only if they're true. And there may be a little voice in the back of your head at some point, because we're all human, that's going to make you feel that you need to protect the ones that you love, or something of that nature, for an example. And I just want to ask you to ignore that voice, and when I ask you a question, I just want you to respond with fact only. You think you can do that?
I've made peace with my voice.
Okay.
We're good.
Are you ready to move forward?
Yes.
Everybody ready? Okay. Again, just for the record, it is Friday, February 19th, 2016 at 1:53 p.m. This is going to be in reference to the case at hand, 15-268-513. All right, Wayne, obviously you've met me a couple times. You do recognize that I'm a law enforcement officer with the state of Florida, which empowers me to take sworn testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that in mind, from this point forward, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth throughout the course of your statement?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, as I explained, we'll just start from the very beginning, from the very inception of this whole thing. And just, if you could, just in your own words, take as much time as you need, collect your thoughts.
Sure.
We're no stranger to awkward silences here. I'll probably have a couple as I process things, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So take your time, start from the very beginning, and try and give us everything you got right up until the time that you're arrested. And then we'll go back, start at the beginning again, and I'm going to ask you very specific details, okay?
Okay. So
That's your convenience.
how into it do you want me to get?
I'll give you a starting point. So somehow, some way, you came into contact with Mark Sievers, is what we've revealed through the investigation.
Okay.
So from the very start of when this whole thing started, the very planning and the phones and the contacts and who you talked to and how you enlisted Jimmy, what you did, what you used to commit the offense, how you came down here, what you utilized to get down here, what devices you had when you got down here. Once you got here, what did you see? What did you do? Where did you go? What did you do inside the house? Anything that happened inside the house, any conversations, any planning or removal of evidence, basically anything of that nature, leading right up to the point to where we started coming in, and there may have been conversations about us and certain things and getting rid of certain things like that.
Okay.
So basically the whole story, untold version.
Okay. Well, Mark and I have been friends most of our life. It was about, I'm not sure exactly when the time frame was, but at least 6 months before any of this happened. Mark had brought up that he had a friend that was having, and had asked me about, if I knew anybody that would want to. At that point, I told him no. He also said
If you could, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Can you just talk just a tad bit louder just for our audio equipment? It's going to be hard to...
I'm sorry.
No problem.
All right. Should I repeat what I said, or?
No, I think we're pretty good at this point. Just keep it in mind.
All right. You know, I was aware that Mark, I knew that was going on. I didn't really talk to Mark much about his personal life, but I was aware that Angie and I got married May 3rd and invited everybody to come in town for the wedding. Before I think it was the day before he flew in. He had sent me a text about having something personal to talk about, and said that he hoped that we had a chance to talk privately. So, you know, also prior to this, I've been doing work for the company for a few years, and I've worked with Mark off and on a long time. But so one of the things that I do for the is that I take care of their computer things, security for their network, with the HIPAA rules. So there had been discussions in the past about ways of transferring, sensitive information, passwords, and things like that. So there was multiple conversations about that in the past, in that context. He flew in on a Friday, and then Friday night he stayed at his condo, which is in Missouri, and I was cleaning it out, things that he needed to do, paperwork he needed to go through and get rid of. So on Saturday we had a get together at the house where everybody that had came in town and stayed. We had a barbecue and just everybody hanging out. The kids were all there and stuff. On Saturday, Mark and I talked privately, and he mentioned that having problems that he talked to me about. And then he also, after we had talked about the problems that they were having, he asked me about a hypothetical situation where if somebody was in that situation, if I knew anybody that would be willing to help him. And then as the day went on, though, we were all at the barbecue, and then we all went out that night before the wedding. So that was kind of the end of that. We were kind of partying after that, drinking. On the wedding day itself, which was on a Sunday, we all got up and started getting ready. And I have a friend named TK that has a little grocery mart, and he offered to let me use his account to buy all the meat for the bar, because we had the wedding was in a park, and after the wedding we had a big barbecue at the park for everybody. So he had let me use his account to buy all the food, or all the meat and things for the barbecue, and he let me leave it in his walk-in cooler at the store, because it was big boxes of things. So I went on the way to the wedding that morning. I stopped there and picked it up, and on the way down, it wasn't until really after we got down there that when they started getting stuff prepared before, that we realized that there was a box missing. That it must have gotten moved off of my pile onto a shelf, and so we had once we realized that the meat was missing and they needed it to get going during the ceremony, so it was cooking during the ceremony. Mark had asked me, well, prior to that, when we were talking, he had actually let me know that that was kind of the first time, I think, that any real conversation about it. I think that was really what kind of put him over the edge on it. Anyway, once we realized that we had missed the meet, Mark and I drove back to TK's. We were just another town or two over from it. I think it was about a 20-minute drive between the two. And while we were in the car alone, he brought it back up again, and we started talking in more detail. He said that there was no way that he could allow, and we talked about what he thought his options were, and he said that the only option that he had was to have her killed. He told me about that he had a lot of insurance money. He never told me how much or any of that, but he did say that it was a lot, that it would that they would be taken care of. He asked me again if I could help him or if I knew somebody that could, and I told him that I didn't know. And I asked him what kind of time frame he was looking at, and he said it needed to happen immediately. We also talked about different. I told him I would see what I could do. That's what I told him when I said I forgot what I said, but I told him I'd check and see if there was any, if I could find something for him. He knew that we were going to need to be able to talk about that. We brought up phones. Having like anonymous phones was one of the ways that we had talked about being able to communicate passwords and things in the past. So that was talked about again, and that's what he told me he wanted to do. I guess that was pretty much about it for the weekend of the wedding. After the wedding, after he got back to Florida, he sent me a message and said that he was, that he had gotten his phone, because I guess that's how it got left before he flew back, was that he was going to get one. And so he went ahead and got one. I believe it was a AT&T Go phone from Walmart. And he had asked me if I had mine, and I didn't. I guess that was a couple days after he got back, and then as soon as he went and got it, then he sent me a letter that had the phone number to his phone in it, by mail. That way it was secure. I didn't get one immediately. I still hadn't really sorted out how I felt about the whole situation. And that's where kind of Jimmy comes into the picture. Jimmy is always bragging about, his past and his criminal history, and that he used to be a hitman, and the whole thing about his nickname being Jimmy the Hammer, and that he's the situation with his parents, where his dad, he said his dad murdered his mom, and then he had something to do with his dad being killed. But I talked to Jimmy to find out, and Jimmy was always looking for ways to get rich quick and make money and do whatever necessary for him to do it. He wanted to take the easy way to everything. I did talk to him. I think it was somewhere around the 15th of June when I talked to him. I'm not positive of the date, but it was somewhere in that neighborhood, because on the 17th I went ahead and got a phone, and I had texted his phone number from that phone, and had let him, so that way he had my number. So I guess that covers the communication part of it. So once we had the phones and had each other's numbers, then there were conversations in more detail. We had, we had talked about, what the situation and, what he wanted, to have done. Initially, he was talking about something happening because she worked late and came out. He described how she leaves, where she parks. There's a side entrance to the building, and that she comes out there, and right outside of that door there's like I think it's air conditioning, but it's got like a fenced area where there's barricades there to hide behind. And so that was his initial suggestion, was that something happened there, that it seemed like a likely place for somebody to get mugged or something. I had asked him about, does she come out by herself, and he said that sometimes there's somebody with her. And when I asked him about, what would happen in that case, and he said that, it was collateral damage. That's something I wasn't okay with. He gave me the security code number to open that door from the outside. It has a key, a number pad. So he had given me that so that I could access the office door if I wanted to do that. And then he also, he said that, with the fact that me and him look almost identical, that if anybody saw me, they would just assume that it was him. He also talked about a possibility of, the other possibility would be at the house. I'm not sure when their trip got planned, but when he let me know sometime in between there, probably around the same time, maybe a little bit later in June, and he is that right? Am I saying that right? Do I have the date, the months right? Yeah. I tried to write down the
That's fine, we'll go over that in detail. I just want, from your perspective, what occurred, if you leave something out accidentally, we'll go back to it.
All right, I just didn't want to have
no, I understand.
Time frame wrong.
Yep.
But he, after they had decided that, or after he had told me about the trip that they were going on and the schedule that they were doing, that's when really the house situation was more thought was put into that, because he told me that they were going to be staying long, so that she'd be coming back by herself. He gave me the access code to the garage and the alarm to the house, and he also went out and cleared an area on the back fence line.
Yeah.
So that apparently there was briar bushes and things back there, but he had went back and went over the fence himself to make sure that it was a possible way to get into the yard. Their yard has got a big privacy fence all the way around it, so but he had trimmed all of that back so that it would be a clear shot for somebody that wanted to come in that way. He had me look at aerial pictures of both the house and the office, so that I could see what he was talking about. Using Google Maps, I think, is what I used to look up the addresses. So basically, it was kind of, it didn't matter how it happened as far as he was concerned. It just, those were options. The other thing was that prior to the trip down, he had sent me a check for, I think it was $500. It was a company check, which is not unusual for me to get because I do the maintenance on their network, so he usually pays me every 6 months or so for that. But I told him that I really didn't have the money to make the trip down there, and but he had sent me some money to cover the cost expenses.
Okay.
And right before they went out of town, we talked, and he wanted to make sure I had all the information, and he recapped the security codes and flight information, that type of stuff. So. And then I guess while he was out of town, I didn't talk to him at all. I picked Jimmy up that morning, but I guess, I didn't skip Jimmy, did I?
Nope.
Okay.
You're right on track.
All right.
Take your time. If you need to sit there and think for a second too.
Well, I wasn't sure if what I said already. I know that I
understand.
I brought him, you talked to him, but so we had, I had picked him up that morning, and I had a rental car because my car was in the shop. So my car had, Angie had wrecked my car, and her car was, or my car was in the shop, and so I went ahead and picked up a rental car that week, and then ended up deciding to go ahead and went down. I drove the car down, but I picked Jimmy up, and then we headed down pretty much drove straight through. When I picked him up, he had a cooler and a backpack with him. I had packed like a small duffel bag with like, for stuff for the beach things. I mean, while we were down, I planned on spending that, the day at the beach that we had to waste. So he didn't bring any trunks or anything with him, is what I found out after we got down here. But so we made the trip pretty much straight through. Mark and I had talked off and on about some different things that he was, some things he was collecting and things like that were at the house there. But we got down on Sunday. I guess we left Missouri probably about 8 o'clock Saturday morning, drove through. When we got down here, we made it was around 6 o'clock. I'm not sure the exact time, but around 6 o'clock when we got off, got off the highway, and we drove down. I don't know the name of the roads, but it's the one that goes straight to Bonita Beach, which is a beach I'm familiar with. So we got off the highway and drove down, and that's the highway. That's the street that Mark's house is right off of. So I pointed the house out, and we decided that it needed to stop at the house and just check things out. So we parked the car in it's like an apartment complex that was like one street over, and left the car there. Walked over to the house, went in through the garage using the code that Mark gave us, and then went into the house. Mark had told me that the alarm system had been having problems and that the alarm wouldn't be armed, but I had the code for it anyway because it was the same as the garage door. So I disarmed the alarm, and part of it was finding out how the dogs were going to react. So went into the house. We weren't there more than probably 5 minutes or so. Walked around, looked in the backyard to see where Mark was talking about clearing that spot and going over the fence. At that point, you know, it was pretty obvious that the only way to get to the back of the house was to go through somebody's yard. And that would not be, you know, very much visually, it wouldn't block anything. We'd be on the outside of the fence. So, so that option was kind of thrown out the window. So anyway, we checked that out. The dogs were fine. So we went ahead and left. Went out through the side gate that's right outside where the door is to the garage. Mark had told me that he was leaving that garage door open, unlocked, so that if we came over the fence, then we could get in. The door would be unlocked. I think I forgot to mention that. But, so he said the alarm wouldn't be armed, the doors wouldn't be locked. The one to from the outside into the garage, and also the one between the garage and the house. From there, I think we went on down to the beach for a little while, and kind of hung out. I don't think that he'd ever been, you know, down there. So, but when we were down there for a while, and you know, like I said, he didn't bring any shorts or anything to swim in, and we didn't have any towels or anything. So we ended up going to Walmart. I think it was around 11. We went to Walmart, and then we got something to eat. While we were at Walmart, we bought towels, and he bought some swimming trunks, and I bought some water shoes so I didn't get sand all in my shoes, and some other odd and end things. After we left there, we went by the office so I could show him where the office was at, and so he, you know, get a look at that, how that was laid out. After seeing the office, with everything being kind of out in the open there, it was kind of decided that it would be at the house. So Mark's initial thing was, if it was going to be at the house, Sunday night when she came home would be the best time, and then if not, Monday when she left work, after, you know, if it was going to be at work. So anyway, the decision was made to go to the house. We went back to the beach, and we pretty much spent the day in between the beaches, in between Bonita Beach and Fort Myers Beach. We kind of traveled that whole route. We ended up going to the pier and to all the shops up there. We had a like, I guess, early dinner, I guess, down there at one of the little shops right there near the pier. And then and I think we had a drink at the bar that was in the downstairs of it there while we were walking around. And then from there we headed back out after it got later. So it was about 10:30, somewhere in that neighborhood, that we went ahead and went back to the house. We parked in the same parking lot. After we had gotten back there, we went back over to the house and went in. Just the idea was to wait in the garage for her to come home. The way that the garage is set up, it's got double doors with, where two cars can park in there. So she was driving the van, and that's the one that gets parked on the left side of the garage. So, and when she would get out of the car, then she'd have to walk to the door and go through. Kind of caught a little off guard when she came in, because had messed up the times of when she got home with when the plane landed. So it was when the garage door opened, weren't really waiting. So She went ahead and got out and went, and she got her luggage out of the trunk and put it on the floor outside the door, and then went through the door and was going into the kitchen. The way that's laid out there is when you open that door from the garage to the house, it's like a little hallway with where their laundry room's at and some like a closet for like a utility closet. I was there when she went in. I came in behind her, and I tried to knock her out, but it didn't work. I hit her a couple of times. Well, I picked up a hammer that was on the fridge, on the chest. There's a chest freezer that's right outside that door in the garage, and there was a hammer laying on it. I don't know if Mark had been working on something, but I grabbed that as I went into the house. Like I said, I wasn't really prepared, but I hit her a couple of times. She was still standing and started to fight back. Jimmy ran in and started hitting her with both hands, and she went down, but he just kept hitting her. I have shoulder problems, so I guess I wasn't hitting her hard enough, but he went into just like a frenzy or something, but he just kept hitting her over and over and over, and he said that she was still moving. But once that was over, then went back to the car and got in the car and left. Drove back to St. Louis. I dropped him off and went straight home. And then the next day is when you guys came to the house. Oh, I'm sorry. No. The next day we got a phone call from Mark's brother, Scott, and let us know that she had been killed. Us, I mean myself and my wife. So when Angie heard it, she immediately wanted to come down. She knew how close Mark and I were, and and she knew that the family would need somebody to help. So we drove down. I don't remember if it was the same day or one day after, but I had the rental car that I had was due back that day, and when I checked into having it extended, the price was going to go up because the body shop had, I guess, negotiated the price on it the first time, and my car wasn't ready yet. Otherwise, I would have drove it down. They said that they had one more part that had to be, it wasn't cured yet or something, so they told me that I needed to wait a day before I could pick it up, but she didn't want to wait any longer. So we went ahead and just picked up a different rental car that we found that had the same rate as the first one for the original period, and we drove down, and we stayed with Mark. Didn't really talk to Mark at all about what happened. He said there was no communication between me and him over that weekend, and except that apparently he sent me a text, said like have a good weekend or something. I can't remember what it was, but it was something that had nothing to do with this. So we were down there while I was there after the funeral. Mark had asked me about installing a surveillance system at the house, which is something that I've I did a lot when as part of my work. So I went ahead and installed cameras and a recorder at the house for him. I fixed a few things that had gotten messed up at the house, that were broken things. I had the door to the garage. Mark had said to make it look like it was a break-in, like an interrupted robbery is what he had told us to do. When we were waiting, I used a pry bar and pried that side door open so that it would look like somebody had broke into it. That was all done prior to her coming home. But the door had needed to be fixed or replaced, and I checked into that for him. It turned out that we were going to go ahead and buy the door, and I was going to replace it before we came home, and we couldn't get the door. It had to be ordered, so that got put off, but I helped him get all that taken care of, and I think they ordered the door before I left, but I wasn't able to stay long enough for him for me to install it for him. So I tried to help however I could, and then we came back home. I think we got home on the 11th. July is when Angie and I made it back. And then on the 12th is when you guys served your search warrant. After that, I had called Jimmy and let him know that you guys had been at the house. And then I can't remember if I actually saw him then right after that either, but at some point later, it was in between the time that you guys, I don't know, it seemed like it was probably a week or two after you guys were at the house. I had met Jimmy and Taylor at a little bar that was down there near where they lived and down where my parents lived, called Hub's Pub. It's like a restaurant and bar, and at night they do karaoke and things like that. So we had met down there so that I could talk to Jimmy without talking to him on the phone about what was going on. And then we didn't really talk about anything in between. Mark had said that it might take a few months for him to get any money to be able to pay him with, so yeah. I think that pretty much brings us up to where you guys came in.
Okay, and just so that we're on the same timeline, you said that you had met at Hub's Pub, you talked about what happened, and then just the events, just so that we're clear and we don't miss anything, just what you're telling it. From the time that you guys met at Hub's Pub to the time that you were arrested, was there any other meetings between you and Jimmy Rogers or anything like that, or any communications with Mark or anything until the time that you were arrested?
Well, I'm sure that there was communication between me and Mark. I mean, that was kind of normal, but nothing to do with this. Mark made it clear that after this happened, that there was going to be absolutely no talk about it. It wasn't to be ever mentioned again. So, if there was communication between me and Mark, it would have been either something to do with what to do with servers and things like that, or it would have been, asking how. But I don't really remember the content of any of that.
No, that's fine. Do you have anything else you want to add before we start getting a little bit more detailed? Okay, no problem. No, I'm not trying to get you to the road. I'm just want to make sure that we're good to go.
Thinking if I covered all the pieces, I didn't skip anything. So.
Okay, I don't want to make you sound like a broken record, but we're going to start from the beginning. I'm just going to be a little bit more specific. This way, we just have the whole deal. And,
sure.
And if for any reason I'm wrong or say the wrong thing or whatever, just feel free to correct me. You won't hurt my feelings.
Okay.
we'll start right back at the very beginning. But before we do, just tell me a little bit about Mark Sievers, how long you've known him, and your relationship. You don't have to go into great detail. You know, I don't want to know about late night conversations, drinking beer yet, but just a little background of how close you are to him and how you know him.
We met back in school, junior high, or it was like 8th or 9th grade, somewhere in that neighborhood. I met him because my girlfriend and his girlfriend were friends. That's how we got introduced, and then we've, you know, our friendship has just grown. We stayed friends through college, and we became close. We did business together, on like satellite installations and things like that. I mean, there's always been, Mark's been an entrepreneur, and you know, always had something going. So I helped him out with things when he was getting his the satellite stuff going. I did all of his installs until he could hire somebody and things like that. We actually, let's see, actually it's the condo that he has still. When he first bought that, Mark and I actually were roommates, but housemates. So we'd shared that condo right after he bought it, and until I got, you know, a house. I was single and didn't have kids there, and so there was Mark also actually the girl that he was dating when I met him. Actually, that's not right. Not when I met him. A girl that he was dating was actually Angie's aunt. Angie's mom's sister. Mark had dated for quite a while. I think that was like in college time. And then that's how Mark met that whole family. So there's kind of it's a weave.
Just an ongoing weave of relationships.
And that's ultimately that's how I met Angie 20 years ago, was through his relationship with her aunt. And then after they broke up, Mark actually was dating Angie's mom for a while as well. But that's how we got introduced. But like I said, Mark and I's relationship, it's been friends, it's been business, it's been, you know, pretty much ever since. I was at the wedding down here. Mark and I had actually, we came down here a lot on vacations and spring break and things like that. And Mark and I decided to buy a house down here. And so we had bought a house up by St. Pete, and had that for a while, for coming down on the weekends and things like that. So that's when he met, was while he was down here. I think it might have been a friend of his sister's or somebody. They had some kind of mutual friends. And then once he moved down here, I didn't see him there as much, but I was down.
Safe to say in 20-something years of your guys' friendship, it'd be safe to say that you know him better than most, right?
Yeah, Mark's, probably better than anybody else, but Mark has a very guarded,
personality type.
As much as we talked about so many things, there was really not that much really personal stuff. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, I can imagine. I was just wanting to elaborate a little bit on how long you know them and the ins and outs. And
so after him, so we had started talking, and he had asked me if it was something that I could do, and they had some like a major crash on their servers and had to do a lot of work, and the price that they were quoted was like really out there. So I told them that I could help them. So once that happened, once we started talking about that part of it, then the contact between us has been almost daily for probably 4 or 5 years now. So most of the time it had something to do with work, but not always. I mean, it was a mixture of stuff. So.
What about, I'm sorry, do you want to say something? I didn't mean to cut you.
No.
What about Jimmy Rogers? Where did you meet Jimmy Rogers? Or how long ago did you meet Jimmy Rogers? Approximately.
That's something I should know.
You didn't even go down to the years, just
I met Jimmy in a county jail in St. Genevieve. Jimmy was there. The St. Genevieve County Jail is a federal holdover as well, so it's state and federal there. I was on just a drug possession charge and was waiting. So I was there for 11 months because I was going to trial. Jimmy was there. He had already been, I guess, convicted on federal charges for guns, and there was a whole bunch of different things. He was waiting just to get sent off to prison. Apparently there's a big waiting list for federal prisons. So he was there when I got there, and he left like 2 weeks before I did. So we talked a lot. We were in the same pod, and he was like my card playing buddy. Sat up and just talked. I mean, Jimmy's, well, you guys met Jimmy. Jimmy's a character. He's always, talking about something crazy, and, he kind of made the time a little more enjoyable.
Yeah, it's like watching a sitcom or something like that.
Yeah, he's
entertaining.
He's got jokes. But in the process of all that, though, we had talked a lot, and, and Jimmy likes to brag about history and things, and that's how I found out about what happened to his mom and his dad. That he had told me about all these different things that he had been involved in. And then when he went to prison, and when I was, we stayed in contact some while he was at the prison. I think he had 4 years or something like that's what he did. Might have been even less than that, but yeah.
So in total, how long would you say that you know him for? Approximately in years?
5 years.
About 5 years. And you guys have remained in pretty steady contact even after he was released? And
yeah, I mean, that would be fair to say. We didn't spend a whole lot of time together, but we talked.
No, yeah, but you had maintained some kind of friendship throughout the course of that time.
When Jimmy got released, he went into a halfway house, and I had helped him to try to find a job. I'd come down and pick him up, take him on job interviews and things, so that he could get a job, so that he could get out of there. And then once he was able to get a job and was trying to find a place on his own, I helped him try to find a place. So I don't know. I mean,
what kind of person is Jimmy? You explained him as kind of like a character, and he's clearly got a violent side from what you're explaining. In the years that you've known him, just give us an idea of the kind of person he is and the kind of things that he would say or brag about, as you stated.
Well, I mean, he part of what he said that he was involved in was some high level like drug activity, things like that, mafia stuff. I saw his discovery on his federal charges, and most of the things that he said was in the discovery. I mean, I don't know if he embellished them or not, but they were based somewhere in reality.
So you've heard, yeah,
And,
you've heard it before then?
Yeah, and so I saw it when he was showing. He's like, "See, I told you." And I mean, you know, the cars that he had and all of the cash and the pictures with him in his white suede tennis shoes, and I mean, carrying a briefcase around with chain handcuffed to his wrist, and
Gotcha.
I mean, but I did see the pictures. They were in his discovery.
So
they
despite
were investigating him.
Everybody embellishes a little, some more than others, but despite some maybe far-fetched things that you said, I mean, in your personal opinion, do you believe that he's actually done some of those things, he's capable of doing some of those things?
I do.
And more of some of the violent things that he's talked about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have asked him if it was something that he wanted to be involved in, if I didn't think that he was capable of doing it.
So basically what I'm asking is when this all finally came to fruition, the planning of this, he was your go-to guy because he had, for lack of any other terminology, he had taken upon himself to show you that he's that kind of person. Would that be a correct an assumption?
Yeah. While he had the trailer that he lived in, you guys were at the house. Not long before that, one of his girlfriend's ex showed up at the house and tried to stab him, and he had, you know, was able not to get stabbed, or was he doing the stabbing? I can't remember the details.
No, it's
anyway,
fine.
The guy attacked him in the house, got into the house, and I think Jimmy was the one that stabbed the guy multiple times, and with I guess it was a pocket knife or something. Must not have been very long.
Yeah.
So the guy ran off, ended up in the hospital, and there was, the girl that was with him went to the hospital and all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's a whole to-do. Yeah.
So, I mean, there was verification that it really happened.
Yep.
I guess is my point.
No, I don't doubt it at all.
So, yeah, so he defended himself and stabbed somebody multiple times.
Okay.
You know, so, I mean, I had no reason not to think that.
Absolutely.
You know,
So he's
and I didn't put any weight on it for 6 months after I met him, but
naturally. Yeah, that's how it goes. All right, well, we'll move on. I just want to get a little bit background on it, specifically on them too. I won't make you talk about Angela and all that because we've talked in depth about that. So we have a firm understanding of your relationship and your history. Like I said, now we'll start at the beginning, not to beat a dead horse, but just so that we're all on the same page and we have all the detail. We'll start at the very beginning. But before we do, I just want to verify when we say Mark and things like that, we're referring specifically to Mark Sievers, correct?
yes.
Who obviously is personally known to you. And when we say Jimmy or any other nicknames like the Hammer that we've heard and stuff like that, we're talking about Jimmy Ray Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And when we say Angie or Angela, we're talking about Angela Wright, who is your wife, correct?
Yes.
Or if I say, I know you're familiar with Mark's family, if I say Bonnie or Melanie, I would be referring to Bonnie Sievers or her wife Melanie, correct?
Yes.
Going back to the beginning of all this, prior to your wedding on May 3rd, was there any communication or any kind of planning of any sort, even certain innuendos during conversations or anything like that, of the offense that was to take place, specifically the...
What period?
So prior to Mark coming up to see you for the wedding, which would be May 3rd, correct? Or May 2nd, May 3rd. There was a text message communication that basically is saying that he wanted to talk to you. It was about something personal. This isn't verbatim, but
Right.
is that the actual beginning or inception of the starting of this, or was there anything?
I mean,
before
looking
that?
back on it, I mean, the questions he was asking about this friend he had was obviously it was about himself, but he didn't tell me that.
But I just want to clarify, those conversations, did that
Probably
happen when he
6
came up
months.
for the wedding,
Yeah.
or
The
beforehand?
specific conversation once he got here.
But the innuendo about the
6
friend
months,
and all that
yeah.
is 6 months prior to your wedding?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And there was multiple times that things were brought up. One of the things that Mark favors doing is he uses the word hypothetical whenever he's asking something without actually saying it. So.
Okay, so during the course of this 6 months, how many conversations would you have approximately? I'm not going to remember every single conversation.
Well, I remember 2 for sure that was specific to doing something to somebody.
Okay, and in these 2 specific conversations, can you, I know it's not going to be verbatim, but can you provide an example of, and as specific as possible, of what was said, how it was said? Well, examples used.
Well, like, I mean, he said that, that somebody that he knew was in a, it was kind of brought up more like, somebody want to pay him a visit, kind of, and then the second time it is thing,
while he's talking to you, is he asking your advice on what you would do in that situation, or is he running scenarios past you of what he would do? Or a little both?
Yeah, I guess it was kind of both.
Did he ever make any?
Like I said, though, I mean, I didn't think a whole lot about it when he was asking me stuff. So I really can't remember exactly, or probably even the majority of what was said.
Okay.
But I think the first time was kind of like dropping by the guy's house and beating the crap out of him or something is kind of what I got out of it. And then the second time was more of a,
Absolutely. And he probably knows how this is guessing.
Yeah, he knows that.
Maybe even use that to his advantage. So in these conversations, and I know you said you can't remember everything, but did it ever lead to, did he ever actually insinuate murder, actually murdering somebody? Or did he explain it so that between your relationship that you would understand what he was talking about? So when you walk away from the conversation, did you get a good sense of what he's trying to?
Well, I got a good sense that was a possible solution.
Gotcha.
I don't know that it was the only solution that was alluded to, but
yeah, naturally. So in these conversations, are you having these on your cell phones? Your personal cell phones?
Yeah, I've had the same cell phone number for a long time. He's had the same one since probably 20 years. He's had that number, I think.
All right, I just want to verify for the record, and if your phone number that you would be talking on is 314-996-9581.
Yes.
Correct? And Mark's, I'm sure you've seen it a million times, and if I'm wrong, stop me, but Mark's would sound about correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so now when you're having these conversations, you would be talking usually on these 2 devices, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So leading up until the planning and invitation of your wedding, aside from the text message that I had mentioned to you between you guys that basically, hey, how you doing? I want to talk to you. It's not about, you or Angie, but we'd like to have a personal conversation, more or less, is before he comes up to the wedding, correct?
Yes.
So now
it was just a couple of days before he flew in that he told me that he needed to talk about something private.
But never mentioned anything specific. He kept it as generic as the text message?
Yeah.
Okay. So now when he flies in to Missouri now, you said he's staying in his condo.
Yeah, he spent the first night at the condo because he was cleaning it out.
Okay.
And he'd even made jokes about me helping him. But there was a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
And
the cleaning of this condo, was he legitimately just cleaning the condo, or is he prepping for what was to come? Like getting rid of maybe certain things that they didn't want to.
No, this was,
like
I mean, he hadn't lived there for 10 years.
Okay, so he's living.
Yeah, I mean, and it's been rented out to somebody. So there was a lot of like old business records from when, because the satellite business and stuff was all up here. So there was a lot of probably more just junk.
Just literally
just junk paper, old statements and things. He went through stuff that was in the garage because when when he came to the house Saturday, he brought a box of stuff that was like some odd and end tools.
And Saturday is really the first time that you guys saw each other from when he came up there,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
just,
because I talked to him multiple times on Friday, but I didn't
Yeah.
see him.
but it is more, from what I understand, just friendly conversation and planning and things like that. So when you see him on Saturday, throughout the whole day on Saturday, and you can run me through the day, how does he start approaching you about these, what's later to come?
Well, I mean, he got there after a lot of people were already there, so.
When you say there, are you talking about the
at my
reception
house.
or
No,
the
at my house?
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the day before the wedding.
Yep,
right?
on
Okay.
Saturday.
And so, like I said, we were barbecuing and just everybody was hanging out and
Yeah.
running around and kids were playing games and stuff. But I guess the first time that there was any conversation between us on Saturday was he had asked me if he could talk to me privately, so we went back in the bedroom to close the door. Where everybody else was out in the house or in the yard or something. And that's when he told me about, and then at that point there was a hypothetical question about if something needed to be done. It was kind of a vague thing, but we didn't talk about anything specific.
How long would you say the conversation lasted?
15-20 minutes.
Okay, so it was a fairly short conversation.
Yeah.
And you two were the only one in your bedroom?
Yeah.
And this is the address on Chapel Hill Court, right?
Yeah.
This is where everybody is?
Yeah.
Just for my reference. So when you guys were in there, and I know it was generic, but just be as specific as possible, and from what I'm understanding from what you're telling me, he basically asked to speak with you privately, and when you were in there, he had mentioned that.
But that could have just been me. So.
And with this hypothetical situation, can you just be specific about what the hypothetical situation
I'm trying to remember exactly how it was ordered, but I don't know that I can. At that point, I mean, we had been, we were barbecuing and I had some drinks. And
Gotcha.
So I don't know positively for sure what he said. But,
so if you can sum it up into a brief synopsis and give us a basic guideline, how would you explain what he said to you? Because naturally, he's telling you that he has all these problems, so
Yeah.
in my mind, and for what you're saying, it's leading up to the big question of, if I had to do something, do you know somebody, or would you have been the person to do it, if that actually happened?
well, that happened on the wedding day when it was more specific. So they said that night it was, it was really just, it was really kind of, I don't really know what he was asking me to be
Okay.
on that night. He just said, hypothetically, if situation, if he wanted something.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
Okay.
It wasn't. That I would think, because that's what I got out of it, was I was thinking that he wanted.
No, that's why I ask. Is he now asking you if you would be able to facilitate that for him, or was he asking for suggestions? I mean, we know.
I know that he would have been asking me if I would know anybody or have suggestions to how something could happen.
Okay.
That's what it would have been. So.
Okay. So moving,
or how I would handle it or something like that. I don't.
So it's more of a back and forth, like a what I would call a brainstorming conversation, basically.
Yeah.
So now this is
counseling.
Yeah, there you go. So at this gathering, and it's come to my understanding that Jimmy Rogers is also there, right?
Yeah.
With his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Or
Taylor.
his girlfriend?
Yeah. Taylor.
Taylor Shoemaker.
Yeah, hopefully flavor of the week.
Yeah, that's how it goes. So they are there. At that point, does Jimmy or Taylor ever meet Mark? Or
Oh yeah, we all hung out.
Okay.
That whole day we were all together, and then we all went out that night. All of us did, and then everybody stayed at my house afterwards. That was the plan all along, was that we were all going to go out Saturday night and spend the night. That way we were all in one place Sunday.
But to your knowledge, Jimmy Rogers and Mark Sievers never talked about what you guys talked about. He was never in your presence when that occurred. Okay.
No. Yeah, Mark.
And in the time that you were there, did you ever really see them together long enough to discuss anything like that? Or foresee any reason why he wouldn't talk to him about that?
No. I mean, there was a lot going on. Everybody was talking to everybody. I mean, some of these, Mark and I have another mutual friend, Tommy. Mm-hmm. And so Tommy and Mark haven't seen each other in quite a few years. So I know that, they were talking about everything that's happened. And
play a lot of catch up.
So yeah, so there was, and I was bouncing all over the place, so I really wasn't paying much attention to what we were talking about. So.
No, I understand. Is that the first time that Mark ever even met Jimmy, or
yeah?
Did he know about him prior to that, or no?
Yeah, I'm sure that he knew who he was. Yeah.
Oh, so you had mentioned him, but they never had a relationship together, any kind of friendship or anything like that?
No, they had never met, and I know that they wouldn't have talked because they'd never met, so.
Okay. So other than that approximate 20-minute conversation in your bedroom solely with Mark Sievers on that Saturday, which would have been May 2nd, throughout the course of that night, whether you were finishing the party or going out or sleeping that night, was there any other conversation regarding this incident between you or anybody else?
No. Well, other than the wedding day, yeah.
Okay.
So,
no, that's what I mean. So we'll move in
on that day, no.
To the wedding day, which is now Sunday, May 3rd.
Yeah.
So now, just lead me a little bit through the day of how the day started. Mark stayed at your house that night, is my understanding, correct? Yeah. Okay, and I'm sure you guys slept in a little bit after a night of drinking, or you had some planning to do?
Yeah, the morning was crazy because we had a bunch of girls had to get ready, and the guys all had to get everything set up. Mm-hmm. So we got up, and I had friends that came in from Alabama and all over the place. So we had to get down. We had to get chairs. Tommy's dad. We borrowed chairs from the church, folding chairs, and we had tables, folding tables, all that kind of stuff. So so we had kind of all that stuff got coordinated, but we all met there early because the wedding was at noon. So we all got over there. The guys all met over there about 9 and started getting everything set up. So we Mark, I guess I'm trying to think how the ride situation happened initially to get to there, but I think I rode over with somebody else that had a truck that we had put stuff in. Okay. And but once we got to the wedding, I had to stop and pick up the meat on the way.
Oh, from TK.
Wedding. Right, TK's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or TK.
It's kind of in between.
Yeah, it's like a little grocery mart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys get to meet TK?
We did.
Yeah. He's a good guy.
He seems like a good guy. I've had a good conversation with him.
Yeah. But yeah, so we picked that stuff up, or I picked it up. I remember there was nobody helping me carry anything, so I may have been by myself when I picked that up and got over there because I needed to be there when people started showing up. So then, but we got to the park, and after some of the other people, we have like the designated cook at all the events that he's the man. And so once he got there and they started getting things set up to get the grills going, is when we realized that we were missing some of the meat. So, and I think it was like the hot dogs or something was
Probably the most important part.
yeah, feed the kids.
Yep.
And so I think it was that we were missing, or well, whatever it was a whole case of meat that, that was missing. So Mark and I had been talking earlier because he had gotten there early too, and we had been kind of running around. Just when we had reserved one of the pavilions and the gazebo, and when we got there, the pavilion had been overrun by soccer moms, and so there was this big drama fest about trying to get that all cleared out so we could start putting stuff out.
Yeah, start putting everything together.
Anyway, I was just kind of dealing with all that stuff, but Mark and I were kind of, it was just us really walking around and talking and things.
Yeah.
So
Now, when you're walking around and talking, are you talking about anything pertinent about this incident, or?
well, it was brought up again about, that's
Okay.
yeah. So
Did he elaborate? Did he go into specific detail of why and what she was planning to do? Okay.
And there was also a lot of things going on. That was a lot of the other conversation, business stuff was. So there was, a lot of the conversations Mark and I had over the few months had a lot to do with that as well.
Yeah.
But,
I don't mean to cut you off. Did he ever specifically?
And Mark is one of those people that is overprotective as well,
Yeah.
which is not a.
So while you guys are talking, and he's just to sum it up, he initiates conversation with you, and he basically says, in whichever.
Yeah.
Any.
Well, it wasn't most likely. He said that she was.
So he says this is happening.
He could.
And that's I just want to. I know in your mind, like you already know exactly what occurred, and you're doing a very great job of staying on track and giving detail. When we talk about the specific conversations, only because everybody in the room we weren't there naturally.
Okay.
So we have a general idea what occurred, but if you could just be as descriptive as possible.
All right. So that conversation happened. We talked about that throughout, carrying stuff back and forth and setting things up. So, and then the whole thing with the meat popped up. So Mark and I went back to DK's to pick up that missing meat.
Just before we get into that, I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize. Just going back to the last conversation before you guys went to pick up the meat.
Well, he told me that they had actually, it sounded to me like they had already made the decision. What I took from the conversation, there wasn't any, I think this is going on.
Yeah, it's not like he's like, I feel like that this is something that seems like it was set in stone.
That's kind of how it was, the day before, it wasn't specific like it was that day.
Yeah, now he's feeling a little bit more confident. It sounds like he's getting into it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, his main concerns.
She could be loud a lot.
That's what I understand.
And, and Mark's, stays so calm, and and it's like, it's always been one of his gifts was to be able to really piss somebody off by being nice. He,
sometimes that's the best weapon.
So
while you guys are talking about this, you just mentioned it briefly, so I just want to touch on it, make sure we didn't miss anything. You said that he had asked you. I understand he asked you if there were. How did he ask you about the other means of what he's talking about, his other options?
That was after we had left and we were in the car.
Okay, so you hadn't touched on that either.
No.
So just as far as this conversation goes, just to make sure I didn't miss anything, do you think we touched on the context of what you guys talked about?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I help you for 1 second though?
Sure.
You did say, and that's why I think he's asking this question, you said you needed to do something to stop it. Yeah.
And that's why I asked,
Yeah.
did that happen when you went to get the meat or
be
before?
confused in the time frame.
Yeah. If you need a minute to think, take your time, no rush.
Yeah, well, it all happened the same day, so I
No, I
think
know, I'm just
I
trying
might
to-
have been bouncing between
That's what I mean. I
before
want to
we
try
left
to
and
just
after we
keep
left.
it as
So,
consecutive.
yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Nope, no problem.
So it was really more about I guess he did say that he needed to, you know, that he wanted it not to happen, but he didn't. It wasn't. I didn't take it as anything else. That kind of a comment.
Exactly.
You know. So, but once we got in the car.
And this is when you're going to get the meat, right?
Yes. So we were alone in the car.
Okay.
And been going to TK's and back. When we were actually in the car alone is when we started talking about it more, and you know, and about what options were available. It may not have been earlier. It may have been during that conversation about that, because that's when the options were talked about.
Now, when you say options, are you talking about legal options and financial options, or we're just laying everything out now?
It was all options. Yeah, just talking about what, you know, what were the possibilities, and
did he initiate any possibilities, or did you initiate any possibilities?
Well, all of them. I didn't. I mean, I you know, other than, you know, legally, you know.
So you're offering from experience.
You know, so.
Now, with Mark, what specific options does he bring up, and how is he bringing them up?
Well, the thing with doing it legally was, he said that wasn't really an option because he couldn't.
So he came right out and he said that he doesn't have the money, he can't do it legally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said that the only option that he had was to have her killed. So.
Did he say those actual words?
Yeah. I think he said, I need her dead, or I need to have her killed. It was specific. Yeah.
And that was, he took it upon himself to say that. That wasn't.
Yeah, that wasn't my idea.
So from there, and now you're probably thinking at this point, what's going on here? This car ride just got a little dark on me. So how do you respond to that?
Well, I mean, part of that conversation kind of wrapped up with him asking me, you know, if I would help him, you know, if there was anything I could do to help him, or if I could help him find somebody to help him. So, I mean,
to help him.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt in your mind that's what he's talking about, because he specifically
said it. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that
it was very clear. That's what he.
So from here,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Also, in that, as that wrapped up about can I help him or find somebody to help him, what the insurance money came up. So.
Now, does he offer you? Basically he's asking you for help now? Is he offering you money to help him, or is he asking you for help, asking for options, and then you guys come to the payment situation with the life insurance?
Well, we never talked about any specific amounts or anything like that. And like I said, this wasn't a money thing.
No, I understand, but you said he brings up the life insurance. That's why
he brought up the insurance because I guess it, you know, at some point in there, I mean, I didn't see myself doing anything, but if he said if I could find somebody, I don't remember the specific words that were used, but I probably asked him, you know, what he was willing to pay, you know, if I was going to go try to find somebody for him. So,
yeah, and what is his response to this?
He said that the insurance money was a lot. I think a lot is the actual word he used, but he said at least 100,000, probably more. But like I said, that wasn't specific to any. That's just what he said that he was.
He's keeping it fairly generic. So basically, and just to sum up what we're talking about, he basically says to you, there's insurance money somewhere in the area of 100,000 or more that he has to offer. And now, is he asking for you specifically to help him at this point, or is he asking if you know somebody that would be able to help him?
Well, he asked me if I would help him, or if I could help him find somebody.
Okay, so he asked you if you can specifically help him, and if not, if you can find somebody else. And what is now how are you responding to this?
I told him I would see what I could do.
Okay.
So.
Now, does the conversation end at this point, or do you guys talk about it further?
Well, After that, it was, you know, I mean, he was leaving that night. He flew out that same night. He had thought ahead of it enough to know that we weren't going to be able to talk about this after he left.
Yeah.
And that's when the whole conversation about the phones happened, and he decided that that's what he was doing, and when as soon as he got home, he was going to go ahead and get one. And
Okay, well, we'll get into that now. So now you guys leave, you pick up the meat, you come back. Stop me if I miss anything in between here. You have the reception, you have the reception party.
yeah,
And now he's leaving. He's leaving that night or the following morning?
that night. Well, I don't know what he was doing that night. He was going to meet somebody.
But he was. That was the last time you guys were
But
actually.
I think he flew out late that night. Is what I think happened.
So at what point in between going to get the meat and talking now about the setting up communications and things of that nature, when does that start occur?
Well, that happened when we were getting the meat. That was in the
Oh,
ride
this is
there
the
and back.
conversation
We
continued.
never talked about anything like specific that was not in that car.
Oh, okay. So now so we left off at he said he's got the life insurance, 100,000 or more.
Yeah.
And if you could help him, or if somebody else could help, and you said that you'll look into it. How does the conversation continue right from that?
That was kind of the end of that conversation.
Okay.
You know, other than deciding that the phone, any future.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I know it's kind of hard for you, and it's kind
I'm
of
sorry,
strange because you like we said, you already know. But now we're leading into the phones. How do you start talking about the phones?
So when I said I would see what I could do, then it's like, well, we can't talk about this on our phones and no text messages and that kind of thing. So that's when he said that the phones were the best way to do it as far as he was concerned. That was all from that day.
Now, when you say the phones, are you talking about prepaid phones?
Yeah, anonymous phones.
How does he specifically refer to the phones? Does he call them anything, or does?
Just other phones, I guess. I mean, it was.
No, I just want to.
He only has one cell phone. I only had one.
Is he calling it a burner phone? Is he saying prepaid phone? Is he saying anonymous phone?
No, just said the other phone. So, I mean,
okay.
I don't know that he referred to it in anything specific.
Okay, but basically what I'm asking is, now you guys are talking about using these other phones. Naturally, they're different from your phones. So do you say, hey, we can't talk about this on our phones, or does he say, listen, we can't talk about this on our phones, I have another idea?
Yeah, but remember that prior to him coming up, we had already had conversations about different ways of communicating securely, not about this in particular. Maybe it was for him, but it was. You may have just been picking my head to find out about secure communications.
You're talking about the HIPAA stuff with sending secured information, yeah.
So all of the different options for secure communications was talked about prior to this, but not for this. So
no, I understand that, but now just for specifics, because we're telling a story now. So
yes, so he had made up his mind that the phones were the only real option at that point, and he told me that when he got home he was going to get one, and then he would get me the information so that we would be able to talk.
Okay, so he basically decides that this other forms of communication that you're talking about, secured information, is a way that this is going to happen for you to talk about this later.
Yeah. The other option that was a possible option was doing the encrypted files to send an encrypted
through
file.
the business.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it may have been after we got out of the car that he decided that the phone was the way to go, because it seems like he sent me a text about something about not trusting secure communication or something.
But
like that.
That's much later.
Okay. Yeah,
take your time, collect your thoughts. I understand. It's a lot to take in, and it's a lot to try and explain.
Yeah. So it was it was in there anyway. At whatever point that was, that maybe the phone. I guess the phone. I know that we talked about the phone in the car. So maybe I must have mentioned that there was. Are you sure you don't want to do it this way or something?
Yeah, and you're talking about the.
about, yeah, just sending the file.
So basically at the conclusion of this whole thing, you guys have decided that you're going to use these other phones?
Yeah.
And and what does he tell you? He says he's going to go home and get one?
He said when he got home, he was going to get one, and then he would send me the information.
When he says send, did he say how he's going to send it, or did he just send it to you? I mean, we know how he sent it. We'll get into that later, but I'm curious if he was specific to you.
I don't remember if we...
Okay, but he said he basically sent it to you.
Yeah, that he was going to send it to me.
What was your plan of action as far as your phone? Did you have one already, or did you go get one later?
No, I actually delayed getting one for a couple of weeks. I mean, I really, when this happened, I was not overly comfortable. I mean, I'd just gotten married.
Hadn't made up your mind yet. Yeah, it's a big decision.
You know,
Okay, so now
I knew that it wasn't something that I wanted to pick up and
yeah, this isn't like getting a cup of coffee. You gotta spend some time thinking about something.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, not just that though. I mean, I pretty well knew that I personally didn't want to be the one to do this.
Well, I can imagine that.
So,
well, let me ask you this: after you guys have discussed the phones and communication, things like that, is there anything else that we didn't touch on that you guys talked about specific to what happened?
No, not until after he was back and the phones were in place.
Okay, so you guys part ways after this conversation, and then there's no other communication until he's home. Is that correct, or no?
Yeah, about this, yes.
Yeah, okay. So now we'll fast forward a little bit. Now he comes home, and from here, naturally you guys are going to talk on your other phones, because you talk anyway, you're friends.
Right.
Did he mention anything specific or make any kind of innuendo like, hey, I got my other phone, or?
Yeah, he had, it was a couple days after he got home. May have been even been the next day.
Okay.
But he had sent me a text saying that he had gotten his phone. He had gotten it, or gotten his phone, and whatever it was. But he had gotten it, and he wanted to get the information to me, and that he was going to, paper mail it. So.
Now, did he tell you this on the phone, or did he send you a text?
Sure, it was probably in a conversation rather than text.
Okay.
But yeah, he told me he was going to mail it, which he did. It was a couple days after he got it that he told me that he mailed it. And that's possible that was in a text when he told me he sent it. It was in the mail.
Yeah, what happened in between them?
So,
is it also possible that it was during a conversation, though?
It is possible.
Okay. Now,
it seems like I saw a text about something about something's in the mail. So that would have been what it would have been about.
I think I know what you're referring to, and I'll touch on that momentarily. But in between there, now you guys have a couple conversations. I know he said that he got his phone. You said it was like right after, or just a couple days after he got back, right? So he gets back. He comes home on Monday or Tuesday?
Would have been Monday.
Okay. While you guys were talking, did he tell you where he got the phone, or what kind of phone it was, or anything like that?
Yeah, he told me that he got it at Walmart, and that's where he recommended I got mine, because you didn't have to show any kind of ID or anything. There was no registration on the Go phones, and that he told the cashier that he wanted him to activate it for him, and they did. So they activated it right in the store.
Did he say where he went to get the phone? What Walmart, or
he didn't?
He went out of town or anything like that?
I assumed that it was one right here, so near his house. But, it was all anonymous, so he wouldn't have had any reason to.
No, naturally. But did he specifically tell you it was one by his house, or he just?
No, he didn't say.
Okay. Now, once he tells you that he gets you the phone, from the time that he tells you that he said, hey, I got my phone, from there, before he sends you any information, do you guys have any other conversations about what's to come, to your knowledge, or that you
before he sent the phone?
Before you get his information for his phone?
No.
Okay.
No, everything was just waiting for that. I mean, He was very careful not to say anything that...
So now there's on,
I am going to need to take a bathroom break.
I was just going to ask you, if you want some water or a bathroom break. Are we going to pause?
This is a good time we can do that.
All right, we're going to go ahead.
I'm trying to cough pill.
Pause everything. The time is now 3:30 p.m. For the record, Assistant State Attorney Hamid Hunter back on the record. It's still February 19th. The time is now 3:39.
All right. Just going back up before we move into the, there we go. Before we move into when he sent you the information, things like that. Just one thing back on the car ride. You had mentioned, when do you need it done? He says pretty much immediately.
Yeah. He said ASAP is what he...
Did he elaborate any further, or did he say anything?
No. That's why I knew that it was a decision that was already made. That confirmed it, that it was like, well, when's this all happen? And apparently she told him she was leaving him like really soon.
Okay, so he didn't know exactly when, but he knew it was going down.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up, excuse me. All right, now we move forward, and he goes home. He's got his phone now, and you guys have some small conversations. He says basically he's sending you the information.
Yeah.
Now, the information that we have is that he sends you a text message on your personal phone number, basically saying that he had sent you a package. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Or that he had sent you
It was
something
a letter,
in the mail?
yeah.
And my question to you is, when did you receive this package and what was in it?
Well, I think it had something to do with the wedding. Like, it was a wedding card or something that he sent late. But in there was also the phone number. There was a piece of paper with a phone number in it, which I think was the reference, if I remember right, on the text that said he wanted to make sure the gift didn't fall out or something.
Yes, yeah.
That's what he was talking about, was the thing with the phone number on it.
So when he's referencing that, and this is via text message, this is what he's talking about is the phone number, because there was no money or anything or a gift card in there, right?
Not that I remember.
No.
But that was what he was talking about. I know that for sure.
Okay.
And there wasn't any money in it, otherwise he wouldn't have sent me it.
No, I was making more of a comical reference, so that's the only...
Yeah.
That's the only present that could have been in there. Do you remember when we had spoken, you had mentioned that the phone number that he had selected was most likely, to your recollection, was California?
Yeah, it seemed like one of the numbers was an LA number and the other one I think was an Atlanta number.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that, but I Googled the area codes is how I think that I remember it. But.
And then we're jumping a little bit ahead, but I'm gonna hold off. I just have to clear this up. Did you pick both numbers, or you only picked your number?
No, he got his phone and mailed me the number.
Gotcha. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I just want to make sure. So your Google search was only for
a couple of weeks. I Googled. That's why I think I remember mine was LA, because I think I Googled LA to get the prefixes for LA. It was like a 901 or something, but. It could have been reversed, but I just...
I know it's hard to remember phone numbers because I could barely remember my own phone number.
I'm
now now you just swipe and it happens. I'm gonna read a number off for you, and I want you to tell me if it even sounds vaguely familiar. Ready?
Sure.
And take your time, think about it. 858-336-2941.
You know, I really don't think that I would have any inkling of any of the numbers, because when he sent it, the only time I ever did anything with it is when I programmed it into the phone that I got weeks later.
Okay.
And then my phone had his number in it, and it was programmed in it. I never typed it in other than when I put it in the contacts. And so it wasn't something that I...
Well, that's what I figured
put
maybe
in,
you remember putting in or anything like that.
I don't.
And I'll read off one more number for you. You may or may not remember. It's no big deal if you don't. 404-376-8649. And I'll tell you why these numbers are preliminary significant to me.
Okay.
The 404 number is an Atlanta number.
Okay.
And I have the 858 number, which is a California-based number.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And now the way that I would see it is that Mark would most likely have the California-based number and you would have the Atlanta-based number from the information that I have.
Okay.
And my question to you is, I know you're a little hazy on it. Again, I think we don't all agree. Remembering phone numbers is not a strong suit of this generation or the people in it. So would it be feasible to say that that is a possibility that you would have selected an Atlanta number as your
Yeah, my memory said that one was, I thought, an LA number and the other one was an Atlanta number. So I had them reversed then. So I must have Googled the area code or the prefix to find, and that's how I knew that it was California or something. Must have been, I must have checked his is what I must have done instead of.
Oh, that makes sense.
So I remember doing it. I don't.
Okay, so just to for the sake of the conversation, then we'll agree that these are a possibility. Now, when he sends you this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You guys need a second?
Did I talk about the other one?
No. When that becomes pertinent, when they're talking about that part of it.
Okay.
If you're thinking about I'm going to get more in depth. Specifically, this is just very preliminary as to what I'm leading into. So now he's mailed you the number, and now you sit on this for a couple weeks because from the information that we have in his text messages between you two on your personal phones would indicate that you received this on, to us it would indicate that you received it in or around May 17, 2015.
Yes. And I believe that would be about the same time that I got mine. And I sent him a text on his phone saying something about check his other or something like that. But I got my
brother
phone.
From another mother?
No, that was him. But I sent him a text to, I guess I texted from the phone I got, my other phone as well, so we don't get mixed up, from the other phone that I had to his other phone.
Okay, so
that he had my number.
From the information that I would have, and this is first contact, from what you're telling me, that you sent him a text. So the number that he sent you, you put in your phone and then sent him a text that he would have your number.
Yeah.
And what was the context of the text?
I don't know, probably got it or something.
Okay.
I don't know what it was.
And this would be May 17, 2015?
Yeah.
From you to him?
Yes.
Okay.
That's from I don't know where I got that 17th from, but that's the exact date that I have written down. So.
That's what we have as well. Okay. I just want to verify that that's correct. Now, from then on...
actually, there was... Are you moving on from that date?
No, continue.
Okay. Right, probably the day before the 17th, so either the 15th or the 16th, because I think that was a weekend when I looked at the calendar, is probably when I got together with Jimmy.
Oh, that's important thing.
Yes, because I didn't commit to Mark until after Jimmy said that he wanted to do this.
So just so I got this straight, before you even received the letter in the mail,
no, I got the letter in the mail, I think on the 7th, or if that's when, I don't know if that's when I got it or when he sent it, but it was in there. But right before the 17th, when I went and got my phone, when I went and bought.
So in between that and the 2 weeks it took for you to get your phone?
Yeah, because that was the reason I waited, because I wasn't going to commit to it.
Yeah, if he's not going to do it.
Because I knew that I wasn't going to be the one to come down here and do that.
So in between there, you spoke with Jimmy Rogers?
Yeah, right before I bought the phone.
All right, so just...
I probably got the phone on the way back from Jimmy's, actually, so...
So that would be the 17th from the information that we have?
Yeah.
Does that sound accurate to you? Or?
Yeah, the 17th is when I texted Mark and told him that I had the other phone, and gave him the number by texting, I mean...
Yeah,
just texting him.
now he's got your number.
So now he's got mine.
Prior, on the way back from getting the phone, then that's when you talked to Jimmy about it?
No, before.
Okay, that's...
I never got the phone until after Jimmy said that he wanted to do this, because I wasn't committed, so...
So how do you approach Jimmy? How do you guys get into this?
Well, he, like I said, he was always looking for ways to make money, and I had asked him if he was still looking for some money, or was still looking for a way to make money. And I told him that there was a possible situation that he could make some money at, and he said he'd do it. And I said, well, what are you willing to do? And he said, anything. That was pretty much
that's a deciding factor right there.
I mean, that's...
Did you tell him anything specific, or you wanted to wait until you talked to Mark?
I don't know that I said anything specific.
Okay.
But I probably said I would have let him know that it was going to be something serious. So I honestly can't remember what I said to him, but once he said anything, it would have been. All right, so now you know Jimmy's on your side. Right, because I went and talked to Jimmy in person. This wouldn't have been on the phone or in text. So I went and talked to him. I think I might have met him on that Friday or Saturday, probably at the bar, and talked to him.
Do you think this is at Hub's Pub, or?
Yeah, because we were at Hub's Pub multiple times.
I know that's like the local. That's like the only
thing.
There,
yeah. So I probably met him there. And talked to him about it, but I'm not positive of that. But I know that I seen him in person when I talked to him.
Okay, and the specific was specifically to approach him to see if he was going to be your guy. So now, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there was some conversation about what stuff Mark had about the money. He asked me about getting paid, and I told him that it was an insurance thing. That he said it would, could be a few months.
Oh, so he asked about payment?
Yeah, immediately. He wanted to know about.
Did you guys ever settle on
an amount?
Yeah.
Indirectly, we did. He didn't want to have to wait because he's
broke. He needs money.
There was, I guess during the weekend, I guess that Saturday at the wedding, and probably because, like I said, I talked to Mark quite a bit, and we had, and Jimmy was around sometimes when I was talking to Mark, so there were conversations I had with Mark about gold and silver, because, and you guys met Jerry, that was something that Jerry and I did.
Jerry Levinsky?
Levinsky, right. And when obviously that came up in conversations with Mark, so that was something Mark was really interested in. He collected stuff.
Now, when you say gold or silver, are you talking about coins, or are you talking about...
Mostly coins, but Mark was asking me about bullion as well. Some of the stuff he was asking got over my head as far as my knowledge, and I pushed him on to Jerry because that's Jerry's thing. My thing with the gold and silver was more of the scrap values than it was coins. So anyway, there was multiple conversations with Mark about this gold and silver that he had around, and one of the coins was a fairly rare coin that we had talked about. It happened to be that Jerry actually had one, and so because Mark was asking me about it, it's one of the silver dollars that's worth a bunch of money, and some of them are worth, multiple ones are worth money, but it seemed like the value of these coins that he had was in the 10,000 range, and I think that's where that number came from.
When you say that number, is that what Jimmy was?
Well, because I know Jimmy
the offer to Jimmy.
Well, no, but I know that Jimmy told Taylor that he was going for $10,000. So
okay.
Based on her statement.
So you're saying based on that information is what But based on your personal experience, you had mentioned that
Yeah.
this is worth that amount, so that's his takeaway
Jimmy
from it?
was already aware that there was gold and silver there because of overhearing conversations either from that Saturday or me and him on the phone or with Mark. So there, you know, we talked about that as a potential way that he could get paid immediately, which is what he was looking at.
So did he basically say, was he to send the coins and get the money by Terry selling them, or were you to take them while you were there?
Mark wasn't actually part of that conversation. That was, you know, it was brought up by Jimmy, and it's like, well, I mean, it was supposed to be a break-in anyway, so, you know, that's what Mark wanted it to be or look like.
So naturally, you're supposed to take something from, that was one of the plans?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I have to ask you.
Without taking anything doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
it kind of takes away from the.
But as far as I know, there was nothing taken from the house. But
but
that was the plan.
And now, while we're on the topic, I was going to touch on this a little bit later, but while we're on the topic of the coins and while we're keeping a timeline here, at some point, Mark sends you from his cell phone pictures of coins.
Those were the ones that we're talking about.
Those are the coins in question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, is this for the purpose of?
Just value. Yeah.
Was he just inquiring about value, or does he know that he needs money to pay you guys?
This was strictly from a collector point.
Because this is around the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was saying, I think Jimmy was aware of that because
you had talked about it. He's got payment and stuff like that. Gotcha.
So.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't have any money to pay Jimmy, and I wasn't gonna. It wasn't coming out of my pocket. So
yeah,
that was the idea. That Jimmy was like, "Well, I need something right away," and that was
his the means of getting him down there.
And I think that's where the 10,000 came from. Was the value he had in his head that he was going to be able to make off of this. So.
Okay. And he was happy with that amount. His takeaway for doing that, or did he want more after?
I think he was fine with that. So.
Okay. All right, so in between that 2 weeks, now you've enlisted Jimmy, and from the time that Mark returns home, you guys talk a little bit, you've enlisted Jimmy, now we're back at the 17th where you receive the number. Now you go, I assume you go out, from what you were saying, to a Walmart and get your phone, right? Or no?
Yes. Yeah, I went to Walmart. I did exactly what Mark told me to do. Go to Walmart, pay cash, ask the associate to activate it for me, so I didn't even have to make a phone call from my phone. Yeah, they did it all right from the store.
Okay.
So other than possibly video, you know.
Well, my question to you is, there's, to my recollection, because I spent so much time there, I'm almost a resident now. Sergeant Levin and I there. There's only 3 Walmarts, to my recollection. There's one in Arnold, one in Fenton, and one in Festus.
Yeah, the one in Fenton and the one in Festus is the one, that's the only 2 I go to.
Okay.
And the one in Fenton is farther from the house, but it's everything I do, like Angie's mom, Angie's work,
is closer
everything, you go right past that Walmart.
Gotcha, so that probably would have been it.
And it's a newer Walmart. The one in Festus, unless I'm going over to TK's for something, you know, I don't really go to Festus very often unless I'm on a service call or something. So that's why I think it was Fenton, but it could have been Festus. But.
All right, I have a pretty good understanding now that he sends this to you. You go, you get the phone. Both are activated in the store to your knowledge. From there, you take his, and stop me if I'm wrong. This is for my chain of events here. You have his number, you put it in your phone, now you send him a text, you said, and which is on the same day, which goes along with the information that I have. Does he text you back, or is there any other text information, or was that simply just to deliver the phone number?
That was just to deliver the number, and then I know that he would have responded with a got it or something like that. So, I mean,
and to your recollection,
I don't remember that, but that's how it would have happened.
Yeah, it makes sense.
At least acknowledge that he got
to respond. To your recollection, was the rest of your communication most likely voice? Because again, going back to his records and what we had spoken about, he says didn't believe in secure texting. as nothing is secure as is actually.
Right, actually, that's the text that I was trying to remember.
Yeah, yep.
That text, I believe, was actually, when he said secure texting, what he was talking about was the encrypted file that would be emailed or sent as an attachment, which is what I had suggested doing for the other stuff. So,
and this is when you guys
and that's things that I've done in the past for in security situations where you just take the file, you write whatever you want into it, and then you encrypt the file, and if somebody intercepts it, they can't decrypt it. So,
but now you guys are set now on the phone.
Now we both have phones that are untraceable and are used for nothing beyond. So
now and I'm going to ask you, did you, sometimes when people get phones and phone cards and stuff like that, they want to expend minutes, did you make any other phone calls to anybody else using that?
Yes, I did. There was we had, you saw the house. There's phones everywhere because I'm always working on stuff.
Yeah, you're definitely the electronics guy, that's for sure.
I don't personally ever use another phone unless mine's broken, which I'm really hard on phones. I drop them, break screens, all that, especially because I had big phones. And I worked on people's phones. That's when people were breaking them. Our kids were constantly breaking their phones. So, and Angie as well. So there was flip phones laying around, some of those little cheap ones, because if I broke my phone, I couldn't be out of touch, but I would have a phone that I could take my SIM out of and put it in it.
Yeah, the emergency phone.
It's emergency phone, right? So there was one of those that was at the house, and I believe that I called that phone. I don't know if it was once or multiple times. So one of those phones, unless Mark called other numbers, one of those phones would have had 2 numbers on the call log, and that would have been what that other phone was.
Okay, so I want you to, we'll get back to that other phone in a minute, but just for what we're talking about now, those are the only 2 numbers that you most likely would call to your recollection. Okay. So now, in between May 17th, 2015, and probably June 25th, you guys have a number of conversations between what I believe is these 2 phones. To be more specific, I have a total of 2 text messages and 22 voice conversations. Okay. Is that accurate? Or?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And would you say that in all of these communications, is this solely for the planning and facilitation of the murder? Now, when you guys would talk, what would you talk about, and why so frequently and infrequently through? Is this a matter of convenience in your daily life, or because you're waiting on other things?
No, like I said, I don't know when their trip got planned, but all of those details about the trip, sending me information about, or telling me information about, like the layout of the way that the office was laid out, having me bring up stuff while we were talking, where he could walk me through things, how he wanted things to happen. So there would have been no just chit chat on that phone.
Yeah, you're not like, hey, how's it going?
For the most part, they were left powered off unless a text came.
Unless you got like for instance, and stop me, the brother from another mother thing, is that a code that Sievers used to switch to that phone?
Other was the code.
Yeah, okay.
And you guys had figured that out, but
yeah,
it's,
I just want to confirm, because to make this easier for you, because I know you're not going to remember 20-something conversations specifically, and when and where and all this other stuff, but starting from when you first get your phone, of all the things that you talked about leading up to what you guys finally agreed on, can you just bring me through how it started? Like, did it start out like, what are we doing? Do you have any ideas? What were the ideas initially, and how did you guys finally come to the final plan?
Well,
Take your time.
I mean, obviously, it started with getting me the information that I needed to be able to visually see what he was talking about as far as the way that the clinic was laid out, where the parking lot was, because
so he's
told me
explaining
specifically where she comes out at, where she parks, where's a good place to hide. His idea was to use a gun, but that's not me.
And this is like the initial plan. This is like the beginning stages of planning.
Yeah.
Around.
Then at some point, then their trip got pulled into it. So then, the house and the office situation would have been in there.
So it was really just a debate over the house and the office, and then the trip got.
Well, getting all the information between the two, and then also him calling me to tell me how things were progressing with her. And
okay. So he's basically giving you updates.
Yeah. Okay. Letting me know, if it's getting worse, when, because there was no time frame set other than it needs to happen soon.
So he's basically giving you an idea of like, this may have to happen on Thursday, depending on the way things are going.
And when it comes down to it, I think that, so it was a situation where it needed to be done before other people knew that there was even a problem.
Yeah, until he drops a bomb on you.
So, and the two were made for each other. I mean, Mark. So
sometimes
it took somebody like her to keep Mark in line, and somehow Mark, something I would never have seen him in that role ever.
People change over time.
Yeah.
I want to just spend a little bit of time on these conversations. I don't want to be repetitive. Now, initially, when you guys are talking about potentially the business being the spot to where this is going to be murdered, is this something that you suggested, or does Mark bring this up? And the only reason I ask is because you said that he specifically wanted you to use a gun, and he had planned out where she comes out and things of that nature.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I shouldn't have said he specifically decided that's how it would be done, but that's how he told me that he thought would be the way to do it.
So his initial plan.
And that way it would look like a mugging. It would be random. And the reason that I remember that is because of the situation with, well, what happens if there's somebody else with her when they come out? Because if she's working late and there's another one of the people in the office working and they went out together, then, that bothered me when it was like, well, you can't leave any witnesses and it's collateral damage.
So Mark Sievers told you that if she came out and you were to shoot her, if somebody's with her, that other person would be, and he said collateral damage?
Yeah.
And he said there could not be any witnesses?
Yeah.
And going back to this, he provided you with a layout of the business?
Yeah.
Had you ever been to the business before?
I'd been there when I installed all the servers.
So you have a general idea.
But I was never familiar with that side entrance. I always came in through the main entrance and went up the elevator or whatever, so.
And just for me, the way that he described it to you, if I'm looking at the front of the business, which door would she have come out? Is it on the right side or the left side?
Let's see. From the main entrance, if you're looking at the doors.
Yep.
Where the big field between the main road and the building is.
Yeah.
I'm calling that the front. So it would be on the left side.
So it'd be the left side door?
The left side door, yeah.
And do you remember if there was multiple side doors, did he say, or did he just say she'd be coming out?
I thought it was just one. It's a stairwell. It's wherever the stairs come out to.
Okay. And now he gives you this layout. Did he give you any you said he gave you the code to the door?
Yes.
Do you remember the code that he gave you?
1123, I believe.
1123
was. The reason I'm sure that was it is because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Fibonacci sequence numbers. It's a math
vaguely,
thing.
very vaguely. Math isn't my strong.
It's a nerd thing.
Yeah.
But it's a sequence of numbers where each number is the sum of the two numbers before it. So 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 1 is 3, and then 3 and 2 is 5. So it goes 1, 1, 3, 5, 8, 11.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Now, is this something that, is this common for the business, or did you just take note of this? Or did Mark
He didn't tell me that's what it was, but when I saw it, that's what popped in my head.
That's what you thought?
Maybe
Okay.
it's not what it is. Maybe it's just
Pretty
some
clever.
made up number, but that's, I mean, I don't know.
It makes sense to me.
Did you guys see,
I'd buy it.
well, considering that the address he gave me for the alarm system was the Munsters address, the 1313 Mockingbird Lane.
Yeah.
It probably was that, so that's probably where he got it from.
Gotcha.
The Da Vinci Code, the movie, if you remember that,
Yeah.
that was their code. That was the PIN number for the vault, and was that number. That was.
Yeah, I would have never figured it out.
Anyway, that's.
So he basically gives you. Does he give you any other codes, or just the 11?
No, that's the only code was to get in the door, and I don't know. Maybe that was the alarm code for the office too, but I.
But that's what he said. He's like side doors.
Yeah.
Now, why did he give you the code? Was there were you supposed to possibly wait inside the stairwell?
He said that he actually said initially it was, that if you were inside the stairwell, then nobody would see it, and then nobody would find her till the next day. So that was what he said initially, and then the alternative would be right outside that door. So
and he recommended using a firearm?
yeah, he said that a gun would be a typical mugging weapon.
So so did he tell you to take your purse or anything like that, or is it supposed to be like a mugging gone wrong, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like the burglary.
Yeah.
Walked in on, it was that would fit right along the same lines of.
Now, did he ever
maybe not even a mugging gone wrong, maybe just somebody did it on purpose, but it would still not point to
as long as it wasn't him. Exactly. Did he ever make mention of how many times you should shoot her, or recommend if you should do anything else, or?
No. Like I said, I wouldn't have used a gun. It's I don't think there was any other conversation about that.
And you mentioned prior in our conversation today that the reason why he thought that the side door or stairwell would be a good idea is because she works late.
Yeah, and it's off
secluded
on the side, and she has to walk all the way up the side out to her car, and it's dark over there. So.
And at this point, does Mark know that Jimmy is on board, or no?
I don't know that Mark ever knew it was Jimmy.
Okay. Did he know that somebody else was to help?
I was trying to buffer that, but yeah, I mean it's.
So at what point do you decide that the business route is not the way to go?
Well, because it's just too exposed.
It's too risky.
And if somebody did come out with her, collateral damage is not okay with me.
Yeah. So you were uncomfortable with the fact that had she been with somebody else?
But
well, naturally.
Yeah, especially if some completely innocent person got hurt over it, and that's.
So this is when you guys decide to move to Plan B then?
Yeah.
And what specifically about the house, as your conversations transpire, what specifically about the house made it more comfortable for everybody?
Well, because it could happen inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Less
the main
exposure.
thing, and that's and that was Mark's idea. Is, the fact that we look alike. If anybody happened to see me around the house, they would think it was him. Nobody'd think anything about it. It would happen inside the house in case whatever something went wrong. They'd have that buffer of being able to do whatever you needed to do. He had told me that she was, that was some of the stuff that happened on the other phones too, those conversations was about, because I know how Mark is. Mark was a federal firearms person. I mean, he's got guns everywhere. So I had a concern that she may have a gun with her, because I know how Mark is. I mean, but apparently well, he had told me, and this, this was a month and a half before this happened,
Yeah.
that these conversations started, so I don't remember at what point what happened, but, he had told me that she was wanting to get her concealed carry, but that he was going to, I don't know if he was going to delay that or he was going to make sure that she didn't have a gun yet.
So, if I understand you correctly, you guys had a conversation, and Mark Sievers conveyed to you specifically, after you voiced your concern that she may be armed, because that's the kind of lifestyle they live.
She would have no protection with her.
And he told you that he would specifically
carries a mace or something.
make sure that she did not have a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. So he goes into more detail and says that he's going to delay her getting her concealed weapons permit?
Yeah, there was a whole conversation just about that she hadn't picked the right gun yet.
Okay.
I was going to delay that happening to make sure that didn't have to worry about that. And I thought he even said that she didn't even have access to a gun, but that may not have been right because I know there was guns in the house.
Okay.
So
before we just get into the specific planning of the house and why and when, in between talking about the business and voicing your concerns about her having a firearm and things like that, did he bring any other specific references or any other scenarios or ideas beforehand, or was it really just a toss-up between the business and the home?
No, those were really the only options.
Okay. So moving forward, now you've decided on the home, and take it from there. What is the basic planning? Because has the trip come into play yet? Their trip to Connecticut, New York, or not yet?
Well, no. The deciding factor was once we got down there. So because I took Jimmy by the house, and then we also drove by the office, and just,
Oh, no, I understand that. Maybe I wasn't
so there was
specific
no,
enough. Well, no, what I'm saying is, when you're talking to Mark, when he mentions the house, because he cut the shrubs and stuff beforehand in case you were going to use the house, is my understanding.
Right, just
when he's explaining the house to you and where the trip comes into play, knowing that she's going to come back before them, was that something that was in the works already, or did he specifically delay him in the...
Okay. That's something I don't know. I didn't even know about the trip until I think just a few weeks, or a couple weeks before or something.
Okay.
And that's when he told me that was a target weekend to have that done, because...
All right, so he's like, this is perfect opportunity.
Yeah, he said this is the opportunity. He's going to be out of town. He's got a perfect alibi. He's going to be,
And we'll touch on that momentarily, and then just going back to the house, just so we're 100% certain. What did he explain to you about the house, and did he make any specific suggestions or recommendations of what you should do when you were there?
Well, he told me that he was leaving, that all the doors would be, the doors would be unlocked. He gave me the codes for the garage and the alarm, but he told me the alarm wouldn't be on because it was having some kind of intermittent problem and that it wasn't arming. Apparently his mom got it to arm because he said we set it off that morning when we got there, and well, not set it off, but triggered it. So, but yes, it was not supposed to have been armed. So he had told me that he was leaving that side door open, and that was an easy access point into the garage, and that however it happened, it would, I don't know that specifics were talked about at that point.
No, but you said he didn't, as far as trim the shrubbery and things of that nature. He did not mention that until much later, though, right? Before his trip, or?
Well, it was sometime in between. So it was
okay.
It was obviously before the trip, but somewhere in that, in between the time I got the phone and when they went out of town. So somewhere in that month.
Okay, somewhere in between all these phone calls you guys are discussing.
Yeah, because and that's why there's so many of them. There was a lot of stuff going on. And
so that's I'll ask you.
The calls probably would have been short because I would, there may have been times when I I was working.
Yeah, you're living your life. Yeah, you don't have time to.
You know, so.
Yeah. So when you're now, you guys are talking about this. Other than the concern of her with the concealed weapons permit, did you have any other concerns as far as people at the house, people coming to the house, people with access to the house, the animals?
No, he told me that his mom was taking care of the animals, the dogs.
Okay.
They had, I don't know what else is in there, a cat too. I think it's just the 2 dogs, but that she would be coming sometime in the mornings and then in the afternoons to feed the dog. And so that other than that, there shouldn't be anybody, you know, around. That was part of the reason that the house was the choice.
So we'll fast forward just a little bit more now. He's now told you about the trip, and he says that this is an ample target opportunity because he's got a perfect alibi. Please stop me if I'm wrong. This is for my knowledge. He's got a perfect alibi, so now it's decided on, I assume, between you two that this is the day when she's flying home, that this is when this is all going to happen?
Decided between who?
You and Mark.
Mark, when he left to go out of town, it was still open. It was, these are the choices, the house is prepped.
Okay.
You got everything you need for the office and play it by ear, basically. Just as long as it's done,
that makes sense.
Done before I get home.
So he's like, listen, if you want to do it at the business, cool. If not, the alarm's going to be off and I left the side door open, help yourself. Is that a basic understanding?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we've established this, the last communication, when would you say your last communication with Mark was before his trip ended? Or I apologize, before he left. Yeah, before it started.
It would have been right before he left, just to make sure that I had all the information I needed, because he knows how I am.
Do you know what day he left?
I don't know exactly. I want to say that it was like Thursday.
All right, so if I said June 25th as a last communication point for you guys, would that be accurate or no?
28th was Sunday. Yeah.
And in your communication with him, what was your final conversation about?
It was just to recap all the information and make sure that I had everything I needed.
And when you say all the information, I apologize, is
codes, the flight information.
Flight information.
Yeah.
When he told you the flight information, did he give you did he tell you what time she'd be coming in, or he gave you the actual flight number so that you could check?
No, well, he told me what time she would be in. That's where the confusion happened, because he said 11:25.
Okay.
And I thought that that's when the plane landed, but it was actually when she would be at the house. She would be at the house. It's a 20-minute drive. And I guess the plane landed at 11:05 or something. So
yeah, they probably made that trip.
11:25 came from. So he built that in. Said, you know, she'll be there at 11:25.
Yeah,
I thought be there is landed. So there was that was you know, the confusion with that. But
with the alarm code, did he give you the alarm code in case something happened because his mother was watching the house, or just in case you had to use it for whatever reason?
Just in case. Tried to cover all the potential.
And I know you had mentioned it prior here today in our conversation, but what was the code that he gave?
1313, which is Mockingbird Lane. It's the address of the Munsters from the old TV show.
I used to love that show when I was a kid. Still like it. TV Land, can't go wrong.
I didn't think you were old enough.
No, I'm not, but we have TV Land. So. When he's giving you the alarm code, that's the only code that he gives you, right?
For the house, yes. That.
No other alarm codes or anything like that. And is it my understanding, does that alarm code work in the garage and the house?
That's what it was. It's the same code for both.
Okay. And did he, when he gives you the code, does he give you, hey, you need to press 1313 pound or 1313 star or 13 disarm, or?
I don't know. I mean, okay, telling me how to turn an alarm off's kind of silly, but
It's kind of, yeah, actually given your background, now that I think of it, is kind of ridiculous.
yeah, he wouldn't have probably thought
I guess
that
it's
it
not
was
necessary. Yeah, okay.
But it wasn't supposed to be on either, so
It's a good thing he gave you the code.
well, it's a good thing the code was the same code, otherwise I probably wouldn't have known
Yeah.
what it was when it went off, so.
So your last communication with him is, well, what I think we can collectively agree on is somewhere in or around June 25th, 2015, and then he leaves June 26th to go on his trip, in or around. Now, you've decided that day after you speak with him that, and this is just what I want to iron out now, Angela got into an accident with your registered vehicle.
Yes.
Is this intended so that you can get a rental car, or is this
No.
clearly coincidental, like she
Yeah, it was a complete...
totally messed your
she-
trip up?
Yeah, she had an accident. I mean, she hit somebody pretty hard. I mean, it was kind of one of those things where I was actually sort of surprised that they were going to fix it. So, yeah, this wasn't a fender bender. I mean, she smashed the
I
front
saw
of
your
it.
car, yeah.
So
It was not in good shape.
she rear-ended somebody with a trailer hitch sticking out of the back of it.
Yeah, that'll do.
Right through the front of the car. And so, yeah.
So, when did she have the accident around?
I can't remember, but we didn't put the car in the shop right away because it was, deductible. So,
But right around that, right before you left, now you would have to put the car in, right, to get the rental car?
yeah, the car would have went in the shop. Well, I picked the rental car up Wednesday, I believe. The 24th was a Wednesday. That's when I picked up the rental car. That's also, and the car place is right next to the shop.
Okay.
I mean, really close, and they come and get you or drop you off and all that stuff, so.
And that's why I was inquiring as to the car, because you guys you picked up the car on the 24th. On the 23rd, it would appear that you guys had a conversation, so I wonder if he had mentioned to you that maybe it were a good idea.
I really don't think that
Okay.
what I was going to drive was ever even talked about, so.
Okay. So now you get the car, roughly on the 23rd, 24th. Your next communication, or your last communication when he gives you all the information in between there, at what point do you decide on what day you're going to leave with Jimmy?
Well, I had told Angie that I had to go out of town to work, and she was always talking about she didn't get to spend much time with the grandbabies anymore. Now that we lived out there, so I think it was my suggestion that maybe she stay with her mom for the weekend. That way she wasn't at the house by herself and she could go spend the whole weekend with the kids.
And just for the record, who's her mother?
Kathy Moran.
Kathy Moran. And she's married also, correct?
Yeah.
And you know her husband's name by any chance? Ed Moran.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ed Moran.
So you recommended that she stay there while you're out of town, and what was the reason that you gave her for going out of town?
To work.
You just left it out? You said, I gotta go take care of something?
Yeah. I mean, it would have been some kind of computer work. I mean, it wasn't unusual for me to go, especially not to go to Florida. Although I didn't tell her I was going to Florida. So, which is how all of
how it all started
mix-up happened. Yeah, because I had a plan. I had a trip planned. That's why everybody I told that I was going to Florida, Chris and like her brother and some of the other people, that I was going to Florida because I did have a trip planned down there to come down and work on the computers. So that's why I didn't know about the trip they were going to go on until right towards the end, because I was going down to work on the computers that weekend.
Well, that is my understanding that Mark had planned for you to come down.
Yeah, and then they went out of town. So.
Initially you were, but that clearly changed.
Yeah, I never would have been telling people I was going to Florida to work.
No, but I
the same weekend that I was coming to Florida. So,
yeah.
I mean, but that's how it happened. And, when I got back and talked to Angie, and, you know, it was like, you know, about being down there, I told her that I didn't go to Florida.
We'll touch on that momentarily. I just wanted, there's a couple things that occurred right in between this window of communications and just before you left.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna, I'll run it down for you. You got the car. We know obviously when you got the car, you just told us and why you got the car. Now we have the issue of the GPS. And we know that the GPS belongs to Jerry Lubinsky.
Right.
My question to you is when did you get had you had the GPS
I'd had
prior?
it for a year.
For some time?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, I get
now,
lost everywhere I go. So.
That's what especially out there, it's hard to get around.
And my GPS, I think, had gotten stolen.
Okay, so you had borrowed Jerry's and just not had given it back, and it doesn't look like Jerry goes many places. So
No, he told me to keep it. Actually, he was going to let me keep it. It was going to be mine anyway. It was kind of thing, because the stuff we do together, most of the time I don't take any money.
Yeah.
It's, you know, so I got the cameras and, you know, that I use for doing all the photography stuff for the catalog, and then
naturally,
you know, GPS and computer and things like that. So, you know.
So you got the car now. We already have the GPS. When do you tell Jimmy? Because it seems pretty abrupt based on everything that we're looking here. At what point do you enlist Jimmy and say, "Hey, we gotta beat feet and go down there"?
Well, probably a couple weeks, because I don't think I knew more than a couple weeks ahead of time that they were.
No, that's what I'm saying. But at what point do you tell him though? Because it looks like he says, "Hey, I'm leaving." So do you tell Jimmy that, "Hey, we're leaving on the 27th. I'll be coming to your house."
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a week or a week to 2 weeks before.
So he was expecting going.
I told him, yeah.
Okay.
And because he had told his work he was going to be out of town, and he was laid off. It's either they go, you know, working.
I know it's very intermittent the way that they go. There's no
So it was one of those things. Was, you know, it was a timing thing for him as well, that it just happened to be that he didn't have to go to work.
And why did you decide to leave on the day that you left specifically? Was it because of travel time or just convenience?
Well, I have a really hard time driving. I fall asleep, and I've had a bunch of accidents from falling asleep driving.
Is this where the Adderall comes into play from Robert Weidman?
Yeah.
You would have had to drive some of the way. Jimmy had to drive all home. So.
I do okay during the day. It's at night I can't drive at all. Generally at night.
Yeah.
And between the two of us, and I had you know, I mean, anytime I had to make like a long trip, that's generally, I would always try to get something in, like caffeine or tablets or something to tear my stomach up so bad.
Yeah.
And back when you used to be able to get the mini thins, those worked great, but can't get that anymore.
So you guys have now decided, it would appear that you let Jimmy know probably the night before that you're going to be picking him up that morning, right?
Well, that wasn't like when I told him. It would have.
No, he knew you were coming, but you're like, hey, I'm going to be over.
I gave him a time. Yeah, at that point, we had talked about what time, and he sent me. I think he sent me a text and asked me what time I was going to be there, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think we left the house about 8. So.
Okay, so you left your house on Chapel Hill Court and drove to his house in
Cadet.
In Cadet.
Yeah.
Now, on your way there, it appears did you set a route down to Florida? Were you messing with a GPS?
Everywhere you go.
Everywhere you go, you mess with it.
Yeah, I mean.
So when you leave in the morning,
especially because that's all back roads back there. It's
Yeah, believe me, I wouldn't. I had enough trouble getting around.
Getting to his house is simple enough, but even when I know where I'm going, I use the GPS because it tells me what time I'll be there.
Yeah, that's
people are like, I know exactly how long it'll take me. So if I'm on the phone, I'm gonna be there in 10 minutes or.
Yeah.
But leaving his house and trying to get back out to the main highway, you have to go through all and I'm not familiar with that area, so I would have put a route in to see how it went. How to get
to his house and everything else. So now, before you just back up just a little bit, when you leave, you make the conscious decision to leave your phone home for obvious reasons, or what is the deciding factor in that?
it was, yeah, I was undecided on it, but I actually, even if I didn't leave it, it was going to be powered off and all of that anyway. But because I really think that I actually didn't pack it accidentally, but I wasn't planning on using it anyway. And that way, if somebody did call it, then it would have
Naturally, it's
received
going
a call from there.
be where you're supposed to
So,
be. So, it's safe to say the phone was left home for a specific reason, for the most part.
yeah.
Okay. So now you've done that. Did you bring anything with you? Did you pack a bag or anything? You bring any provisions?
I had a little, like a little duffel bag that had just, change of clothes and stuff in it.
Okay. Did Angie see you leave in the morning, or was she at her
She went
Kathy's
to her
house?
mom's Friday night, and then I left Saturday morning. So
Okay. So now you drive to Jimmy's. Now, when you get to Jimmy's, do you talk to Taylor or anything like
I
that?
don't think she was there.
Okay.
I don't know that I asked, but I didn't see her. But
Did you go inside, or you just kind of pull up in the driveway?
pulled in the driveway and he come out and got in the car.
Did he have anything with him when he got in the car?
Well, he put it in the trunk. He had a backpack, and he had a cooler with him, which his cooler is the thing he always took back and forth to work. So I didn't think much about it. It was like a 6-pack cooler or something.
What color was it?
It seems like it was red and white.
Okay.
One of those that has the.
And you said he had a backpack with him also?
Yeah,
And what color? Do you remember what color backpack or what kind or anything?
it was dark.
Dark color?
Yeah, probably black. Not positive though.
And he brought his phone with him. Obviously, we know that. Was that like a fatal mistake that he made, or was he just so comfortable that?
I had told him not to bring his phone. So.
Okay.
So, and then how I found out he had it when he was on the phone on it. So I was like, trust me, I wasn't happy about it.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was wondering about that. Why he would bring the phone with him after all that.
Yeah, I don't know if he was just so confident that he didn't have to worry about it.
He was probably comfortable with it. Or either that or oblivious to the world.
Yeah.
So, now you guys are on the way down here. And you said you left probably around like 8 in the morning-ish, give or take, on Saturday, which would be the 27th, okay? June 27th. Who's driving first? You're driving first, I assume, because you picked him up?
Yeah. Yeah, I would have drove us out the first leg of it. I don't remember where we switched drivers, but
Was it daytime or nighttime?
it was still daytime. Yeah. Even in the day, I can't drive that long.
Do you remember what state you switched in or anything, or?
It was probably Illinois or Kentucky.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what are you guys talking about? What's going on? Are you does Jimmy have any grand ideas about what's to occur, or do you guys make any fun stops on the way down there?
No, it was pretty much a straight shot through, and
Did Jimmy ever talk about what he brought with him on the way down there? Or?
No, I think at one of either a rest stop when we stopped to go to the bathroom or something, he had showed me that he had he brought gloves and a jumpsuit from his work.
And that's just, before we get ahead of ourselves, there's one question I do have, is the use of the suits and the gloves and the shoes, is this something that he took upon himself to bring as a provisionary measure, or is this something that you guys saw in a movie and thought that this is the way to go?
No, I didn't even know he brought the suits until after we were gone.
Okay, so Mark Sievers had never volunteered this to you, this is what you should do, or?
No. And Jimmy's whole thing was about leaving DNA
And that's my question.
Yeah.
Okay, so until you actually stopped and he had explained to you that, and stop me from where you said that he brought gloves and...
Yeah, those industrial gloves that they use where he worked at.
Okay.
He had a box of those. He always had them around.
And what did he say to you about? Did you see them, or did he just say, "Hey, I brought this stuff"?
I don't. I don't know if I saw him and then he said something, or if he brought it up. That may be how I saw him. I don't remember how that unfolded, but
Okay.
they were in the back. They were in the trunk, so it would have been sometime when we were stopped at a rest stop or getting gas.
So from that time forward, did you guys ever discuss that? Did you ever confirm that, hey, we're going to use these suits, or did that come later?
No, I don't think that we talked about it really much on the way down. That conversation would have happened on Sunday when we were out
Planning on deciding what you're going to do.
Yeah,
Okay, so on the way down there, so how long would you say it takes you approximately to get down?
about 20 hours.
About 20 hours.
Yeah.
Now, after you make a couple stops,
long it
do you
took
remember
me, yeah.
specifically where you stopped on the way down, or areas or anything like that?
Yeah, we only really stopped for gas and at rest stops. So
And you're driving the white Hyundai Elantra that you rented from Enterprise, correct? On the way down?
yes.
Okay. Excuse me. As you guys arrive into Florida, what is your first stop and what is your first decision?
Well, by Florida, you mean the state or?
I apologize, in Lee
Area?
County, yeah, in this
Okay.
area, yes.
Well, we went by the house. That was
Just to
really our
scout out
first
and make
stop,
sure you
so-
knew where it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then decided to stop there and actually check it out. So, and then from there we went down to the beach.
Okay, just so I don't have to make you go back, so when you first get into Lee County down here in Florida, the first decision that you guys make is to go make sure you can get to the house, drive past the house, and then basically see what's going on?
Yeah, because I wanted to see, kind of, Mark had said that he had just, cutting that stuff out in the back and things like that. And Jimmy wanted to see, kind of how it was laid out. And
So did you only drive by, or did you park and kind of get out on foot?
We parked at the
Apartment complex?
Yeah, we drove by and then we parked at the top of our apartment complex and walked over. So
Okay, did you walk like through the woods, or you just walk up the sidewalk onto?
yeah, just up to right down. I guess that was the sidewalk.
So when you
Across the front and down.
Okay, so now when you're on foot, do you walk just right up to the house and go in, or do you go around the back through the gate, or how does this transpire?
No, the gate's only open from the inside, so
Okay.
I just opened the garage door and went in. So
Did you use the code to get in? The 1313?
yeah.
So, all right, so take me through once you get in there. What's the doing?
Just checked out just the garage layout. Wanted to make sure the dogs weren't going to react. Jimmy and the.
And just while we're on that topic, are the animals pretty comfortable with you to begin with because you've been to the house before, or are they just
They were
the way they are anyway?
comfortable with him, and they've never seen him before. So, I mean,
Because they're getting a little older anyway.
yeah, they're pretty docile.
Okay, sorry to cut you off.
But I didn't want to. I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, anyway, so went in, walked around. We checked out the backyard to see what he was talking about, and how high the fence was, and the fact that you couldn't get to that spot without going through people's yards.
Is there something that Jimmy pointed out that he wasn't comfortable with having to go through somebody else's yard to jump the fence, or
Yeah.
is it a pretty collective agreement?
I think he pointed it out. But it would have been a mutual thing, but yeah, I think he's the one that pointed that out.
What else do you guys do while you're inside?
Just looked around a little bit. I mean, I know how the house is laid out, so I didn't really need to walk around and see stuff. But
What's Jimmy doing while he's in there?
he went through some drawers and in the garage. He picked. There was a toolbox in the garage when we were in the garage, and there was a hammer laying in the top of it. He pulled it out and made some kind of joke about the hammer. So,
Do you remember what the hammer looked like?
I don't. It was a claw hammer.
Just a basic claw hammer.
Yeah.
I know you had previously mentioned, there's just two things I want to touch on because I don't want to forget about it. You had previously mentioned that the first time that you stopped there that you had accidentally set off the alarm because your
Yes.
mother said it.
Yeah, that morning, right.
So when you go into the garage, did you just open the door and the little beep, beep, beep starts going off and then you type in the code, or did you just type in the code to go in and then?
We'll go into no, when you go into the garage, it doesn't set anything
There's
off.
nothing, there's no sensor.
Right, it's when you go from the garage to the house.
And that's my question to you now, when you go in the house and the
just
alarm goes
it's
off,
right beeping.
which keypad did you use?
The one right inside the door.
By the front door?
No, there's one right
By
inside
the-
the door by the garage, because that's how.
Where the
it came in.
laundry machine and all that
Yeah.
stuff is? Okay, cool. And that's 1313 as well, yes? And now, and the other thing I wanted to touch on, Jimmy, you had mentioned that Jimmy had brought up the potential of leaving DNA behind. Initially, when you went into the house, were you guys wearing gloves or booties or anything like that?
Yeah, no booty stuff. I think there was gloves on. I wasn't really concerned about that kind of stuff because I'm at the house.
Because you had been in the house before.
He was the one that was, really overly, not
Naturally, yeah, he doesn't want to leave
overly,
anything
but
behind.
naturally concerned with.
Do you remember what his gloves looked like?
I think they're purple.
Purple. Are they the kind of glove that ends at the wrist, or are they kind of glove that extends like approximately 3 inches past, kind of like the surgical gloves?
I don't really remember. I mean, they were full gloves.
But they were like the latex kind of gloves, though.
Yeah,
right?
they
Like
were just
utility gloves.
like the industrial ones, though they're thicker.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Is he wearing any other kind of protective clothing or anything to conceal himself that you know of?
That morning.
Yeah.
No, not that I don't remember anything being.
And you said he was going through drawers and stuff like that. Did he make any note of anything that you guys should take that maybe you decided not to take, or was he unhappy that he couldn't find anything?
No, I don't think he was really looking for much, really anything. I mean, he was concerned about leaving DNA. I know he opened and closed some drawers, and but it was more concerned with like the outside of where the doors were at and how he was wanting to enter the house, right? So
now, when you guys are how much time overall would you say that you initially spent at the house together?
5 minutes.
About 5 minutes.
Yeah.
In that 5 minutes, in between looking at the fence and looking at the doors, what kind of conversation do you have regarding putting together a game plan, or at all?
Well, just in the garage, seeing how the garage was laid out, and there was with the other vehicle there was a place to hide. And the motorcycle was in there, and there's a lot of stuff that was in the garage that.
Did you guys settle on any preliminary plans of what was to occur?
No, other than the same thing Mark said, was that after she got in, that after she went into the house, so it would look like she walked in on an active robbery. So
like a burglary in progress kind of deal?
Yeah.
Okay, so now once you guys are comfortable with the layout and have a basic feel for everything that's happening, I guess you decide to leave?
Yeah. Yeah.
I do have a quick question before we move on from that. If Jimmy was wearing gloves, did he take gloves with him? Or did he throw them out somewhere or leave them behind somewhere?
I don't know where the gloves would have went.
Do you remember if he took them off before he left the house?
That's what I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember him having them on, so he must have taken them off before, or when we left the house anyway. Went out through the garage side door and then went out that gate. So if you're looking at their house from Jarvis, it would be the one on the right.
The investigator in me has to ask, being that he may have taken his gloves off early, do you remember him touching anything in the house anywhere without gloves on?
No.
Okay.
No, he was pretty anal about not leaving anything behind.
Never know
which
that,
is, yeah. I forgot to go to the bathroom again. I'm sorry.
No problem. Go ahead and just let us do our timestamp and end the recording. I'm going to go ahead and take a pause at 4:48 p.m.
Sorry, guys.
Nope, no problem. I understand.
Recording. Okay. Time is approximately 5:12 p.m. on Friday, February 19, 2016. This is Sergeant Levitt. We're back on the record. ASA Hamid Hunter had to step out. The rest of us are still here.
All right. right, Wayne. We left off. You and Jimmy had left the house, and now you're moving in the morning time on Jarvis, and now you're moving to your next couple locations. It's my understanding, and in speaking with you, that you went to a couple different locations before coming back to the house.
Yes.
That night on the 28th of June. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you briefly run me through just what you did leading up to that?
Yeah.
Leading up to the Walmart.
I know that we went to several of the beaches, walked around and then I mean, I had kind of planned to spend the day down there anyway, so I had brought clothes that I needed, but Jimmy didn't have anything, and so I don't remember exactly what we did. I think we actually might have even taken a nap in the car there by the beach in that little parking lot, but we were down along the ocean somewhere down there, and then I guess around 11, I think we went. I think that's when we went to the Walmart. But
okay, what was your reason for going to the Walmart?
well, he needed trunks, and it was, for some reason Jimmy likes to spend time at Walmart. I mean, it's kind of been one of his things. Anytime.
So you spent a considerable amount of time there, somewhere probably around an hour or so.
An hour, yeah.
Do you remember what you bought there besides the towels, swimming trunks?
I bought some water shoes, and then Jimmy bought some stuff for Taylor. I think it was a t-shirt.
Do you remember what the t-shirt said?
No, I don't. I don't remember if I actually even seen the shirt.
Now there was also, it looks like from the receipts I have, that there was what's described as a lockpick set.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know if Jimmy bought it or what the deal is, and some 13-gallon trash bags.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jimmy did buy trash bags.
Do you remember what for?
Well, I guess I don't really know what for. I'm assuming that that he had planned on throwing, like, if there was bloody stuff in them, but had the backpack anyway for that. I always use trash bags when I'm at the beach because of the sand and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it was just, I don't remember how many there were. It wasn't very many of them. It wasn't a big box or anything like that. So
okay.
I think it was multiple purposes is what the intention was for it. So.
Okay. And do you remember the t-shirts? Did you get one t-shirt or two t-shirts? Because last time you mentioned that.
I don't know. I think that when we came in the Walmart, we kind of went separate ways.
Gotcha. And did you pay for all the items?
Well, I thought I did, but like I do not remember that lockpick, so I don't have any idea what that was. So I don't remember seeing anything. But
make it a little bit easier.
I paid cash for the stuff when I rang out. If he got anything else outside of that.
What denomination of currency did you use? 50s, 100s?
It was probably 100 because the market sent me $500.
Okay.
So. And I remember that it was $500 bills is what I started with, so used that for gas and anything else that we had to pay for.
So now when you leave the Walmart, there's nothing more notable that you can remember. And I just want to confirm that the picture that we showed you of you and Jimmy walking in the Walmart, you confirm that is you and Jimmy Rogers, correct?
Yes.
So after you leave the Walmart, where do you go from there?
I think that's when we drove by the office. It could have been on the way to Walmart.
The medical place?
It was while we were out that we went by there.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't remember if it was before or after the Walmart, but it was while we were out. And then we ended up going back down to the beaches, I believe, is all that we did. So we went down there and then we walked around down at the pier. Jimmy wanted to get some souvenir stuff, and so we walked through the shops, and there was a little guess it's a hotel, but just right down from the pier. It's got like a bar downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some kind of club on the roof.
Does the Lonnie Kai sound familiar?
I don't know that I would know it if I heard
Oh, it's
it,
fine.
unless it was printed on the side of the building. I don't, so. But the one that we went to has, you walk right off the street.
Mm-hmm.
You can walk right through the bar, right out onto the sand. So
Gotcha.
I don't know if they're all like that.
That it does. I was just curious. So
we parked in the parking lot across from that hotel, and then walked through. Walked all around down there. We ended up getting something to eat at a little, I mean, it's bigger than like a stand, but it was a building, but a really small building.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was, tacos or burritos or something.
Gotcha.
And it was in the parking lot where the car was at. So, but we ate there, and then I'm trying to remember what we did in there. I think we were down there. I mean, I know it was after dark. I think we were down there until we left to go back to the house. It's possible that there might have been, we might have stopped somewhere in between again. But
okay. So after you leave there and you start heading back towards the house, where do you go? Where do you park?
We go back to the same parking lot we stopped where we were at the first time.
You're talking about the one with the apartment complex over there?
Yeah.
All right, so bring me through basically what's going on, because now you're obviously talking about what's to occur. You know when she's coming home. Does Jimmy bring the core in the house with the suits in there? Do you guys suit up beforehand? Bring me through it.
Well, the backpack was with him.
Okay.
And that's what had the suits and stuff in it. Remember, I don't think that there was anything else. He probably put maybe trash bags in I don't know what all was in the backpack.
But he brought a backpack with him?
Yes.
So you were in regular clothes on your way to the house?
Yes, because I think we put the suits on right outside the door.
Okay. So bring me through up to, from what I understand, you guys left, Jimmy's got the backpack. Do you guys walk through the grass area, or do you walk on the sidewalk and to the house?
Right along the tree line.
Along the tree line?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you walk up to the front of the house, or how do you get inside?
Yeah, well, we walked up, we walked down that sidewalk on the other side of the house and then crossed over. So when we were there the first time when we left that gate on that right side unlatched. Yeah.
So if you're facing the house, the gate on the right side by the garage exterior door. So you went in that gate?
I think that gate somehow the wind had blown it shut or something. We ended up going through the garage again.
Okay. So when you got there, it looks like the door was latched, so you couldn't get through it.
The gate was latched, yeah.
So you go through the garage.
Yeah.
Do you use the code to get in, or is it already undone?
Yeah.
You use the 1313?
Yeah.
So
for the garage door, right? The alarm wasn't on.
When you go inside, do you close the garage door behind you, or do you leave it open?
Oh yeah, we closed it immediately.
Okay. And after the garage door closes, did you take that opportunity to get ready and suit up and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Bring me through and be as detailed as possible about how this happens. Does Jimmy get dressed first? Do you get dressed first? How do you get dressed? What do you wear?
Well, I think I just had shorts and a shirt on. I had a hat on. And the jumpsuit's just a one-piece zip-up suit. I think we both got in the suits at the same time. And then I think I helped him put tape. He had brought mask or duct tape.
Like the silver duct tape?
Yeah, he brought that with him. That was one of the things that was in the cooler. So that taped up the ankles and the wrists, and then the gloves went on. Right, the gloves were first, but whatever the order was.
So you're wearing the blue utility gloves?
Yeah.
And a jumpsuit. What color is the jumpsuit?
It was dark, like a dark blue or even possible.
Okay.
I mean,
do you have any markings or anything like that? Can you see where it was from, or just generic suit?
I think it was just plain.
Were your were both your suits the same consistency and texture? Were they the same, or did they vary in any way?
No, they looked like they were the same suit. Now, I had worn one of those once before when I was working on his car.
Okay, so you've seen them with the...
I had seen those before, and I knew that when I wore it before, because I had good clothes on, he wanted me to work.
Naturally,
wanted
yeah.
me to do something to his car, so he had gave me one of those to put on.
Okay.
And when I got under the car.
And did he tell you where they were from?
And I asked him then where it came from, and he said it was from his work. That that's what they wore when Doe Run, I think, is where he was working then.
All right, so it's my understanding.
Also where he said the gloves came from.
He said the gloves came from Doe Run also?
Because I wore those when I was messing with the car too.
Gotcha. So now, when you guys go there, you put the suits on, you put gloves on, and then you use duct tape to tape each other around the wrist and the ankles.
Yeah, I think we probably did our own ankles, but when it comes to the wrist...
Yeah, naturally you're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm sure that I must have helped him at least.
Okay, and vice versa?
Yeah.
And you said that you're wearing a hat. Can you just describe the hat for me?
It was a wide brimmed hat all the way around with the flap on the back.
Kind of like the safari hat with the perforated back?
Yeah.
Which Jimmy wear? Does he have a hat on or anything like that?
I'm almost positive he had a hat on. I think it was like a baseball hat though.
Okay. As far as shoe wear, do you remember what you guys were wearing?
I think I had on the swim shoes that I got that day.
Okay. The ones at Walmart?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm almost positive that's what I had on.
Okay.
I had more tennis shoes down there, which is why I got the water shoes, so sand all in them. And I don't know. I'm sure that that's what I had on now that I think about it more.
Do you remember what Jimmy was wearing?
He had bought shoes at Walmart. Because I think the shoes he had on were like expensive work shoes or something.
Mm-hmm.
So he had bought some shoes, and I didn't really don't pay attention to shoes, but I'm sure that that's what he was wearing. So he wouldn't have wore his good ones.
Did you wear any other kind of protective or concealing clothing or garments that you could think of?
No.
Okay. Well, you guys are inside now that you guys are ready. What is the next course of action? What do you do?
Wait, I guess. Really, I mean, it was.
No, I know, but like, just explain like what's Jimmy doing? What are you doing? Because you got to remember we have the door now.
Yeah, we were out. I mean, like I said, the side garage door was open.
Yeah.
So, you know, we were outside in the yard a lot because it was hot in the garage.
Yeah.
Especially with long sleeve jumpsuits on. So we were outside there, outside the garage, a lot of the time. And then I had went. See, I'd made sure that the alarm wasn't armed again.
Yeah.
So because and I'm sure that he went in the house as well. We both walked in the house anyway to just, nothing had changed.
Yeah. There. But nothing was removed from the scene or anything like that you're aware of?
No.
And nothing was moved or placed elsewhere that you're aware of?
No, not that I'm aware of.
How long would you say that you were in the house from the time that you were in there, that you got there to the time that moment? Approximately.
Well, I think we got back over to the parking lot about 10:30.
Okay.
It seemed like it was about an hour before I was expecting her to land.
Okay.
So.
And at what point do you pry the door? Is that before she comes home or after she comes home?
Before. It was while we were waiting. So.
Is Jimmy present while you're prying the door, or was he elsewhere?
Yeah.
And when you decide to pry the door,
I don't know if he's paying any attention, but I mean,
yeah, it could have been staring at the stars or something. When you decide to pry the door, what did you use? Was it something from within the garage, or was it something that you guys brought with you?
Well, I didn't bring anything, any kind of tools. I didn't bring hammers. I didn't bring any of that. So I'm sure that it was something that was right there. Like I said, Mark's toolbox, it was one of those small hand boxes, which is where Jimmy had found that hammer. I think it was right there. There was a few things scattered.
So you guys are just looking through the garage, and at this point, had you decided what you were going to use to commit the murder?
No.
Or was this an impulse situation?
Well, when Jimmy saw the hammer earlier, I think that was kind of his weapon of choice. It made that clear. And I think that he had kind of decided at that point it was fate, you know.
Yeah.
Because he had made the comment kind of like a joke, like, no.
So just going back to prying the door, what did you actually
Destiny,
use?
I think.
Destiny?
He said it's Destiny when he picked it.
That's interesting.
So.
Just we're looking at when he picked the hammer up, was he like smiling, like joking, like it's, you know, it's Destiny, it's meant to be?
Yeah.
Did he appear excited?
Jimmy style, yeah.
Just going back to the door, what did you use to pry the door?
It was a flat bar.
When you say a flat bar, do you mean like the 12-inch flat bar or an actual?
Yeah, like
crowbar?
like this long. It's
flat on one edge.
They're flat on one side and a 90 on the other. It was one of those.
Do you remember what kind it was? No.
I want to say it was dark. It was probably a blue one.
Okay.
It could have been black, but
okay. So, is the door closed when you pry it, or you just
kind of closed when I pried it because I wanted to make sure that it.
So you legitimately pried it open?
Yeah.
Okay. And what'd you do with the crowbar from there?
Probably put it back where I found it.
Which was? Do you remember?
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
No, that's fine. You did mention that you found it in Mark's handheld toolbox.
Well, I said that's probably where.
You got it.
Yeah.
Is it possible that you may have put it back in there, or you just can't remember specifically?
No, I can't.
Okay. There was also another crowbar left out by the door. Was that a prop, or was that
left by the door?
Yeah.
Well, then that could have been it.
Oh, that could have been it?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't sure what I did with it, so if there was one laying out there by the door, it was probably the one.
It.
So, yeah.
So now, once you pry open the door, do you guys go back inside? Do you come up with a game plan? Like, is Jimmy like, hey, I'm going to wait over here, and you're like, I'm going to wait over here? Or?
Well, I mean, the idea was to wait in the garage and just wing it, I guess. But
okay, so where in the garage are you standing approximately? By the door, the outside door?
By the outside door is where we had kind of stayed at, so that with the door partially open.
So really, you're just hanging out, talking, waiting for, and Jimmy's just sniffing around, kind of looking. Now, obviously, you're probably caught by surprise when the garage door starts open.
When the garage door opened, I was actually by the motorcycle, looking at the motorcycle.
Okay.
So I was over there and kind of dove for something so the headlights didn't hit me.
Where'd Jimmy go?
I'm not positive where he was at.
Do you think he made it inside the kitchen, or?
He was either in the kitchen or he could have been back behind me somewhere.
Okay.
Like I said, it caught me off guard. I just, I dove for it. So, but said when okay, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Now everybody takes cover. Does she pull in?
Yeah, she pulled into the garage.
Do you remember what she was driving?
She was driving the van. Mark's van is what he calls it. She drives a little Mercedes, which I think had a bad battery or something.
Gotcha. And the Mercedes was there, correct?
Yeah, that was on the right side, which is in between the car and that's the garage side is where we had hung out at over there by the.
Now, when she pulls in, is she on the phone or is she talking to herself? What's her movements? What's her first course of action?
She got out of the car. I think she popped the trunk. She got out of the car and popped the trunk, went to the back, or not popped the trunk, she was in the van, but let's see.
And you're over by the...
I think it was the hatch. She popped the actual back door of the van.
Did she close the garage door behind her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where are you at this point?
Still by the motorcycle.
She like crouched down by the motorcycle, or?
Yeah. I think there must have been some boxes over there by the motorcycle as well, because I dove down to get behind some. So I heard the back of the thing open, and I could tell she pulled her luggage out of there. and then she, when the hatch slammed down, and then so at that point I was behind those boxes, so I was pretty close to the front of the van.
So
when she went in, so she went into the house. She left her luggage laying there in the garage, right at the bottom of the steps.
So, right, just for my recollection, you have the doorway, you have the front of the van, the threshold of the doorway, there's like a little freezer on the side.
Yeah, the freezer's on.
Where is her luggage in relation to that?
Right on the floor, right in front of the door.
Okay.
So, I guess that would have been right in front of the van.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's, she sat the luggage down there and then went into the house. I had walked into the house behind her, said I didn't know where Jimmy was at. But I went into the house, I followed her into the house. Like I said, my intention was to knock her out, but it didn't work.
So as she puts her luggage down, is she carrying anything else when she walks in?
I know she had her purse with her, although I was kind of not looking at her when she went into the house. That was by what I heard. So when she went into the house, but I know that she had her purse with her because she dropped her purse or she put it on the counter or something.
Okay, so
I remember seeing the purse after we were in the house. So.
As she's walking inside, do you decide to approach her from behind?
Well, I walked in behind her.
Okay. And she didn't notice you walking behind her?
No, but she got to the counter and turned around. And I hit her a few times, two or three maybe.
And you hit her in the back first, right?
Well, I think the first time that I hit her, it was when she was still walking away from me.
And that's what
then she turned around.
You explained you grabbed a hammer from the fridge to the right.
Yeah, it was sitting on top of that ice chest, right?
And she's coming in, you come behind her, and you said you tried to hit her and knock her out?
Yeah, I expected it to knock her out. I've never hit anybody with a hammer before, but I wouldn't think that would take that much to knock somebody out.
Yeah.
But like I said, I have shoulder problems, and I don't have strength in my shoulders.
Yeah, and it depends on how you hit somebody and everything else.
So,
it doesn't.
But
so she makes her way into.
Yeah, so I did hit her when she got into the house. She turned around and fought back. So.
Did she say anything? Did she notice it was you?
No, I don't know if she thought it was Mark, maybe, because the hat that I had on is exactly like the hat Mark
Like the hat that he wears.
So, but I have one of those. I've had one. I mean, I wear them too because I love those things. Mark turned me on to them years ago.
They are comfortable. I got one for when I do like long
stuff. And they keep my neck when I'm doing working on stuff outside. It keeps my neck from getting burned. So she turned around, like I said, she's tried to fight back, and wherever Jimmy came from, he came out of nowhere and just started blasting her. So,
how many times do you think that you hit her, approximately?
3 at the most.
All in the head, or?
Yeah, not necessarily in the front or the back, or not necessarily in the back. I think I only hit her once in the back, and she turned around.
And then she starts fighting. How is she fighting? Is she like kicking and punching, or scratching, or screaming, or?
She really didn't scream. I mean, she was, it was kind of a blur. She just fought back. She tried to, she put her hands up, and thing, and said, I'm not even sure that I actually hit her 3 times.
Okay. So, while she's turned around fighting with you, Jimmy comes from behind?
Well,
I assume, or
it
comes
seemed
from
like it was from the side, but I mean, wherever he was, he came from that.
And does he come like guns blazing,
I was
just swinging?
facing into the house. She was facing towards the garage.
Okay.
And I think initially it was from the right side, but he was doing the 2-fisted, double hand.
Yeah. Was he saying anything or anything? Any statements? Screaming?
I don't know.
Was he hitting her like primarily in the head from what you could see, or?
Yeah.
Now, how does she wind up from the kitchen? Because she's facing the garage, you're facing her, Jimmy flies in from the flank. And then how does she wind up at her final resting place between the refrigerator and the edge of the counter?
Well, from that position, from the door, it's really only about a body length over the...
Yeah, it's not, I'm just curious
so,
as to...
So when she would have been backed up to the countertop, and when she fell, she would have fell that direction. So,
okay. So take me through what happens from there. Do you continue hitting her? Does Jimmy continue hitting her? Does he straddle her, sit on top of her and hit her?
I don't remember him sitting on her, but like I said, I mean, he was definitely bent over her and continued to hit her.
And was he using two hands?
And then stopped, and then, you know, she was moving, is what he said. That she was still moving.
Was she making any kind of sound or anything?
It was, yeah, like a gurgling sound. And I think that's all it was air moving.
Was it like a loud
kept
snoring sound, or like a sound like gargling, like, you know, like when you're gargling like mouthwash or something?
I think it was more like that, almost like a snoring sound.
Okay. Is she laying face down at this point?
Yeah.
How many times do you think Jimmy hit her approximately, if you had to guess?
I don't know, he was swinging.
You can stand up, don't make any like crazy movements or anything like that, we don't want you, but can you just demonstrate for me what he was actually, demonstrate for me how you hit her, and then if you can, demonstrate to me how you saw Jimmy hitting her. Can you do that for me?
Yeah.
Take your time. Because I want to get an idea of Jimmy's state. And
I would have hit her this way.
with your right hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, that way, and like I said, she was facing me. And, I'm not really sure exactly how it started with him, but I think he was swinging more this way,
Okay.
or even sideways. Once she fell, it was, you know, this way.
Over his head.
But yeah, I mean, I can't get my hand on
No, I understand. You don't have to go the full route. I was just curious. So you used one hand,
Yes.
Jimmy used two, and he hit her probably multiple times?
Yeah. And then he even laughed about it afterwards, that the last time he hit her with the claw part.
Okay. Now,
With the claw.
you had also mentioned at one point while he's hitting her, he had stopped, started walking away, and then went back?
Yeah, because she was still making noises.
Okay.
And
how many more
he
times?
ran back, and it may have only been once. It may have been more than once.
Okay.
I mean,
But he was satisfied that she was...
I was kind of walking away.
Now, when he's swinging, is he like sitting on top of her, straddling her, or is he standing in like a crouch position?
I think he was just bent over.
Okay.
You know, just, you know, bent over, leaning down, because she was on the floor.
And what happens?
So it was always on his feet, so.
Okay.
I mean,
What happens once he's done? Because her wallet winds up on the floor, the hammer winds up on the floor.
you know, the wallet being on the floor, I don't remember anybody going through her stuff. I really think that we had talked about that once before.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that when she got to the counter, I think that's about when I caught up to her. But I think she put her purse on the countertop, and during the struggle, I'm sure that it must have gotten knocked over.
So basically what you're saying is that you did not personally place the wallet there or open the wallet or touch the wallet.
No.
But you're not 100% sure of how it wound up.
No.
Okay.
I don't know where it actually ended up at.
Got it.
If it wasn't in the purse, it must have fell off the counter.
Is it possible that in all the scuffle and all the confusion that Jimmy may have taken it upon himself to remove the wallet and stage the scene as if it were robbery or burglary or something?
It's possible. Like I said, at the end, I had to walk away.
And now, Jimmy had a hammer and you had a hammer. What did you do with your hammer?
When we talked before, I told you that I just dropped it, which is what I think is the case.
Okay.
Again, it was kind of, it was over. I don't know if I dropped it there or if I walked off and dropped it. But
if there was a hammer found at the scene with her hair on it, laying on the kitchen floor, would that belong to Jimmy or would that belong to you?
If it had hair on it, are you talking about just like hair fibers or chunks?
No, like hair, like actual hair on it. Like hair wrapped around it.
Oh.
Strands of hair.
Okay, if it was just strands of hair, that may have been mine then.
Okay.
And if it was bloody, nasty, then that wasn't mine. So.
And the difference between your hammer, you would explain that yours was a common utility hammer with the claw and the head. But you described Jimmy's hammer as being a ball peen hammer with the double side.
No. The hammer that Jimmy always carries with him is a ball peen.
Okay.
And because he talks about that works really well for breaking joints and things like that.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. So,
but the hammer that he picked up in the house out of that toolbox when he held it up, I'm almost positive it was just actually I know it was a claw hammer because he said that he used the claw end of it.
Okay. Excuse me. What happens from there once do you guys take anything from the scene while you're there or disturb anything or move anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
What do you immediately do once Jimmy is satisfied that she's gone and you drop the hammer? Do you guys clean anything up or anything or use any water, wash anything off?
I did leave out a detail. When I came into the house, I kicked the dog bowl over, which had water. So
which would explain why it's like in the middle of the floor there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And every single time I've ever walked in that door, I've kicked that dog bowl over. So, I mean, it's, every time I go to the house, I've knocked it over at least once.
Yeah.
And, Mark had always said that he does it too. So, it sticks out in that little hallway.
Yeah.
Is where it's normally
it's
at.
Kind of an obnoxious dish.
Right where you'd hit it at. But I remember that I tripped over that thing again when I came in.
But other than that, nothing was taken or removed or intentionally disturbed by you at the scene?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Jimmy take anything from the scene?
No, not that I know of.
So what is your immediate...
He never bragged about taking anything.
Okay.
I didn't see anything, but...
After she's gone and you guys have decided it's time to go, do you immediately leave?
Yes.
And how do you leave?
Through the side door.
The garage door?
Side door, yes.
And do you walk back across the street and walk the wood line again, back to the car?
Yeah, I went exactly the same way that we got there.
Were you still wearing the suits or did you take them off inside?
We took the suits off right outside the door. Sorry, I was going to actually back you up on that.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, because we took the suits off.
What'd you do with them?
Had a little trouble with the duct tape. And the suits went into the backpack.
And did Jimmy have the backpack or did you have it?
I'm sure that he was carrying it.
Do you remember if Jimmy kept his hammer?
I don't know.
Okay.
If he did, I didn't know about it. And if I did know about it, I wouldn't have allowed it.
Okay.
Just like apparently he brought his clothes back. I did not know that.
You should have used better judgment. But
yeah.
Such is life. So now you guys leave. You walk back to the car. Did you use the same route to walk back to the car, walking from the side of the house?
Yes. Yeah, through the side gate.
Now, when you get back to the complex and get back in the Elantra, are you driving or is Jimmy driving?
I don't remember. It was probably me.
Okay. And now you guys you don't stop anywhere else. You hightail it back to Missouri, right?
Yeah.
Do you stop anywhere in Lee County on the way out?
No.
That you know of? When's the next stop that you make? Is it for gas or is it?
I think the first gas stop we made was at that racetrack. The information would have been in the Garmin. Because
Yeah, I
trying to find gas, I search for nearest gas station is how I find it, so.
no, I understand that. I know you're.
But that would have been the first place we stopped for gas. I think the rest stop we stopped at was before we got gas. We stopped at a rest stop and threw away all the stuff, the clothes and everything.
And just bring me through that a little bit, like your phone. What'd you do with your phone?
I still had the
prepaid phone.
I still had that phone until we got back to Missouri.
But everything else in the backpack you guys threw in like a garbage pail, or?
Yeah. Well, because the phone wasn't in the backpack.
Okay.
So.
And you don't remember where this rest stop was?
I don't, but I'm fairly certain that it wasn't the one that's just north of Fort Myers, because we stopped at that one and that one's pretty open.
Yeah.
The one we stopped at, when you pull in, the cars went to the left and the trucks went to the right.
Okay.
It wasn't very wide, and there was woods on the other side of it.
Gotcha.
And there was trash cans along the back edge of it.
Mhm.
So I just stopped in one of the truck parking spots and walked over and threw the trash away. I cleaned all the junk out of the car.
So you guys had like soda bottles and wrappers and stuff in there too? So you basically cleaned everything out of the car, got rid of the suits and the duct tape.
I cleaned all the trash out of the car.
But did...
partially because that way I had a legitimate reason to be stopping and throwing stuff in a trash can.
And he threw the whole backpack away, right? He didn't bring the backpack back?
I thought that the whole backpack got thrown away. Okay. But if he still had the backpack at the house, if that was the backpack.
Well, don't worry. I'm just curious of your observations. So don't go off.
My understanding was the whole thing went in there.
Okay.
So suits and all. So it's,
once you leave there, did you just clean the car out, throw everything out, and then just keep driving?
Yeah.
Aside from just stopping to get food and stopping to get gas, did anything else significant having to do with getting rid of evidence or contacting Mark or contacting anybody?
No. Mark made it clear that there was no contact about anything to do with this.
So the 25th was the last time that you guys talked about it?
He destroyed his phone, his other phone, before they went out of town.
And he told you that?
Yes.
Okay.
After I talked to him the last time, he told me that it was being destroyed.
Did he tell you what he was going to do with it?
Yeah, he told me to do the same with mine. It's funny, Mark telling me how to get rid of an electronic, but he told me to take the phone, take the SIM out of it, break the SIM into pieces, throw them away separately, and to completely demolish the phone, with a hammer or something. And, just demolish it and throw it away in pieces.
So now when you guys arrive back to Missouri, what happens from there? Do you drop Jimmy off and then go see Angie and Robert and his kid, or how does this work?
No. Well, when we got back, when we got off the highway, we stopped. There was a car wash right there off of that exit where I stopped, where we got off to go to Jimmy's house and to cut over, and that's where we vacuumed out the car and everything. So we vacuumed out the car and everything, and then that's where I destroyed my phone, and it was thrown away there. So.
And then this is back in Missouri, right?
Yes.
And you removed the SIM card, threw it away, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Then you drop Jimmy off and you go home, right?
Yeah.
And then you see us shortly after.
So.
Okay.
No, we didn't see you until after Angie and I got back.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, yours.
Yeah.
But nothing significant happened in between there, to your knowledge, right?
No.
All right. I just have several follow-up questions, and then Sergeant Levitt's got a couple, and then we should be good to go here. I just want to go over real quick, just with the phones. We established that these two phones are prepaid phones that had communicated with each other specifically on May 17th. there was a text, the first initiation between this 404 number from Missouri right by your house, actually at your house, sends a text to this 858 number, which is a California number that is at Mark's house. And the first initiating text goes through at approximately 6:49 p.m. And then there's a reply text. But then from then on, there's a series of 22 calls leading up to June 25th in the afternoon time. Based on everything that we talked about and telling you these numbers and this line of communication, is it safe to say that these would be the two numbers that would be communicating with each other?
Yeah, that fits all the
time frames and modes of communications?
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, please, I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No, that sounds like that would be it, especially that the phone numbers were from the areas that I thought that's where they were from.
Okay, and just what we're talking about this, we were able to establish an additional number, 702-964-3062. And the reason why I believe that this is so significant is because it matches where your personal phone went and where Angela's phone went while you were away.
Right.
So that would indicate to me that Angela was using that phone to communicate with you.
That's the reason that I brought up that there was another number.
No, I know. I'm not calling you. I'm not saying that. I'm just letting you know what we had. I just want to confirm that Angela was using that phone.
Yeah, that was that was another one of those phones that it was just a phone that was laying around. I had a SIM for it that I wasn't. I don't know. It was just an extra phone, but.
No problem. But she was.
You just gotta repeat the number. You said it so fast.
Oh, I apologize. The number in question, the third number is 702-964-3062. My question to you is, there was a communication once you communicate with this number. It's on the 28th at approximately 11:36 p.m. just after the offense. Was this a situation to where you text her like, hey, love you or miss you or I'll see you soon?
28th was Sunday?
June 28th, yeah, that was right after what happened.
Okay, I thought you said 6 something.
No, that was the first that I'm talking about with you talking to Mark, but you text your phone, the 404 text the 702 number, which is Angie, right after when you guys started heading back to Missouri. So I wonder if maybe you're just feeling sentimental and you said good night or I love you or I miss you or...
I may have. It was kind of a blur.
I mean, really, the question that I'm asking is why would you communicate with her on that phone?
Yeah. She knew that I was going out of town. She didn't know where I was going. So I knew that phone was there at the house, and I didn't want to call her phone from it. So I didn't want to call her regular phone from that phone.
Okay. And is it possible that she may have texted you?
Yeah, she would. Very possible she replied to it. So.
Just the reason why I'm curious about this, it would appear to me that you were communicating with this phone simply because you knew that you couldn't communicate with the other phones. And I know if I had a new wife at home, I wouldn't want to leave her alone for 3 days and ever wonder where I'm at.
Yeah.
And basically what I'm asking is that the case, or did she have an involvement in this incident?
Oh, no. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. No.
So this is just a result of you remaining covert?
Yeah, I wasn't going to have any calls from that phone that had to do with Mark to her personal phone.
And the prepaid phone, the 702 number that Angie was using, do you remember like when that was bought or activated? It was possible that it could have been bought or activated sometime in May just because? Or are you unfamiliar?
I don't remember.
Okay, no problem.
Like I said, we generally had phones, because somebody in the house was breaking a phone on a regular basis. So.
I understand. Just going back to the checks real quick, the check that you referred to, I was able to locate a check that was written down to you sometime in early June.
Yeah.
And the records indicate to me that you cashed the check on June 19th in the amount of $600 cash.
was 600, okay.
Is
I
that-
thought it was 5.
Well, does that sound
Yeah,
appropriate?
yeah.
So you would say that that is the money that Mark Sievers provided to you to
You said when?
finance
What was the date?
June 19th, it would appear that you cashed it.
Yeah, so that would have been right after I told him that it was going to happen.
And real quick, did Scott Sievers, Bonnie Sievers, or her partner Melanie, or any other person take any part in the planning or facilitation of this offense? And did you remove, pawn, sell any items taken from the scene or given to you as a result of committing the offense with Jimmy Wright? In the inception of this entire thing, what started this? Who is the person who brought this to your attention and started this entire thing?
Mark Sievers.
So Mark Sievers has approached you to specifically for the purpose of murder.
Yes.
You and
that
then
was
you
all
then
something, in the, well, I guess specifically about her was
Yeah.
the weekend of the wedding.
and specifically mentioning future payment for Jimmy Rogers or yourself benefiting as a result of his life insurance policy.
Yes.
Sergeant Webb, do you have anything additional?
Yes, when you were talking to Mark on the phone and you said you Googled a number to select in the area code and you also Googled his number, what did you use to Google?
I don't know if it was the computer. It could have been the laptop, or it could have been the house computer, or it could have been my phone.
So it could have been those 3 items?
Yeah.
Do you foresee other items besides the desktop, laptop, or your phone?
No. Unless I happened to do it while I was at somebody else's house working on the computer or something, but I don't think so. I mean, I've got my hands on a lot of different machines.
I saw you have a lot.
So, but I don't use the kids' computers. I don't use their tablets. I don't use their phones. So,
when you were speaking to Mark on the phone and he was having you pull up things like aerial photos so he could coach you through plans, what were you using to pull up the aerial photos?
it could have been any of the 3 as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember, but
You have a lot of electronics. I've never seen that many electronics before.
yeah, it would have just depended on where I was at.
Other than the thing that we discussed today, were there any other motives, incentives, or any other details or people involved in the situation that you didn't say or that we didn't ask you about? Is there anything else we're missing?
No, nothing that was talked about. I had one of the things that to me was kind of an issue was some of the stuff. Yeah, as far none of that was really talked about. So, same. That wasn't part of any of this planning. But when I saw that show on TV, that some of that is, kind of pushed me that direction before I had really committed to anything. So, Mark told me.
Well, you ever hear the saying, hindsight's 20/20? Now, thinking on everything, let's say you weren't caught. Are you sorry for what you did? Do you have any kind of regret whatsoever?
Yes. Everything told me to stay away from this. That's why I didn't accept from the beginning. It's bothered me. And I understand that. Thought a lot about it. I went back and forth on the decision for us to move forward with this, and I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do.
You're right? We agree 100%. Certain Downs has a couple more questions. I'm done.
No, I think we're good. We've gotten concluded, so I'm ready.
We appreciate it. Is there anything left you want to say at this moment?
I think we've covered it.
Okay. Time is approximately 6:03 p.m. on February 19th, 2016. That'll conclude this for now. This stopped. This died.